and it, me recording and streaming at the same time, but I've never had any issues with it. We've played Counter-Strike, we've played plenty of stuff while recording and streaming and had no issues. Mine tends to be memory. Yeah, that's the only thing I think of is like Chrome. I know is a little bit of a memory hog out of all the browsers. So we're using Microsoft Edge, which I've basically kind of switched to. Use it a lot for D&D. Runs better to me, I guess. It's a little bit less. I don't know. It feels better. I have no data to back it up. It just feels better. All right. This is the first one, right? So this one is September 23rd, 1976. We're in Philly. Gerald Ford was president before, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, so he's currently the sitting president and he's running for re-election. There's some context for you. And we got our guy Jimmy Carter. That's not how he talks. It's like more of a JFK there. I love their this green though. This is kind of hard. We'll see. We'll see what the peanut farmer can do. I know my knowledge of Carter is that he's a little bit more of an environmentalist kinda. And he's a peanut farmer. And then he got absolutely destroyed by Reagan after his first term. So we'll see. He's brave and liberal wolf. Yeah, I mean, the blue screen was a one-time thing,
Good
hopefully.
evening.
So.
I'm Edwin Newman, moderator of this first debate of the 1976 campaign between...
Look, we got text on screen. We got text on screen. We've advanced. And we're in color. We're in color, baby.
Ford of Michigan, Republican candidate for president, and Jimmy Carter of Georgia, Democratic candidate for president. We thank you, President Ford, and we thank you, Governor Carter, for being with us tonight. There are to be 3 debates between the presidential candidates and 1 between the vice presidential candidates. All are being arranged by the League of Women Voters Education Fund. Tonight's debate, the first between presidential candidates in 16 years,
they both look like
in which
a little
an
stiff already.
president has participated, is taking place before an audience in the Walnut Street Theater in Philadelphia, just 3 blocks from Independence Hall. The television audience may reach 100 million in the United States and many millions overseas.
100 million, it's not too bad. It's pretty good for 70s.
Focuses on domestic issues and economic policy. Questions
it's like 1/3 of the country.
By Frank Reynolds of ABC News, James Gannon of the Wall Street Journal, and Elizabeth Drew of the New Yorker magazine. Under the agreed rules, the first question will go to Governor Carter. That was decided by the toss of a coin. He will have up
coin
to
toss.
3 minutes
He elected to
answer.
receive.
1 follow-up question will be permitted with up to 2 minutes to reply. President Ford will then have 2 minutes to respond. The next question will go to President Ford with the same time arrangements, and questions will continue to be alternated between the candidates. Each man will make a 3-minute statement at the end, Governor Carter to go first. President Ford and Governor Carter do not have any notes or prepared remarks with them this evening.
No notes.
Mr. Reynolds, your question for Governor Carter.
Mr. President, Governor Carter. Governor, in an interview with the Associated Press last week, you said you believe these debates would alleviate a lot of concern that some voters have about you. Well, one of those concerns, not an uncommon one about candidates in any year, is that many voters say they don't really know where you stand. Now, you have made jobs your number one
he has such
priority,
a radio voice.
and you have said you are committed to a drastic reduction in unemployment. Can you say now, Governor, in specific terms, what your first step would be next January if you are elected to achieve that?
Yes. First of all is to recognize the tremendous economic strength of this country and to set the putting back to work of our people.
Carter's still alive, too.
This is an effort that ought to be done primarily
It's like,
by
what, 98?
strong leadership in the White House, the inspiration of our people, the tapping of business, agriculture, industry, labor, and government at all levels to work on this project. We'll never have an end to the inflationary spiral, and we'll never have a balanced budget until we get our people back to work. There's several things that can be done specifically that are not now being done. First of all, to channel
At least the audio
research
is
and development funds
louder
into
this time.
areas that will provide large numbers of jobs. Secondly, we need to have a commitment in the private sector to cooperate with government in matters like housing. Here, a very small investment of taxpayers' money in the housing field can bring large numbers of extra jobs in the guarantee of mortgage loans, in the putting forward of 202 programs for housing for older people and so forth to cut down the roughly 20% unemployment that now exists in the construction industry. Another thing is to deal with our needs in the central cities, where the unemployment rate is extremely high, sometimes among minority groups, those who don't speak English or who are black, young people, or 40% unemployment. Here, a CCC-type program would be appropriate.
What was the unemployment rate in 1976? Let me look. I'm curious.
Into the sharing with private sector and also local and state governments to employ young people who are now out of work. Another very important aspect of our economy would be to increase production in every way possible, to hold down taxes on individuals.
It was like 3.7%.
Shift the tax burdens onto those who have avoided paying
Oh
taxes.
boy, it spiked up.
These kinds of specific things,
oh no, that was
none of which are being done now, would be
Never mind.
help in reducing unemployment.
I have a graph on my phone, and
an additional
I'm like,
factor
oh,
that
it
needs to be
spiked up.
done
I'm like, oh, that was
and
March
covered
of 2020.
very succinctly, and that is to make sure that we have a good relationship between
Volume master, yeah, I need to
management,
get some extensions.
business on the one hand and labor on the other. And a lot
Why
of
is it showing me
places where
current?
unemployment is very high, we might channel specific targeted job
Yeah, 7.8%, yeah.
opportunities by paying part of the salary.
Yeah. I was gonna say this isn't right because it's saying 3.7 currently.
With local governments, the payment
I'm like, that doesn't sound
of salaries, which would
right for
let us cut
based
down
off
the
what they're
unemployment
talking
rate much
about.
lower before we hit the inflationary level. But I believe that by the end of the first 4 years of the next term,
Dude, look at the
we can have the unemployment rate down to 3% adult unemployment.
I know it's reversed, but that hump there is 2008.
And have a balanced growth.
And it is going down, and then
4 to 6%,
COVID.
around 5%, which would give us a balanced budget.
Governor, in the event you are successful and you do achieve a drastic drop in unemployment, that is likely to create additional
It's like
pressure
9.5 at
on
one
prices.
point.
How willing are you
Almost
to consider
10
an
in
income
2009.
policy? In other words, wage and price controls.
Well,
Yeah, I remember those
we now have
days.
such a low utilization of our productive capacity.
It did spike quickly.
About 73%. I think it's about the lowest since the Great
I
Depression.
feel like it's a lot of times how it happens
such a
when
high unemployment
we
rate
hit
now,
recessions and stuff.
7.9%. That we have a long way to go.
He
in
just
getting
said
people
it.
to work before we have the inflationary pressures, and I think this would be easy to accomplish, to get jobs down without having the strong inflationary pressures that would be necessary. I would not favor the payment of a given fixed income to people unless they are not able to work. But with tax incentives for the low-income groups, we could build up their income levels above the poverty level and not make welfare more profitable than work.
Mr. President, your response?
I don't believe that Mr. Carter has been any more specific in this case than he has been on many other instances. I noticed particularly that he didn't endorse the Humphrey Hawkins bill, which he has on occasions, and which is included as a part of the Democratic platform. That legislation
Is Ford related
allegedly would
to
help our
Ford from
but,
like
we all know that
the
it
company?
would have controlled our economy.
I
It would
wonder.
have added $10 to $30 billion
Is he like a
each year in
the
additional
son or
expenditures by
something?
the federal government. It would have called for export controls on agricultural products. In my judgment, the best way to get
Gerald.
jobs is to expand the private sector, where 5 out of 6 jobs today exist.
His
in our
vice president was
economy.
Rockefeller, which
We
I know
can do
is.
that by reducing federal taxes, as I proposed.
I know that that name was
about a
mentioned in
year
the last
ago when I
debate.
called for a tax reduction of $28 billion. 3/4 of it to go to private taxpayers and 1/4 to the business sector. We could add to jobs in the major metropolitan areas by a proposal that I recommended that would give tax incentives. to business.
Oh,
to
so
move
Ford.
into the inner
So
city
Ford was in because
and to
Nixon.
expand or
That's
to
right.
build
Ford
new
came in
plants
because
so that
Nixon
they
resigned.
would take a plant or expand a plant where people are.
So Nixon
people
resigned
are
in
currently
1974.
we could
And he's
also,
running
help our youth
for
with
re-election
some of the
after serving for 2
proposals
years.
that would give to young people an opportunity to work and learn at the same time, just like we give money to young people who are going to college.
And he wasn't
Those
vice
are
president, so
kind
he's
of
the
specifics that I
first.
think we have to
He's the only
discuss
person to become U.S.
on
president
these,
without winning an election
debates.
for president or vice
and
president.
These are the kind of programs that I'll talk about on my time.
So I feel like this is pretty bold
Mr.
to like
Gannon,
run
your
for
question to
election
President
after
Ford.
the whole Watergate. You know
Mr.
what I
President,
mean?
I would like to continue for a moment on this question of taxes, which you have just raised. You have said that you favor more tax cuts for middle-income Americans, even those earning up to $30,000 a year. That presumably would cost the Treasury quite a bit of money in lost revenue. In view of the very large budget deficits that you have accumulated and that are still in prospect, how is it possible to promise further tax cuts and to reach your goal of
Played college
balancing the
football.
budget?
At the
He was a
time,
center.
Mr. Gannon, that I made the recommendation for a $28 billion tax
For the
cut.
Michigan Wolverines, he was good too.
Three-quarters of it
His
to go to
his numbers were
individual
tired.
taxpayers and 25% to American business. I said
He turned
at
down
the same
offers from the
time
Lions and the
that we
Packers.
had to hold the lid on federal spending.
Then he joined the
That for
military
every
after Pearl
dollar of
Harbor.
a tax reduction, we had to have an equal reduction in federal expenditures, a one-for-one proposition. And I recommended that to the Congress with a budget ceiling of $395 billion.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything
That would
about
have
his
permitted
parents, so
us
I'm assuming
to
they're just
have a
whatever.
$28 billion tax reduction. In my tax reduction program for middle-income taxpayers, I recommended
His
that the
full,
Congress
his real,
increase
not his real name, but his
personal
old
exemptions
name, his
from
original name was Leslie Lynch
$750
King
per person
Jr.
to $1,000 per person.
So
That
yeah, he's
would
not a Ford
mean,
Ford.
Of course, that for a family of four, that family would have
But I don't know, that name's pretty cool.
$1,000 more personal
King
exemption.
King Jr.
Money that they could spend for their own
I mean, I guess it's like Martin Luther
purposes.
King.
Money that the government wouldn't have to
So,
spend. But if we keep the
interesting.
lid on federal spending, which I think we can, with the help of the Congress, we can
A lot of
justify
presidents look
fully
like
a $28
or like
billion tax
look like
reduction.
Biden because they're all
In
just
the
old
budget
white dudes.
that I submitted to the Congress in January of this year, I recommended a 50% cutback in the rate of growth of federal spending. For the last 10 years, the budget of the United States has grown.
These are long
from,
answers. Is there no limits on
about
these
11%
answers?
per year. We can't afford that kind of growth in federal spending. And in the budget that I recommended, we cut it in half. A growth rate of 5
I always want to
to
know what
5.5%.
notes they're taking.
With that kind of limitation.
Like, are they writing, being
on
like, hey,
federal
make sure to
spending,
respond to
we
this?
can fully justify the tax reductions that I have proposed.
Or he said
And it
this.
seems to me with the stimulant of more money in the hands of the taxpayer and with more money in the hands of business to expand,
Or is he preparing like
to modernize, to provide
for
more
potential
jobs,
next questions?
our economy will be stimulated so that we'll get more revenue and we'll have a more prosperous economy.
Mr. President, to follow up a moment,
Yeah.
the Congress has passed a tax bill.
That's only one
which is
one
before you
question.
now,
It's been 10 minutes.
which
Crazy.
did not meet exactly the sort of outline that you requested. What is your intention on that bill, since it doesn't meet your requirements? Do you plan to sign that bill?
That tax bill does not entirely meet the criteria that I established. I think the Congress should have.
I wonder how much
added
Cold War
another
questions we'll get.
$10 billion reduction.
We had a
in
whole
personal
bunch the
income
last like 2
taxes,
debates.
including the increase of personal exemptions from
Half of them were about the
$750 to
frickin' summit and whether or
$1,000.
not it should happen.
And Congress could have done that if the budget committees of the Congress and the Congress as a whole had not increased the spending that I recommended in the budget. I'm sure you know that in the resolutions passed by the Congress, they have added about $17 billion in more spending by the Congress over the budget that I recommended. So I would prefer in that tax bill to have an additional tax cut and a further limitation on federal spending. Now, this tax bill that hasn't reached the White House yet, but is expected in a day or two. It's about 1,500 pages. It has some good provisions in it. It has left out some that I have recommended, unfortunately. On the other hand, when you have a bill of that magnitude, with those many provisions, a president has to sit and decide if there's more good than bad.
They should have closed captioning to this
analysis
video.
that I've made so far, it seems
to these
me
videos
that
in general.
that tax bill does justify my signature and my approval.
Governor Carter, your response?
Well, Mr. Ford is changing considerably his previous philosophy. The present tax structure is a disgrace to this country. It's just a welfare program for the rich. As a matter of fact, 25% of the total tax deductions go for only 1% of the richest people in this country.
Damn.
And over 50% of the tax
Talking about the 1% back in the 70s.
14% of the richest people in this country.
I mean, there was a lot
Mr. Ford
of
first became president in
tax
August
laws and stuff
1974.
changed in the
first thing he
70s
did
and
in
80s
October was to ask for a $4.7 billion
for like
increase
corporations
in
and
on our people in the midst of the heaviest recession
early
since
billionaires.
since the Great Depression of the 1940s. In January of 1975, he asked for a tax change, a $5.6 billion increase on low and middle income private individuals, a $6.5 billion decrease on the corporations and the special interests. In December of 1975, he vetoed the roughly $18 to $20 billion tax reduction bill that had been passed by the Congress. And then he came back later on in January of this year, and he did advocate a $10 billion tax reduction, but it would be offset by a $6 billion increase this coming January in deductions for Social Security payments and for unemployment compensation. The whole philosophy of the Republican Party, including my opponent, has been to pile on taxes on low-income people to take them off on the corporations. As a matter of fact, since the late 60s, when Mr. Nixon took office, we've had a reduction in the percentage of taxes paid by corporations from 30% down to about 20%. We've had an increase in taxes paid by individuals, payroll taxes, from 14% up to 20%.
Wait, Jimmy Carter's going to be 100 years old?
And this is why
God
tax reform
damn.
is so important.
Mrs. Drew, your question to Governor Carter?
Governor Carter, you've proposed a number of new or enlarged programs, including jobs, health,
He'll be 100 in
welfare reform, child
2024
care,
in October.
aid to education, aid to cities, changes in Social Security, and housing subsidies. You've also said that you want to balance the budget by the end of your first term. Now, you haven't put a price tag on those programs, but even if we price them conservatively, and we count for full employment by the end of your first term, and we count for the economic growth that would occur during that period, there still isn't enough money to pay for those programs and balance the budget by any estimates that I've been able to see. So in that case, what would give?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is. If we assume a rate of growth of our economy equivalent to what it was during President Johnson, President Kennedy, even before the Vietnamese War, and if we assume that at the end of the 4-year period we can cut our unemployment rate down to 4 to 4.5%, under those circumstances, even assuming no elimination of unnecessary programs, and assuming an increase in the allotment of money to finance programs, increasing as the inflation rate does, my economic projections, I think confirmed by the House and the Senate committees, have been with a $60 billion extra amount of money that can be spent.
Carter pardoned all
81,
Vietnam
which is
War
the last
draft
year
evaders.
of
That's
this
pretty
next
dope.
term. Within that $60 billion increase,
He actually
that would
was a
be
dark
fit
horse candidate, too, in
programs that I
the
promised
primaries
American
to get
people.
to here.
I might say, too, that if we see that these goals cannot be reached, and I believe they are reasonable goals, then I would cut back on the rate of
Supported the civil rights
implementation of
movement.
new programs in order to accommodate a balanced budget by fiscal year 81, which is the last year of the next term. I believe that we ought to have a balanced budget during normal economic circumstances. And these projections have been very carefully made. I stand behind them. And if they should be in error slightly on the downside, then I'll phase in the programs that we've advocated more slowly.
Governor, according to the budget committees of the Congress that you referred to, if we get to full employment, what they project at a 4% unemployment and as you say, even allowing for the inflation in the programs, there would not be anything more than a surplus of $5 billion by the end of by 1981. And conservative estimates of your programs would be that they'd be about 85 to $100 billion. So how do you say that you're going to be able to do these things and balance the budget?
Well, the assumption that you have described is different.
We noticed this in the 60s one, too, where it was, there's always the question about the budget.
The committee to whom you refer, with the employment rate that you state, and with a 5 to 5.5% growth rate in our economy, that the projections would be a $60 billion increase in the amount of money that we have to spend in 1981 compared to now. And with that, in that framework, would be fit any improvements in the programs. Now, this does not include any extra control over unnecessary spending, the weeding out of obsolete or obsolescent programs. We'll have a safety version built in with complete reorganization of the executive branch of government, which I am pledged to do. The present bureaucratic structure of the federal government is a mess. And if I'm elected president, that's going to be a top priority of mine, to completely revise the structure of the federal government to make it economical, efficient, purposeful, and manageable for a change. And also, I'm going to institute zero-based budgeting, which I used 4 years in Georgia, which assesses every program every year and eliminates those programs that are obsolete or obsolescent. But with these projections, we will have a balanced budget by fiscal year 1981, if I'm elected president. Keep my promises to the American people, and it's just predicated on very modest, but I think accurate projections of employment increases and a growth in our national economy equal to what was experienced under Kennedy, Johnson, before the Vietnam War.
President Ford.
If it is true that there will be a $60 billion surplus by fiscal year 1981, rather than spend that money for all the new programs that Governor Carter recommends and endorses, and which are included in the Democratic platform, I think the American taxpayer ought to get an additional tax break, a tax reduction of that magnitude. I feel that the taxpayers are the ones that need the relief. I don't think we should add additional programs of the magnitude that Governor Carter talks about. It seems to me that our tax structure today has rates that are too high. But I am very glad to point out that since 1969, during a Republican administration, we have had 10 million people taken off of the tax rolls at the lower end of the taxpayer area. And at the same time, assuming that I sign the tax bill that was mentioned by Mr. Gannon, we will, in the last two tax bills, have increased the minimum tax on all wealthy taxpayers. And I believe that by eliminating 10 million taxpayers in the last 8 years, and by putting a heavier tax burden on those in the higher tax brackets, plus the other actions that have been taken, we can give taxpayers adequate tax relief. Now, it seems to me that as we look at the recommendations of the budget committees and our own projections, there isn't going to be any $60 billion dividend. I've heard of those dividends in the past. It always happens. We expected one at the time of the Vietnam War, but it was used up before we ever ended the war, and taxpayers never got the adequate relief they deserved.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. President, when you came into office, you spoke very
That question
eloquently
was
of the need
like,
for a time for healing.
Yeah, it is a budget
and
question.
Very early in your administration, you went out to Chicago and you proposed a program of case-by-case pardons for draft resistors to restore them to full citizenship. Some 14,000 young men took advantage of your offer, but another 90,000 did not. In granting the pardon to former President Nixon, sir, part of your rationale was to put Watergate behind us, to, if I may quote you again, truly end our long national nightmare. Why does not the same rationale apply now, today, in our bicentennial year, to the young men who resisted in Vietnam and many of them still in exile abroad?
Oh, it's a good
The
question.
amnesty program that I recommended in Chicago in September of 1974 would give to all draft evaders and military deserters the opportunity to earn their good record back. About 14 to 15,000 did take advantage of that program. We gave them ample time. I am against an across-the-board pardon of draft evaders or military deserters. Now, in the case of Mr. Nixon, the reason the pardon was given was that when I took office, this country was in
That's a really
very,
good
very
question.
divided
Why pardon Nixon
condition. There
and
was
not pardon
hatred,
the draft
there
evaders?
was divisiveness. People had lost faith in their government in many, many respects. Mr. Nixon resigned, and I became president. It seemed to me that if I was to adequately and effectively handle the problems of high inflation, a growing recession, the involvement of the United States still in Vietnam, that I had to give 100% of my time to those two major problems. Mr. Nixon resigned.
So
that is disgrace.
it's still pretty crazy that they're like, this is the solution.
38 that ever resigned from public office under pressure.
He only got pardoned because he was going to go to trial, if I'm not mistaken.
And when you analyze the requirements that I had to spend all of my time working on the economy, which was in trouble, that I inherited, working on our problems in Southeast Asia, which were still plaguing us, it seemed to me that Mr. Nixon had been penalized enough by his resignation in disgrace and the need and necessity for me to concentrate.
But I'm sure Nixon still got, you know,
the country fully justified the
the good presidential health care for the rest of his life.
I take it then, sir, that you do not believe that it is...
Still probably has
that you are
some
going to
Secret
reconsider
Service working for him.
and think about those 90,000 who are still abroad.
Guarantee
Have
it.
they not been penalized enough? Many of them been there for years.
Well, Mr. Carter has indicated that he would give a blanket pardon to all
And that he would do.
draft evaders. I do not agree with that point of view. I gave, in September of 1974, an opportunity for all draft evaders, all deserters, to come in voluntarily, clear their records by earning an opportunity.
But what did they have to
restore
do?
their good
There's clearly a reason they didn't
I
take
think
it.
we gave them a good opportunity. I don't think we should go any further.
Governor Carter?
Oh, roast him, Carter. Roast him.
Well, I think it's very difficult for President Ford to explain the difference between the pardon of President Nixon and his attitude toward those who violated the draft laws. As a matter of fact, I don't advocate amnesty. I advocate pardon. There's a difference, in my opinion, and in accordance with the ruling of the Supreme Court and according to the definition in the dictionary. Amnesty means that what you did was right. Pardon means that what you did, whether it's right or wrong, you're forgiven for it.
Right.
And I do advocate a pardon for draft evaders. I think it's accurate to say that in 2 years ago when Mr. Ford put in this,
Really getting amnesty to the draft evaders
amnesty,
because
that
fuck
3
that
times as
war.
many deserters were excused as were the ones who evaded the draft. But I think that now is the time to heal our country after the Vietnam War. And I think that what the people are concerned about is not the pardon or the amnesty of those who evaded the draft, but whether or not our crime system is fair. We've got a sharp distinction drawn between white-collar crime. The big shots who are rich, who are influential, very seldom go to jail. Those who are poor and who have no influence quite often are the ones who are punished. And the whole subject
I mean,
of crime
based...
is one that concerns our people very much. And
He's
I believe
right.
that the fairness
Even
of
to
it
this day.
is what is a major problem that addresses our leader. And this is something that hasn't been addressed adequately by this administration. But I hope to have a complete responsibility on my shoulders to help bring about a fair criminal justice system and also to bring about an end to the divisiveness that has occurred in our country as a result of the Vietnam War.
Mr. Gannon?
Governor Carter, you have promised a sweeping overhaul of the federal government, including a reduction in the number of government agencies. You say it would go down to about 200 from some 1,900. That sounds indeed like a very deep cut in the federal government. But isn't it a fact that you're not really talking about fewer federal employees or less government spending, but rather that you are talking about reshaping the federal government, not making it smaller?
Well, I've been through this before, Mr. Gannon, as the governor of Georgia. When I took over, we had a bureaucratic mess like we have in Washington now. And we had 300 agencies, departments, bureaus, commissions, some fully budgeted, some not, but all having responsibility to carry out that was in conflict. And we cut those 300 agencies and so forth down substantially. We eliminated 278 of them. We set up a simple structure of government that could be administered fairly, and it was a tremendous success. It hasn't been undone since I was there.
Sorry, I didn't want y'all to hear me blowing my nose.
Reshape our court system, our prison system, our education system,
allergies are
our
kicking
mental
in.
health programs, and a clear assignment of responsibility and authority.
Blame the cat.
And also
sitting right
to have our people
off
once
screen,
again
but right
understand and
behind
control
me.
our government. I intend to do the same thing if I'm elected president. When I get to Washington, coming in as an outsider, one of the major responsibilities that I will have on my shoulder is a complete reorganization of the executive branch of government. We now have a greatly expanded White House staff. When Mr. Nixon went in office, for instance, we had $3.5 million spent on the White House and its staff. That has escalated now to $16.5 million in the last Republican administration. This needs to be changed. We need to put the responsibilities back on the cabinet members. We also need to have a great reduction in agencies and programs. For instance, we now have, in the health area, 302 different programs administered by 11 major departments and agencies, 60 other advisory commissions responsible for this. Medicaid's in one agency, Medicare's in a different one. The check on the quality of health care is in a different one. None of them are responsible for health care itself. This makes it almost impossible for us to have a good health program. We have just advocated this past week a consolidation of the responsibilities for energy. Our country now has no comprehensive energy program or policy. We have 20 different agencies in the federal government responsible for the production, the regulation, the information about energy, the conservation of energy, spread all over government. This is a gross waste of money. So tough, competent management of government, giving us a simple, efficient, purposeful, and manageable government would be a great step forward. And if I'm elected, and I intend to be, then it's going to be done.
Well, I'd like to press my question on the
I love that
number of
orange
federal
background. I
employees,
love this orange background
whether you
here.
would really plan to reduce the overall
very
number
70s.
or merely put them in different departments and relabel them. In your energy plan, you consolidate a number of agencies into one, or you would, but does that really change the overall?
I can't say for sure that we would have fewer federal employees when I go out of office than when I come in. It took me about 3 years to completely reorganize the Georgia government. The last year I was in office, our budget was actually less than it was a year before, which showed a great improvement. Also, we had a 2% increase in the number of employees last year. But it was a tremendous shift from administrative jobs into the delivery of services. For instance, we completely revised our prison system. We established 84 new mental health treatment centers. And we shifted people out of administrative jobs into the field to deliver better services. The same thing will be done at the federal government level. I accomplished this with substantial reductions in employees in some departments.
So would that mean, like, if you're doing, like, he said, like, administrative work, so if I'm doing, like, you know, looking at, let's say, documents all day, all of a sudden I'm going to be moved to be, like, helping,
the ability of people
he says, like, services, so let's say helping, or if you use the mental health hospitals or whatever, like, so if you're going from someone who's doing, like, paperwork to, like, helping patients,
the bureaucratic mess is going to continue. There's no way for our people now to understand what their government is. There's no way to get the answer to a question. When you come to Washington to try to, as a governor, to try to begin a new program for your people, like the treatment of drug addicts, I found there were 13 different federal agencies that I had to go to manage the drug treatment program. In the Georgia government, we only had one agency responsible for drug treatment. This is the kind of change that would be made, and it would be of tremendous benefit in long-range planning, in tight budgeting, saving the taxpayers' money, making the government more efficient, cutting down on bureaucratic waste, having a clear delineation of authority and responsibility of employees, and giving our people a better chance to understand and control the government.
President Ford?
I think the record should show, Mr. Newman, that the Bureau of Census, we checked it just yesterday, indicates that in the 4 years that Governor Carter was governor of the state of Georgia, expenditures by the government went up over 50%. Employees of the government in Georgia during his term of office went up over 25%. And the figures also show that the bonded indebtedness of the state of Georgia during his governorship went up over 20%. And there was some very interesting testimony given by Governor Carter's successor, Governor Busbee, before a Senate committee a few months ago on how he found the Medicaid program when he came into office following Governor Carter. He testified, and these are his words, the present governor of Georgia. He says he found the Medicaid program in Georgia in shambles. Now let me talk about what we've done in the White House as far as federal employees are concerned. The first order that I issued after I became president was to cut or eliminate the prospective 40,000 increase in federal employees that had been scheduled by my predecessor. And in the term that I've been president, some 2 years, we have reduced federal employment by 11,000. In the White House staff
Why is that a
itself,
flex?
when I became president, we had
We cut
roughly
jobs. Like, I don't get why this is a
540
flex.
employees.
Like, I
We
get he's
now
trying to
have
say is because like they're
about
using less money at the federal
485
level.
employees. So we've made a
It's just like I go
rather
back to this. It's
significant
like
reduction in the number
does the
of
average American
employees
give
in
a
the White
fuck
House staff
about how much
working
money
for
the government's spending in
So
the
I
sense
think
of
our record
worrying about like the
cutting
budget
back
and the debt?
employees, plus the failure on the part of the governor's program to
I feel like nowadays no
actually
one gives a
save
fuck.
employment in
I
Georgia.
haven't met like one
shows
person
which is the better plan.
who's like, yeah, I worry about the budget.
Mrs. Drew?
Mr. President, at Vail, after the Republican convention, you announced that you would now emphasize 5 new areas. Among those were jobs and housing and health, and improved recreational facilities for Americans, and you also added crime. You also mentioned education. For 2 years, you've been telling us that we couldn't do very much in these areas because we couldn't afford it. And in fact, we do have a $50 billion deficit now. In rebuttal to Governor Carter a little bit earlier, you said that if there were to be any surplus in the next few years, you thought it should be turned back to the people in the form of tax relief. So how are you going to pay for any new initiatives in these areas you announced at Vail you were going to now stress?
Well, in the last 2 years, as I indicated before, we had a very tough time. We were faced with heavy inflation, over 12%. We were faced with substantial unemployment. But in the last 24 months, we've turned the economy around and we've brought inflation down to under 6%. And we have reduced the, we have added employment of about 4 million in the last 17 months to the point where we have 88 million people working in America today, the most in the history of the country. The net result is we are going to have
Then why is
some
unemployment rate
improvement
7%?
in our
Almost
receipts.
8%.
And I think we'll have some decrease in our disbursements. We expect to have a lower deficit in fiscal year 1978. We feel that with this improvement in the economy, we feel with more receipts and fewer disbursements, we can, in a moderate way, increase, as I recommended, over the next 10 years, a new parks program that would cost $1.5 billion, doubling our national park system. We have recommended that in the housing program, we can reduce down payments and moderate monthly payments. But that doesn't cost any more as far as the federal treasury is concerned. We believe that we can do a better job in the area of crime, but that requires tougher sentencing, mandatory certain prison sentences for those who violate our criminal laws. We believe that you can revise the federal criminal code, which has not been revised in a good many years. That doesn't cost any more money. We believe that you can do something more effectively with a moderate increase in money in the drug abuse program. We feel that in education, we can have a slight increase, not a major increase. It's my understanding that Governor Carter has indicated that he approves of a $30 billion expenditure by the federal government as far as education is concerned. At the present time, we're spending roughly $3.5 billion. I don't know where that money would come from. But as we look at
we need to make education better, programs, but we don't know where we're going to get money.
Education, crime, recreation, we feel that as we move forward with a healthier economy, we can absorb the small necessary costs that will be required.
But, sir, in the next few years, would you try to reduce the deficit? Would you spend money for these programs that you have just outlined? Or would you, as you said earlier, return whatever surplus you got to the people in the form of tax relief?
We feel that with the programs that I have recommended, the additional $10 billion tax cut, with the moderate increases in the quality of life area, we can still have a balanced budget, which I will submit to the Congress in January of 1978. We won't wait 1 year or 2 years longer, as Governor Carter indicates. As the economy improves, and it is improving, our gross national product this year will average about 6% increase over last year. We will have a lower rate of inflation for the calendar year this year of something slightly under 6%. Employment will be up, revenues will be up. We'll keep the lid on some of these programs that we can hold down as we have a little extra money to spend for those quality of life programs, which I think are needed and necessary. Now, I cannot and would not endorse the kind of programs that
do you know China and Japan are the largest foreign investors in American governmental debt?
Platform.
They own over $2 trillion,
I read it, calls for
more than a quarter of the $7.6 trillion
programs. We
in the U.S.
estimate
Treasury.
that those
That's
programs
crazy.
would add $100 billion minimum and probably $200 billion maximum each year to the federal budget. Those programs you cannot afford and give tax relief. We feel that you can hold the
Yeah, I mean, the last time the budget was balanced or at a surplus was 2001.
And still have a balanced budget by 1978.
Governor Carter?
Well, Mr. Ford takes the same attitude that the Republicans always take. In the last 3 months before an election, they're always for the programs that they fight the other 3.5 years.
food soon.
I remember when Herbert Hoover was against jobs for people. I remember when Alf Landon was against Social Security. And later, President Nixon, 16 years ago, was telling the public that John Kennedy's proposals would bankrupt the country and would double the cost. The best
That's
thing
true. We
to do is
watched
look at
it.
the record,
We watched the debates.
of Mr.
It's true.
Ford's administration and Mr. Nixon's before
Nixon
his.
did say that.
We had last year a $65 billion deficit, the largest deficit in the history of our country. More of a deficit spending than we had in the entire 8-year period under President Johnson and President Kennedy. We've got 500,000 more Americans out of jobs today than were out of work 3 months ago. And since Mr. Ford's been in office in 2 years, we've had a 50% increase in unemployment, from 5 million people out of work to 2.5 million more people out of work, and a total of 7.5 million. We've also got a comparison between himself and Mr. Nixon. He's got 4 times the size of the deficits that Mr. Nixon even had himself. This, talking about more people at work, is distorted because with a 14% increase in the cost of living in the last 2 years, it means that women and young people have had to go to work when they didn't want to because their fathers couldn't make enough to pay the increased cost of food and housing and clothing. We have, in this last 2 years alone, $120 billion total deficits under President Ford. And at the same time, we've had, in the last 8 years, a doubling in the number of bankruptcies for small business. We've had a negative growth in our national economy, measured in real dollars. The take-home pay of a worker in this country is actually less now than it was in 1968, measured in real dollars. This is a kind of record that's there, and talk about the future and a drastic change or conversion on the part of Mr. Ford at this last minute is one that just doesn't go.
Mr. Reynolds?
Governor Carter, I'd like to turn to what we used to call the energy crisis.
Everything he's saying kind of sounds like now.
A British government commission on air pollution, but one headed by a nuclear physicist,
Air pollution
recommended that any further expansion of nuclear energy be delayed in Britain as long as possible. Now, this is a subject that is quite controversial among our own people, and there seems to be a clear difference between you and the president on the use of nuclear power plants, which you say you would use as a last priority. Why, sir? Are they unsafe?
Well, among my other experiences in the past, I've been a nuclear engineer and did graduate work in this field. I think I know the capabilities and limitations of atomic power. But the energy policy of our nation is one that has not yet been established under this administration. I think almost every other developed nation in the world has an energy policy except us. We have seen the federal
our energy policy is
established,
to keep
for
drilling oil, baby.
instance, in the crisis of 1973, it was supposed to be a temporary agency.
Burn coal.
Now it's permanent, it's enormous, it's growing every day. I think the Wall Street Journal reported not too long ago they have 112 public relations experts working for the Federal Energy Agency to try to justify to the American people its own existence. We've got to have a firm way to handle the energy question. The reorganization proposal that I put forward is one first step. In addition to that, we need to have a realization that we've got about 35 years worth of oil left in the whole world. We're going to run out of oil. When Mr. Nixon made his famous speech on Operation Independence, we were importing about 35%.
We have not run out of oil.
Now we've increased that amount 25%. We now import about 44% of our oil. We need to shift from oil to coal. We need to concentrate our research
Oh, no, Carter, no.
on coal burning and extraction that's safe for miners, that also...
No, it's
clean
not.
burning.
Carter,
We need to shift very
no.
strongly toward solar energy.
Okay,
And
yes,
have
yes,
strict
solar energy,
conservation
though.
measures.
Yes.
And then as a last resort only, continue to use atomic power.
So he wants to go... He wants to do coal, then maybe solar, and last, but if we need to, then do
But to the extent that we
atomic.
continue to use atomic
Nuclear.
power, I would be responsible as president to make sure that the safety precautions
God,
are
they have
initiated
no
and
idea.
maintained. For instance, some that have been forgotten. We need to have the reactor core below ground level. The entire power plant that uses atomic power, tightly sealed and a heavy vacuum maintained. There ought to be a standardized design. There ought to be a full-time atomic energy specialist, independent of the power company, in the control room full-time, 24 hours a day, to shut down the plant if an abnormality develops. These kinds of procedures, along with evacuation procedures, adequate insurance, ought to be initiated. So, shift from oil to coal, emphasize research and development on coal use, and also on solar power. Strict conservation.
What a
measures,
weird-
not
it's
yield
like-
every time that the special interest
it's like
groups put
half
pressure on the
sustainable.
president like this administration has done.
And half
and use
environmentally
atomic energy
friendly.
only as a last resort with the strictest possible safety precautions. That's the
It's like
best
a weird,
overall
like,
energy policy in the
centrist,
big time we have discussed it.
centrist
Well,
take.
Governor,
Like, hey,
on the same
listen,
subject,
listen.
would you
I like
require mandatory
environmentalism,
conservation
but not that
efforts
much.
to try to conserve fuel?
Yes, I would. Some of the things that can be done about this is a change in the rate structure of electric power companies. We now encourage people to waste electricity. And by giving the lowest rates to the biggest users, we don't do anything to cut down on peak load requirements. We don't have an adequate requirement for the insulation of homes, for the efficiency of automobiles. And whenever the automobile manufacturers come forward and say
Yeah, I
we
wonder
can't
if
meet
there's currently
the,
now a
limits that the Congress has put forward, this Republican
If there's like an
administration has delayed the
insulation
implementation date.
law.
In addition to that,
I'm sure there's ones for
we're
like
gonna
what
have
types of
a
insulation you
shift
can
of the
use, but like I wonder if there's like a
coal, particularly in the
requirement.
Appalachian regions,
I feel like there
where
isn't
the
one.
coal is located, a lot of very high quality, low
If you like
carbon
ever
coal,
lived in like low income
low
housing,
sulfur coal is there. It's where our
I swear there's like no
employment is needed.
insulation in that shit.
This would help a great deal.
So if there is one, it's very low.
Mandatory conservation measures, yes. Encouragement by the president for people to voluntarily conserve, yes. And also the private sector ought to be encouraged to bring forward to the public the benefits from efficiency. One bank in Washington, for instance, gives lower interest loans for people who adequately insulate their homes or who buy efficient automobiles. And some major manufacturing companies, like Dow Chemical, have, through very effective efficiency mechanisms, cut down the use of energy by as much as 40% with the same out product. These kinds of things ought to be done. They ought to be encouraged and supported, and even required by the government, yes.
President Ford.
Governor Carter skims over a very serious and a very broad subject. In January of 1975, I submitted to the Congress and to the American people the first comprehensive energy program recommended by any president. It called for an increase in the production of energy in the United States. It called for conservation measures so that we would save the energy that we have. If you're going to increase domestic oil and gas production, and we have to, you have to give to those producers an opportunity to develop their land or their wells. I recommended to the Congress that we should increase coal production in this country from 600 million tons a year.
Stop with the
to
coal.
1,200,000,000 tons by 1985.
God damn it.
In order to do that, we have to improve our extraction of coal from the ground. We have to improve our utilization of coal, make it more
Just say
efficient,
clean coal.
make it cleaner.
Yeah.
In addition, we have to
I was
expand our
joking.
research and development.
God damn it.
In my program for energy
Make it
independence,
cleaner.
we have increased,
God damn
for
it.
example, solar energy research from about $84 million a year to about $120 million a year. We're going as fast as the experts say we should. In nuclear power, we have increased the research and development under the Energy Research and Development Agency very substantially to ensure that our
You should do all that investment in freaking solar.
are safer, that they are more efficient, and that we have adequate safeguards. I think you have to have greater oil and gas production, more coal production, more nuclear production, and in addition, you have to have energy conservation.
So basically
Mr.
what
Gannon?
Carter said.
Mr. President, I'd like to return for a moment to this problem of unemployment. You have vetoed or threatened to veto a number of jobs bills passed or in development in the Democratic Congress, Democratic-controlled Congress. Yet at the same time, the government is paying out, I think it is $17 billion, perhaps $20 billion a year in unemployment compensation.
Of course, the Wall Street journals worrying about giving too much money to unemployment.
To pay out unemployment compensation to idle people than to put them to work in public service jobs.
Put them to
The
work.
bills that I vetoed, the one for an additional $6 billion, was not a bill that would have solved our unemployment problems. Even the proponents of it admitted that no more than 400,000 jobs would be made available. Our analysis indicates that something in the magnitude of about 150 to 200,000 jobs would be made available. Each one of those jobs would have cost the taxpayer $25,000. In addition, the jobs would not be available right now. They would not have materialized for about 9 to 18 months. The immediate problem we have is to stimulate our economy now so that we can get rid of unemployment. What we have done is to hold the lid on spending.
God, it's such a
to reduce
Such
the
a
rate of
capitalistic
inflation.
mindset. You know what I mean?
And we have
It's just out in the
proven,
open like
I think,
this.
very conclusively
And we don't ever
that
think,
you
like,
can
the general
reduce
public
the
doesn't ever,
rate
like,
of
think about
inflation
that. Like,
and increase jobs.
they're just like, yeah, we
For
need more
example,
jobs,
as I
rather
have
than
said,
like,
we have added some
why is
4
it that
million jobs
there's
in
always
the last
unemployment?
17
Why is
months.
it there's
We have now
we need to create all these
employed
jobs? Why do
88
we
million
need to do
people in
that?
America, the largest number in the history of the United States.
You know,
We've added 500,000 jobs.
we don't ever
in
challenge the
last 2
concept. We're
months.
just challenging the
Inflation is the quickest way
problem
to destroy
of,
jobs.
or rather, we're not
And
challenging
by
the
holding
we're not challenging
lid
the concept.
on
We're always
federal spending,
thinking
we
about how
have
to
been
how to
able to
fix the
do
problems that are in the
good job,
concept.
An affirmative job in inflation
That never
and
can
as
be
a
fixed.
result have added
Because the
to
system
jobs in
needs
this country.
unemployment.
I think it's also appropriate to point out that through our tax policies, we have stimulated added employment throughout the country. The investment tax credit, the tax incentives for expansion and modernization of our industrial capacity.
Because capitalism needs the threat of
It's
unemployment
my
to help it keep
opinion
going, to force
that
you to get back to
the
work.
private sector, where 5 out of the 6 jobs are,
And
where
yeah, you
have
can have some
permanent
welfare,
jobs, with the opportunity for
you know,
advancement,
and like
is
a lot of, you know,
better place than make work jobs.
like the
under
Democratic Party, you know,
programs
is also
recommended by
often
the
like claimed to be
Congress.
like, you know, they're
Just
kind of
follow
pro
up,
the
Mr.
welfare
President.
state a little bit, trying to give
The Congress has
some
just
relief,
passed
but
a
like the end goal is to get you
$3.7
back to work.
appropriation bill, which would provide money for the public
In any way
works jobs
possible.
program that you earlier tried to kill.
So they don't wanna
by
give
your
you too
veto of
much.
The authorization legislation. In light of the fact that unemployment again is rising, or has in the past 3 months, I wonder if you have rethought that question at all, whether you would consider allowing this program to be funded, or will you veto that money bill?
Well, that bill has not yet come down to the Oval Office, so I am not in a position to make any judgment on it tonight. But that is an extra $4 billion that would add to the deficit, which would add to the inflationary pressures, which would help to destroy jobs in the private sector, not make jobs where the jobs really are. These make-work temporary jobs, dead end as they are not the kind of jobs that we want for our people. I think it's interesting to point out that in the 2 years that I've been president, I've vetoed 56 bills. Congress has sustained 42 vetoes. As a result, we have saved over $9 billion in federal expenditures. And
Hell
the Congress,
yeah.
by overriding the bills that I did
52
veto,
vetoes? That's
the Congress
crazy.
has added some
I feel like that's a lot.
$13
Maybe I'm
billion
wrong.
to the federal expenditures and to the federal deficit.
How often
Now,
does a
Governor
president
Carter complains about the deficits
veto a bill?
that this administration has had, and yet he condemns the vetoes that I have made.
So Biden has done
that
4,
have saved
for context.
the
Biden has done
taxpayers
4, Trump has
$9
done
billion and could have saved
10.
an additional $13 billion.
Obama
Now, he
did
can't have
12,
it
Bush
both
did
ways.
12,
And therefore, it seems to me
Clinton
that
did 36.
we should hold the lid as we have to the best of our ability. so we
H.W.
can
Bush did
stimulate the
29,
private economy
Reagan
and get the
39,
jobs where the jobs
Carter
are,
13,
5 out of 6. in this
4 to
economy.
48. He did
Governor
48
Carter?
in total. He's right,
Well,
almost 50.
Mr. Ford doesn't seem to.
Sorry,
put a
66. He did
perspective of the fact
66
that
in
when
total. Reagan did
500,000
78.
more people are out of work than there were 3 months ago. Well, we have.
Oh, I was reading the wrong
2.5
number. His
million
veto's
more
regular
people out
than
of
his
work than
veto's
were when he
total.
took office. That this touches human beings.
I mean,
I
like
was
in the last
a
20
city
years,
in,
there's only been.
Pennsylvania not too long ago, near
I
here.
don't even know if there's been 50 in
and there were
total.
about 4,000 or 5,000 people in the audience. It was on
But
a,
yeah,
on a
Reagan
plane trip.
vetoed a
I
shit
said, how many
ton.
adults here are out of
Ford
work?
did a bunch
About
too.
1,000 raise their hands.
Nixon did
Mr.
43.
Ford, actually has fewer people now in the
Dude,
private sector in
Eisenhower did
jobs than when he took
181.
office. And still he
Whoa,
talks
Truman
about
did 250.
a success. 7.9%
FDR did
unemployment
635.
is a terrible tragedy in this
Granted,
country.
FDR
He
had
says
like
he's learned how to
4
match
terms, so.
Unemployment with inflation.
Dude,
That's
they were
right.
just vetoing
We've got
everything
the
back
highest
then.
inflation we've had
That was like a thing.
in 25 years right now. except under this
635.
administration.
FDR
That
was
50
just like,
years ago.
fuck
And
everybody.
we've got the highest unemployment we've had under Mr. Ford's administration since the Great Depression. This affects human
Crazy.
beings and his insensitivity in providing those people a chance
I guess
to
with
work
all those
made this
vetoes,
a
meaning that
welfare
I guess Congress
administration
is pushing
and
out
not
a lot of
work
things, I guess.
administration. He
It's
hasn't
trying
saved
to.
$9 billion with his vetoes. There's only been a net saving of $4 billion. And the cost in unemployment compensation, welfare compensation, and lost revenues has increased $23 billion in the last 2 years. This is a typical
All right, almost at the
attitude
1 hour mark.
that really causes havoc in people's lives. And then
I thought it was like an hour and a half, to be
our
honest.
country is naturally
I
got
guess
a
I will even
6%
stream an hour and
unemployment
13
rate,
minutes.
or 7% unemployment rate and a 6% inflation. It's a travesty. It shows a lack of leadership. And we've never had a president since the war between the states that vetoed more bills. Mr. Ford has vetoed 4 times as many bills as Mr. Nixon per year. And 11 of them have been overridden. One of his bills that was overridden, he only got 1 vote in the Senate and 7 votes in the House from Republicans. So this shows a breakdown in leadership.
Under the rules, I must stop you there. Mrs. Drew?
Governor Carter, I'd like to come back to the
Oh, finally, that was our
subject of
first,
taxes. You have said that you
first
want to
rules,
cut taxes for
violation.
the middle and lower income groups. But unless you're willing to do such things as reduce the itemized deductions for charitable contributions or home mortgage payments or interest or taxes or capital gains, you can't really raise sufficient revenue to provide an overall tax cut of any size. So how are you going to provide that tax relief that you're talking about?
Now we have such a grossly unbalanced tax system, as I said earlier, that it is a disgrace. Of all the tax benefits now, 25% of them go to the 1% of the richest people in this country.
Still do. If anything, it's probably more.
Percent of the tax benefits go to the 14% richest people in this country. And we've had a 50% increase in payroll deductions since Mr. Nixon went in office 8 years ago. Mr. Ford has advocated since he's been in office over $5 billion in reductions for corporations, special interest groups, and the very, very wealthy who derive their income not from labor,
God damn it.
investments. That's got to be changed. A few things
We're still
that can
feeling
be done.
this shit, man.
We have now a deferral system so that the multinational corporations who invest overseas, if they make $1 million in profits overseas, they don't have to pay any of their taxes unless they bring their money back into this country. When they don't pay their taxes, the average American pays the taxes for them. Not only that, but it robs this country of jobs.
Literally
Because
Amazon,
instead of coming back
Jeff
with that $1 million and creating a
Bezos,
shoe
Elon
factory,
Musk.
say in New Hampshire, Vermont,
God, you
if
could
the
put
company
this shit.
takes the money down to Italy and build a shoe factory, they don't have to pay any taxes
Nothing's
on the
changed
money.
in this regard.
Another thing is a system called DISC,
I think
which
it's
was originally designed
significantly
proposed
worse.
by Mr. Nixon to encourage exports. This permits a company to create a dummy corporation to export their products and then not to pay the full amount of taxes on them. This cost our government about $1.4 billion a year. And when those rich corporations don't pay that tax, the average American taxpayer pays it for them. Another one that's very important is the business deductions, jet airplanes, first-class travel, the $50 martini lunch.
Yeah, in the 1950s, 1960s,
can't take advantage of that,
the wealthiest
but the
Americans paid a
wealthier
top
people,
income tax rate of
can.
91%.
Another system is where a dentist can invest money in, say, raising cattle, and can put in $100,000 of his own money, borrow $900,000, that makes $1 million, and mark off a great amount of loss through that procedure. There was one example, for instance, where somebody produced pornographic movies. They put in $30,000 of their own money and got $120,000 in tax savings.
Human together
these
strong.
special kinds of
Yeah,
programs
freaking Reagan.
have
I mean, like, they were obviously doing it
the average
then,
taxpayer,
but Reagan was the one who
those who are
significantly
powerful,
changed it in
and who can
1981.
employ
Went from
lobbyists,
70%
and you can have the
to just,
CPAs and
so
lawyers
70 it was
that have
70%
from the roughly,
for the
8,000
ultra wealthy
pages
when he
of the
took
tax
office
code.
to just
The average,
28% when he
American
departed.
person can't do it. You can't hire lobbyists
Crazy.
out of unemployment
Crazy.
compensation checks.
Governor, to follow up on your answer, in order for any kind of tax relief to really be felt by the middle and lower income people, You need about, according to
Like, it used to be
congressional committees on
91%.
this, you need about $10 billion.
That's crazy.
Now, you listed some things.
Thanks for the follow,
deferral on
appreciate
foreign
it.
income is estimated, I would save about $500 million. DISC, you said, was $1.4 billion. The estimate of the outside, if you eliminated all tax shelters, is $5 billion. So where else would you raise the revenue to provide this tax relief? Would you, in fact, do away with all business deductions? And what other kinds of preferences would you do away
That's
with?
just
No, I wouldn't
billionaires.
do away
They're
with all
talking about
business
tax
deductions.
reductions to businesses.
I think that would be a very serious mistake. But if you could just do away with the ones that are
Honestly,
unfair,
Carter in this
you
debate
could lower
sounds
taxes
more
for everyone.
progressive
I would never do anything
than like
that would increase the taxes for those who work for a living.
anyone we've
But
heard
we're
of besides
required
like
to list all their
Bernie.
income.
Honestly,
What
granted, I
would
know
do
like
is
Carter
not to raise
didn't do that
taxes,
amazing things when he was in
but to
office,
eliminate
but
loopholes.
at least what he's
And this
saying
is,
right now.
The point of my first statistic
most
that I
part.
gave you, that the present tax benefits that have been carved out over a long period of years, 50 years, by
And now we have
sharp
nothing will
tax
fundamentally
lawyers and
change
by
Biden
lobbyists, have benefited just the rich.
representing the Democratic
These
Party.
programs that I described to you earlier, the tax deferrals for overseas, the DISC, and the tax shelters, they only apply to people in the $50,000 a year bracket or up. And I think this is the best way to approach it, is to make sure that everybody pays taxes on the income that they earn, and make sure that you take whatever savings there is from the higher income levels and give it to the low and middle income families.
President Ford?
Like right there.
Governor Carter's
That's more
answer
progressive than
tonight
anything
does not
Biden has said.
coincide with the answer that he
Or
gave
Clinton
in
has
an
said.
interview to the Associated Press a week or so ago. In that interview, Governor Carter indicated
not far
that
off from what
he
Bernie
would
was saying,
raise the
you know?
taxes on those in the medium or middle income brackets or higher. Now, if you take the medium or middle income taxpayer, that's about $14,000 per person. Governor Carter has indicated publicly in an interview that he would increase the taxes on about 50% of the working people of this country. I think
But
the way to
if-
get tax equity in this country is to give tax relief to the middle income people who have an income from roughly $8,000 up to $25,000 or $30,000. They have been shortchanged as we have taken 10 million taxpayers off the tax rolls in the last 8 years, and as we have added to the minimum tax provision to make all people pay more taxes. I believe in tax equity for the middle income taxpayer, increasing the personal exemption. Mr. Carter wants to increase taxes for roughly half of the taxpayers of this country. The governor has also played a little fast and loose with the facts about vetoes. The records show that President Roosevelt
We were just looking
vetoed
this
on
up.
an average of 55 bills a year.
Yeah, but
President
FDR was
Truman
cooler
vetoed
for a lot
on
of
the
people.
average, while he was president, about 38
like I said,
bills a year.
At this
I
point,
understand
and
that
still to this day, I
Governor
think a
Carter,
lot
when
of
he was
people say
governor of
FDR
Georgia,
is like
vetoed
probably the
between
best president
35 and
outside of
40
Lincoln.
bills a year. My average in
So I
2
think he
years
has
is
the
26.
he
But
has
in
the clout to
process
say
of that,
he's
we
gone.
have
He's
saved,
vetoed 600 things, but
$9
like
billion. And one final comment, Governor Carter talks about the
A lot of people like
tax bills
FDR,
and
man.
all of the inequities that exist in the present law. I must
So I don't know if
the
Ford
Democrats have
attacking
controlled the
FDR here is
Congress
smart.
for the last 22 years, and they wrote all the tax bills.
Mr. Reynolds?
I suspect that we could continue on this tax argument for some time, but I'd like to move on to another area.
Yeah.
Mr. President, everybody seems to be running against Washington this year. And I'd like to raise two coincidental events and ask you whether you think perhaps this may have a bearing on the attitude throughout the country. The House Ethics Committee has just now ended its investigation of Daniel Shore after several months and many thousands of dollars, trying to find out how he obtained and caused to be published a report of the Congress that probably is the property of the American people. At the same time, the Senate Select Committee on Standards and Conduct has voted not really to begin an investigation of a United States senator because of allegations against him that he may have been receiving corporate funds illegally over a period of years. Do you suppose, sir, that Events
receiving
like this
corporate funds
contribute to
illegally,
the
as
feeling
opposed
in
to
the
the legal
country
way, which is
that
okay.
maybe there's something wrong in Washington, and I don't mean just in the executive branch, but throughout the whole government.
Yes, there
There
is.
is a considerable anti-Washington feeling throughout the country. But I think the feeling
God.
is misplaced. In the
What's
last
that one
2
act
years,
that
we
was in the
have
2000s
restored
that passed?
integrity
That
in
would
the
like
White
legalize,
House.
really like
And we've
legalize
set
lobbying
high standards
to
in the
another level.
executive branch of the government.
What was
the
that called?
anti-Washington feeling, in my opinion, ought to
What
be
was it
focused
called?
on the Congress of the United States. For example, this Congress very shortly will spend $1 billion a year for its housekeeping,
So there was
its
the
salaries,
Lobbying
its
Disclosure Act
expenses,
of
and the like.
1995, but there was another
The
one.
next Congress will probably be the first billion-dollar Congress in the history of the United States.
What was it called?
I don't think the American people are getting their money's worth from the majority party that run this Congress. We, in addition, see that in the last 4 years,
It was like
the number
it was called
of
American something, I
employees
think.
hired by the Congress has gone up substantial, much more than the gross national product, much more than any other increase throughout
Oh, no,
our
no, no,
society.
no, hold on. Was it
Congress is
Citizens
hiring
United?
people by the droves, and the cost as a result has gone up. And I don't see any improvement in the performance
Yeah, it
of
was
the
Citizens
Congress
United.
under the present leadership. So it seems to me, instead of the anti-Washington feeling being aimed at everybody in Washington,
That was in 2010.
it seems to me that the focus should be
Supreme
where the
Court
problem
issued a
is,
5-4 decision
which
on
is
it.
the Congress of the United States, and particularly the majority in the Congress. They spend too much money on themselves. They have too many employees. There's some question about their morality. It seems to me that in this election, the focus should not be on
So it wasn't
the
a
executive branch, but the correction should come as the voters vote for their members of the House of Representatives or for their United States senator.
So it was a
That's where the
court
problem
ruling on
is, and I hope there will be some corrective action taken so we can get some new leadership in the Congress of the United States.
Mr. President, if I may follow up, I think you've made it plain that you take a dim view.
So it wasn't
of the,
it wasn't a
majority in
bill,
the
so it was
Congress.
a
Isn't it
decision by
quite
the Supreme
likely,
Court.
sir,
So my
that
bad.
you will have a Democratic Congress in the next session if you are elected president? And hasn't the country a right to ask whether you can get along with that Congress or whether we'll have continued confrontation?
Well, it seems to
Well, I
me
guess it
that,
comes from the Bipartisan
we have
Campaign
a
Reform
chance,
Act of 2002.
the
So yeah,
Republicans to
I'm
get a
half right.
majority in the House of Representatives. We will make some gains in the United States Senate, so there will be different ratios in the House as well as in the Senate. And as president, I will be able to work with that Congress. But let me take the other side of the coin, if I
Yes.
might.
So it started
Supposing
because
we
Citizens
had had
United, a
Democratic
conservative
Congress
nonprofit
for the last
organization,
2 years,
wanted to air and
and we
advertise
had
a film
had,
critical of
Governor Carter
Hillary
as
Clinton
president.
before the
He
2008
has,
Democratic
in
primary
effect,
elections.
said that he would agree
Broadcasting the
with all
film
of-
would have been a violation
he
of the
would
2002
disapprove of the
Bipartisan
vetoes that I
Campaign
have
Reform
made,
Act,
and
which
would have
prohibited any
added
corporation or
significantly
nonprofit
to
organization or
expenditures
labor
and the
union
deficit
from
in the
making
federal government. I think it would
electioneering
be
communication within
contrary
30 days
to
of a
one
primary,
the
60
basic
days of an election.
concepts in our system of government.
But they said it was
system
free
of
free
checks and
speech.
balances.
So
We have a Democratic Congress today, and fortunately, we've had a Republican president to check their excesses with my vetoes. If we have a Democratic Congress next year and a president who wants to spend an additional $100 billion a year or maybe $200 billion a year with more programs, we will have, in my judgment, greater deficits with more spending, more dangers of inflation. I think the American people want a Republican president to check on any excesses that come out of the next Congress if it is a Democratic Congress.
Governor Carter?
Well, it's not a matter of Republican and Democrat. It's a matter of leadership or no leadership. President Eisenhower worked with the Democratic Congress very well. Even President Nixon, because he was a strong leader at least, worked with the Democratic Congress very well. Mr. Ford has vetoed, as I said earlier, 4 times as many bills per year as Mr. Nixon. Mr. Ford quite often puts forward a program
Yeah,
Just
so
a
like
public
lobbying
relations
was
stunt.
really started to
They
ramp
never
up
tried to
around
put
this
it through the
time, like they're
Congress by
talking
working with
about.
the Congress. I think under President Nixon
And
and Eisenhower, they passed about 60
and
to
citizen
75%
and like
of the
court cases like
legislation.
Citizens
This
United
year,
kind of
Mr.
like
Ford will not pass more than 26% of all the
tried to
legislative
argue that it
proposals
is
he
in
puts
fact
forward.
not bribing.
This is government by
Is that it's
stalemate.
freedom of speech.
And we've seen almost a complete breakdown in the proper relationship between the president who represents this country and the Congress, who collectively also represent this country. We've had Republican presidents before who tried to run against the Democratic Congress. And I don't think it's the Congress is Mr. Ford's opponent, but if he insists that I be responsible
Analysts
for the
argue that
Democratic
there's
Congress,
or estimate
which
rather,
have
that
not
actual
been a
number of
part,
working lobbyists
then I think it's
are
only
close
fair
to
that he be
100,000,
responsible for the Nixon administration
and that the
in its
industry brings in
entirety,
$9
of which
billion
he was a part.
annually.
That, I think, is a good balance.
Wall Street spent a
But
record
the point
$2 billion
is
trying to
that
influence
a
the
president
2016
ought to lead
election.
this country. Mr. Ford, so far as I know, except for avoiding another Watergate,
But that's lobbying, you know, it's
has not
totally
accomplished
okay.
one single major program for this country. And there's been a constant squabbling between the president and the Congress, and that's not the way this country ought to be run. I might go back to one other thing. Mr. Ford has misquoted an AP news story that was in error to begin with. That story reported several times that I would lower taxes for low and middle income families. And that correction was delivered to the White House, and I'm sure that the president knows about this correction, but he still insists on repeating an erroneous statement.
President Ford, Governor Carter, we no longer have enough time for two complete sequences of questions. We have only about 6 minutes left for questions and answers. For that reason, we will drop the follow-up questions at this
Wait,
point,
what?
but each candidate will still be able to respond to the other's answers. To the extent that you can.
Oh, is there press
gentlemen,
coverage
please
afterwards?
Keep your remarks
Oh.
brief. Mr.
We're in
Gannon?
luck.
Governor Carter, one important
I don't know if we'll watch any of
part
this.
of the
Maybe just a little
government's
bit, but-
economic policy apparatus we
Where
haven't
did
talked
they
about is
include
the
this
Federal
in?
Reserve Board. I'd like to ask you something about what you've said, and that is that you believe that a president ought to have a chairman of the Federal Reserve Board whose views are compatible with
There
his
we go.
own.
We're saving at least
Based
a half
on the
an
record
hour.
of the last few years, would you say that your views are compatible with those of Chairman Arthur Burns?
Because I think, yeah,
And if
anything
not,
over an hour is a little
would
brutal
you seek
for
his
debates.
resignation if you are elected?
Unless it's extra
What I have
spicy,
said
then you want
is
more.
that the
But
president ought to have a chance to appoint the
I don't
chairman
think we're going to get anything
of
too
the Federal
spicy
Reserve
until we
Board
get to
have a coterminous
the
term.
90s.
In other words, both of them serve the same 4 years. The Congress can modify the supply of money by modifying the income tax laws. The president can modify the economic structure of a country by public statements and general attitudes in the budget that he proposes. The Federal Reserve has an independent status that ought to be preserved. I think that Mr. Burns did
Who's the
take
most based this debate? Oh, Carter,
typical
easily.
erroneous Republican
I was saying
attitude
earlier,
in the
Trollmort, that
1973 year when inflation
Carter
was
is
so high.
like probably
They
more
assumed that
progressive,
the,
at least
inflation
by what
rate
he's
was
saying,
because of excessive demand.
in a lot of points
And,
compared to
therefore
like
put into effect tight constraints
any
on the economy,
Democrat
very high interest rates,
in the last
typical also of the Republican administration.
probably
Tried
20
to
years.
Increase the tax payments by individuals, cut the tax payments by corporations. I would have done it opposite.
Considered Ford
I
more
think
liberal?
the,
Not in this
Congress has
debate, at
been
least. Maybe
addressed
the other
by
ones, but
increasing
no.
productivity,
Carter was talking about
by
like
having, put
how like
people back to
the
work so they could
how the
purchase
tax
more
rates
goods,
were going down
lower
for the
income
rich
taxes on individuals, perhaps
and
raise
for the
them, if
businesses,
necessary, on
and how
corporations
that's
in
going to be
comparison.
bad.
But
And
Mr.
damn, was
Burns,
he right?
in that respect, made a very serious mistake. I would not want to destroy
Damn, was he right?
the
He did
independence
talk a little bit about solar
of
energy.
the
Both of
Federal
them did,
Reserve
so that was pretty
Board.
cool.
But I do think we ought to have a
But they were
cohesive
both kind of
economic
like, we need to get into
policy.
coal, and I'm like,
At least
no.
the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board.
And then
and
Ford
the
mentioned
president's
clean
term
coal,
being the
unironically.
same. And letting the Congress, of course, be the third.
I thought that was a
entity
Trump
with,
thing.
With independent
But no, it goes all the way back to
president's
here.
veto.
Clean coal.
President Ford, your response?
The chairman of
He said
the
cleaner
Federal
coal, to be
Reserve
fair,
Board
but
should be
same
independent.
difference.
Fortunately, he has been during Democratic as well as Republican administrations. As a result, in the last
been,
2 years,
Interestingly
we
enough,
have
there's
had
been
a
no international
responsible
questions in
monetary
this debate.
policy. The
As opposed
Federal
to
Reserve
back when we
Board
watched the 1960s
indicated
one,
that the
where I feel
supply of
like
money would be held
70% of
between
the questions
4
were
to
about
4.5
the
and
Russians
7 and 7.5.
and
They
Cuba.
have done a good job in integrating.
There was not
the
one
money
question,
supply
about
with the,
anything
fiscal
international.
policy of the executive and legislative branches of the government. It would be catastrophic if the chairman of the
How was the
Federal
61?
Reserve
Was it
Board
lopsided as
became
people
the
said?
tool
I feel like
of the political,
I don't know. I
party
I
that
remember
was in
reading
power.
that like
It's important for our
JFK
future,
like was really good, and that like
economic security that job be non-political.
and that Nixon like was
separate from the
sweating, and he was a little
executive and the
sweaty at some
legislative
parts, but it
branch.
wasn't that noticeable.
Mrs. Drew?
Well, Mr. President,
So maybe it
the
was
real
like a
problem with the
post-debate
FBI,
kind of
in
press
fact, all
thing
of the
that kind of
intelligence
pushed that
agencies, is
narrative
there's no
maybe more.
real laws governing them. Such laws as there are
And we
tend
were
to be
reading,
vague and open-ended.
and we were reading
Now,
as
you have
well on
issued some
Wikipedia
executive
that like a lot of
orders,
people
but
criticized
we've learned that
Nixon's like
leaving these
suit choice
agencies to
because it did,
executive discretion
with
and
the
direction
TV like
can get
background, it
them
kind of
and,
like
in fact, the country
kind of
in a great
blended
deal
in.
of
And I did
trouble.
notice
One
that
president may
at
be a
least in the
decent
second
man, the
debate
next
there
one
was like a
might
lot
not
of
be.
like
So
I don't know if it was just the film quality or what, but it was a little like rough for Nixon. Nixon's like his hairline isn't great,
of course, with the
but in the video he looked very blobby.
fact that I am the first president in
But
30 years.
supposedly
who has
Nixon like didn't really give a shit about
reorganized the
television.
intelligence agencies
He's more of a
in the
radio
federal
debater in
government.
the past.
The
So
CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, and the others.
But
We've
both of them
done
I
that
felt
by
were just
executive
fine.
order. And I think
There was a little
we've
bit of
tightened it up. We've,
back and forth
straightened out their
in the
problems
last
that
debate
developed over the last few
for
years.
election.
It doesn't
was like the week
seem
before
to
the
me
election,
that it's needed
so
or necessary.
I'm hoping we'll get the
to
same with
have
this. They haven't really been
legislation
attacking each
in
other
this
too much. It's been
particular
more of just
regard.
like, you said this,
I
you're
have
wrong. I did
recommended
not say
to the
that, or that
Congress,
was
however, I'm
misunderstood
sure
by
you're
the
familiar with this,
press.
legislation
So
that would,
nothing nothing personal,
make
you know.
it,
And I don't think we're gonna
very,
get anything personal until
proper
honestly.
and
I could maybe
in the
during
right
the
way that
90s, maybe I don't know. I don't know how the
Attorney
Clinton
General
and
could go in and get the right for
the Clinton debates will
wiretapping
go,
under secure
but
cases.
definitely obviously during
This
Trump.
was an effort that was made by the Attorney General and myself, working with the Congress. But even in this area, where I think new legislation would be justified, the Congress has not responded. So I feel in that case,
Yeah, I
as
feel
well
like
as in
90s is where it's gonna get a little
the
wild.
reorganization of the intelligence agencies, as I've done,
I can't wait to
do
hear
it
the
by
Reagan ones,
executive order.
honestly.
And I'm glad that
Because
we
I'm
have
not a
good
Reagan
director
fan,
in George
and I'm
Bush.
just curious
We
to
have
see
good
if the
executive orders, and
because
the
he crushed
CIA
Carter.
and the
He
DIA
crushed
and
Carter.
NASA,
Wasn't even close.
NSA are now doing a good job.
And I think
under
that's the
proper
next
supervision.
chunk after this.
Governor
We
Carter.
won't do that today, but we're gonna get there
Well,
quickly.
One of the very serious things that's happened in our government in recent years, and has continued up until now, is a breakdown in the trust among our people in the
Like they're censoring Carter. Let the man speak. What's happening?
The pool of broadcasters from Philadelphia have temporarily lost the audio. It is not a conspiracy against Governor Carter or President
Trust
Ford.
between the people
We will
canceled.
fix it as soon as possible.
Cool. I'm kind of cool that they left this in.
This debate is now within about
Dude,
8 minutes.
someone
of
got
its
fired
close.
after this.
And in
You
spite of
can't
the
have
fact that
the
this was under the
closing
auspices of the League of Women
question
Voters,
be cut off.
And in spite of the fact that the security measures were tight, the glitches, as we
conspiracy.
used to call them, that affect all electronic journalism, have invaded here, and at the moment we cannot hear what Governor Carter or the panel or President Ford is saying. The last question related to what President Ford had done about security agencies. Governor Carter was in his answer when the audio stopped. They have now.
Are they
obviously,
both
from,
the same
looking at
height?
picture, they
Well,
have become
actually, it looks like
aware
Ford's a little taller.
that what they are saying in Philadelphia's Walnut Street Theater is not going out to the estimated 100 million or so Americans who
Dude,
started
100
watching
million
the
people
program.
were watching this. That's crazy. Well, how awkward
at
everyone
the
is.
same
I feel like they're all
disadvantage
just
as
kind
you.
of
I don't know what
waiting.
they're saying.
Like,
They have stopped talking while somebody tries to do something about it. Anybody who has worked in radio or television
oh yeah, my
over a
God,
period
this
of
should.
years has run
We need to
into
make
this.
some memes here.
You would think
We need to
that,
make some 1976 memes.
You would think it would not happen in as carefully prepared a situation as this.
This is like when the Super
And
Bowl
also
lost
it's somewhat
power.
unusual
Same thing.
because frequently
You have all these people watching and you fuck
you would
up.
be able to hear what they were saying by a direct communication line. even though it was not going out over the broadcast lines. But in this case, nobody seems to know what they're saying.
I love that. I just love 70s like
For
media
example, we
layouts.
have,
Like this looks like a weird
we have
spaceship,
people in
doesn't
the
it?
audience. They've got about 400 people up in the balcony.
Like this
The
screen.
Walnut Street Theater, and about half of those are representatives of the
If
press.
I ever redo my
We
stream
have some
stuff
people
in
there, and,
4
I
years from
can't
now, because I like to
even
change
speak
every
to them
couple
to ask
years,
what's going on.
I might have to do a 70s vibe.
Philadelphia may have been isolated
It
from the
kinda
world
goes
for a few
hard.
minutes. Some people think Philadelphia has been isolated from the world for a long time.
Like I love the pixelization here.
At the moment, all we can do is
This guy's telling jokes, by the way.
watch this interesting development with the President of the United States, who also happens to be a candidate
Is that why?
for the presidency of the United States, and a former governor of Georgia.
Is that why they're talking?
who's
Did they
the
make
other
them wait
major candidate for the presidency?
to finish? Do they really make them wait 30
Doing
minutes?
about what we're doing, which is waiting for something to happen.
We might have to call. I
I
don't know.
doubt that Eugene McCarthy or Lester Maddox
I
or the
thought
other
this was
minority
post
parties
coverage
who
that they
wanted to be
included.
there tonight have been able to engineer
I was
this.
not expecting this.
I doubt that the I doubt that the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, which handles the lines from things like this, wanted to do it. We have now been able, I think, to establish some form of tenuous communication with ABC's Vic Ratner, who is in a booth in the hall. Vic, what have you done?
A ripple of laughter went through the audience at about the time that everybody here realized that the broadcast had been interrupted. President Ford and Jimmy Carter did not know that the audio had been lost until they looked off stage and saw the picture on the monitor, which indicated that everything had come to a halt on the broadcast. Then the audience subsided, and everybody
This is
has
kinda
come to
cool.
a complete halt. I'm in a glassed-in booth.
Oh, let me see if the video
overlooking
description
theater,
mentions it.
and
Good
I
call.
can't hear the discussion that's going on stage, but the moderator, Edwin Newman, held up a sign which indicated that everything will just
Wait until the technical gremlins have been fixed. All
The
right.
technical
Can you hear me,
gremlins.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Harry.
If you can
It
hear
just
me
says
and I can
90-minute
hear you, and
discussion.
you're in the same theater.
It was an hour and a
why can't we
half,
hear them?
roughly. I mean, the whole thing in total is an
There
hour
are
and a half.
several miles of wiring
Comments
that
are
went
turned
through this
off.
theater, and it's an old historic building, as you know, and they had to bring in an additional number of telephone cables.
This is crazy.
Some of that was rather difficult, and there were a lot of bugs in getting the wires hooked up.
I wonder
in
if anyone in my
preparation for
family
the
has
debate.
watched this debate, if they remember this.
gremlins all along in the preparations have now cropped up in the broadcast.
Seems to me we're now hearing some kind of sound from the room itself.
It appears that they've opened a microphone.
This is like when the
someplace
Zoom call,
on the
like,
stage.
you know, is lagging, or someone, you know, the presenter on a Zoom meeting, they're
But
like
there's still nothing
lagging
firm
out.
as to when they can go back on the air. We were supposed to be in a period of closing
Yeah.
statements very shortly.
Part of me wants to sit and see how long it takes them to figure it out. We might skip this though.
Everybody now just waiting patiently. The audience occasionally cranes its
pretty
neck
funny.
to look at the television monitor, but it's unable to hear anything as well.
For example, Governor Carter said that President Ford had vetoed more bills than anyone else. Well, that isn't quite so. FDR vetoed more, Truman vetoed more.
Yeah, but
And
FDR
I
was
think
cooler.
Ford would have enjoyed a chance to point that out.
What I have said has not been heard.
What is this?
In the audience here.
So we're not back on.
Can we hear, can the, everyone hear Ed Newman?
This is interesting. Okay.
Audio from the Chestnut Street Theater. I keep hearing people saying, are we on or aren't we? And I assume that all of you are hearing that kind of background noise too. Apparently almost everybody in
They're like interviewing
Well, it went as
people.
we expected it would go. I think that the American public probably is one big winner. They got to see this debate and see these two men. I think our candidate, Governor Carter, did exceedingly well. I think President Ford did well. I think there's a difference between the two of them. I think President Ford looked very programmed. I think he was confident. He had
No
a
one
lot
would
of
say
numbers,
this
a lot of
now. No
statistics.
one
He
ever
was
be
well
like, the other
ponderous
person's
and given.
trash.
He looked
They're
programmed,
stupid.
and, as he has been. And
He would not be
I think Governor
respectful.
Carter displayed a real ability to deal with the issues. He let
All right,
the
hold
American
on.
people see.
I mean to say that we had a technical failure during the debate. It was not a failure in the debate, it was a failure in the broadcasting of the debate. It occurred
This is the first one that they've
27
done
minutes
since
ago.
1960, and they come
The
back
fault
and they
has
drop
been
the ball
dealt
at the
with,
end.
And we want to thank President Ford and Governor Carter for being so patient and understanding while this delay went on. We very much regret the technical failure that lost the sound as it was leaving this theater. It occurred during Governor Carter's response to what would have been and what was the last question put to the candidates. That question went to President Ford. It dealt with the control of government intelligence agencies. Governor Carter was making his response and had very nearly finished it. He will conclude that response now, after which President Ford and Governor Carter will make their closing statements.
Okay, we'll get closing statements.
There has been too much government secrecy and not enough respect for the personal privacy of American citizens.
It is now time for the
they waited that long just to
which are
do
to be up to
2
4
sentences.
minutes long.
4 minutes
Governor
long
Carter,
each.
by
Okay.
the same toss of the coin,
We're gonna
that
time
directed
them,
the
'cause
first question to you.
Last time, I swear,
You
they
are
did not
to
cut him
go
off.
first now.
They let him go. 4
Well,
minutes.
tonight we've had a chance to talk a lot about the past, but I think
All
it's
right, we're
time to
timing
talk about the future. Our nation in the last 8 years has been divided as never before. It's a time for unity.
Oh,
It's a
God.
time to
Who
draw
said
ourselves
this
together,
before?
To have a president
We
and
were
a
divided
Congress
then.
that can work together with mutual respect for a change, cooperating for a change,
He's reading Joe
and
Biden's
to open
speech.
for a change so that people can understand their own government.
Dark
It's
branding.
time for government, industry, labor, manufacturing, agriculture, education, other
Oh,
institutions
Carter,
in
you
our
have no
society to
idea.
cooperate. It's time for government
Oh,
to
Jesus
understand
Christ.
and to cooperate with our people.
Thanks, thanks, Carol Long, over the 32 months.
For a long time, our American citizens have been excluded.
Jesus Christ. Zed
sometimes
yelling was
misled,
not what I was
sometimes
expecting.
have been lied to. This is not compatible with the purpose of our nation. I believe in our country. It needs to be competent. The government needs to be well managed, efficient, economical.
I am glad, though, that
We need to have a government that's sensitive
we
to
saved
our
an extra,
people's
like,
needs,
25
to those
minutes.
who are poor, who don't have adequate health care, who have been cheated too long.
the stream will not
With our
be
tax programs,
5.5
who've been out of
hours.
jobs, whose families have been torn apart. And we
Bro,
need to
watching the
restore
most relevant
faith
president of
and
all
trust
time.
of the American people
At least in
their
this
own government.
speech, or not
In
in this
addition to
debate,
that,
rather,
we've suffered because we haven't had leadership in this administration.
Carter has sound
You've got a government
generally like
of
pretty
stalemate.
progressive.
We've lost
For
the
one, the
vision
70s,
of
and
what our
also
country
even
can
now.
and ought to be. This is not the America that we've known in the past.
We didn't deserve Carter.
It's not the America that we have to
We didn't
have
deserve him.
in the future. I don't claim to know all
Is
the
he the least
answers,
war criminal president? I mean, he
confidence in
still
my
was,
country.
you know,
Our economic
leading
strength,
the United
is still
States. So I
there.
think he just
our
inherently,
system of government,
but maybe,
in spite
but
of Vietnam,
I haven't looked at
Cambodia,
too much of his resume in terms of
CIA,
war.
Watergate, is
But like
still
all the
best
stuff he's
system
talking
of
about in this debate were
government on
like, hey,
earth. And the greatest
listen,
resource of all
the last
of the 215 million Americans,
Nixon and
who still
Ford
have
here
within
were
us
lowering the tax
the
rate
strength,
for
the character, the intelligence,
the ultra wealthy
experience,
and for like
patriotism,
corporations. We need
the
to
idealism,
lower the tax
the
rates for
compassion,
the middle
the sense
class
of
and lower
brotherhood,
class, and we need
on
to
which we can rely in the
go back
future
to taxing them
to
more.
restore the greatness
Like just even that alone,
to
I'm
our
like,
country.
wow. We haven't had that.
We are not to be
we haven't
excluded
heard
from
anyone
our
say that. I
government
feel
anymore.
like since
We need a
we'll
president
see
who
though
goes
once we get
in
with
who derives his strength from the people.
Clinton and stuff.
Out of the
I have a
special
feeling.
interest, nothing.
I feel like Clinton's gonna be
Owe
pretty
everything
conservative,
to
at
you,
least
the
from
people of this country.
my knowledge of him.
And I believe that we can bind our wounds. I believe that we can
Great guy, terrible
work together.
president.
And I believe that if we can
I mean, he did talk about he will.
tremendous,
There was another good question, which is
untapped
pretty base,
reservoir
which he said that he will do a
of innate
blanket
strength
pardon
in
for
this
all
country, that
Vietnam
we can once again have a government
draft
as good as our people.
deserters or Dodgers.
and let the world
And
know what we
Ford said he
still
wouldn't do
know
that
and hope
because they
for,
already gave them an
we
option
still
to
live in
like
the
earn
greatest
back their.
and the strongest and the best country on earth.
As I'm talking over his.
President Ford,
Okay, well, I give
On
Carter
November
respect. He did
2nd,
3 minutes of his
all
4.
of you will make a
Now we're timing
very,
him.
very important decision. One of the major issues,
The audio is still
This
pretty shitty
campaign
too. They must have got a
is tough.
temporary solution.
a president should never promise more than he can deliver. And a president should always deliver.
Yeah, why
everything
not
that
be?
is
We can't
promised.
be bold, y'all. We shouldn't be
A
bold.
president
Gotta
can't
be honest.
be all things to all people.
I guess to give Biden
A
credit
president
then.
should be the same thing to all
Biden said
people.
nothing would fundamentally change. He's right.
Another issue in this campaign, Governor Carter has endorsed the Democratic
That is
platform,
such a
which
conservative thing to
calls
say,
for
too.
more spending, bigger deficits, more inflation, or more taxes. Governor Carter has embraced the
They also
record
did
of
talk
the
about solar
present
energy, but they also did talk
Congress
about coal.
nominated by
They
his
said
political
coal and
party.
solar are the future.
It calls for more of the same.
And then Ford was all about
Governor
clean coal,
Carter, in his acceptance speech,
which blew my mind.
called for more and more programs, which means more and more government. I think the real issue in this campaign, and that which you
Uncharismatic,
must
holy
decide
shit,
on
yeah.
November 2nd,
As much as, Trump is
whether
awful,
you
right?
should
He's one of the most
vote for
charismatic
his promises or my performance
people
in
we've
2
had,
years
for
in
sure.
the White House.
Probably the most charismatic.
On the 4th of July, we had a wonderful 200th birthday for our great country. It
How many
was
more
a
birthdays will
superb
America have?
occasion. It was
Put
a
your bets in
glorious
now.
day. In the first century
Yeah, Obama's
of
pretty
our
charismatic.
nation's history, our
He's a good
forefathers
public speaker, that's for
gave
sure.
us the finest form of government in the history of mankind. In the second century of our nation's history,
I mean, I can't even lie, dude,
our forefathers
I probably could watch an
developed the
Obama
most
speech now and be like, damn. You know
productive
what I mean?
industrial nation in the history of the globe.
You just
Our
can't, you
third
gotta
century
respect it.
should be
You know
a
what I mean?
century of individual freedom for all our 200.
I mean, that's why I was so libbed up for so long.
Today,
Was
and
Obama.
all that join us.
His speeches,
In the
make you
last
feel
few
something.
years, government has gotten bigger and bigger. Industry has gotten larger and larger. Labor unions
I was pretty
have
happy
gotten
when he beat
bigger and
Romney.
bigger.
I remember
And our
staying up
children
late to
have
watch
been
his
the victims
closing
of mass
speech,
education.
or his winning speech.
We must make this next century the century of the individual.
Right. I can't wait for the Obama
should
versus
never
McCain.
forget
I think that'll be fun.
That a government big enough
I
to give us
I watched all the Obama versus
everything
Romney
we want
debates. That's when I started really getting
is
into
a
politics.
government
Was around
big
then.
enough to take from
So
us
I'm hoping
everything we have.
they're as good as I remember.
The individual worker in the plants throughout the United States.
But I do remember McCain being
should
super
not
respectable of
be a small
Obama though.
cog in a big machine.
He was one of the last
The member of a labor union
respect your
must have
opponent
his
kind of guy.
rights strengthened and broadened. And our children in their education should have an opportunity to
Obama should have
improve
ran for a third
themselves
term.
based
I
on
got
their
you.
talents and their abilities. My mother and father, during the Depression, worked very hard
Getting
to
close.
give me an opportunity
Getting close, Ford.
to do better in our great country. Your mothers and fathers did the same thing for you and others. Betty and I have worked very hard to give our children a brighter future in the United
Oh, I'm
States,
sure they're rich. Yeah.
our beloved country. You and others in this great country have worked hard and done a great deal to give your children and your grandchildren the blessings of a better America.
He just needs a little bit
I
more
believe
Trump in
we
him,
can
and
all work together
he'd be crushing it right now.
to make the individuals in the future have more, and all of us working together can build a better America.
You were over.
Thank you, President Ford.
You were over.
Thank you,
4
Governor
minutes,
Carter.
17
Our
seconds.
thanks also to the questioners and to the audience in this theater.
Yeah, he's the only president
We much
to
regret
become
the
president,
technical failure that caused a 28-minute
not
delay
through
in the broadcast of the
not being a
debate.
vice president or a
I believe,
president.
however, that everyone
Previously.
will agree that it did not detract from the effectiveness of the debate.
Oh,
or
dude, I
from its
can't wait
fairness.
for
The
George
next
Bush.
presidential
Dude,
debate is to take place on
dude
Wednesday,
from
October
90s
6th
onward,
in
I'm pretty
San
excited. I'm also
Francisco
excited for
at
Reagan,
9:30 p.m. Eastern
just because I want to see how
Daylight
evil
Time.
he really was
Topics
when he
are
was
to be
talking.
foreign and
'Cause I haven't
defense
watched too
issues.
much Reagan speeches
As
or
with all
anything.
three debates between the presidential candidates and the one between the vice presidential candidates,
Yeah, the
is
VP
being
resigned,
arranged
yeah.
by the League of Women Voters Education Fund in the hope of
Well, GG on that one. That was our first one. We have two more. This one's in San Francisco. There we go. Something to look forward to. Trying to decide if I should eat now. I'm not really starving yet. or just hungry in general. But and usually I take Mickey out like around 12:30ish. Let me check the weather. Hold up. Because no, it's supposed to rain like all day. It says it's light raining. Well, it's gonna rain till 2. Hopefully it ends by then. Mickey will let me know if he's dying to go outside. Marty eating condiment, Marty mayonnaise. True. Mayonnaise and peanuts right now. All right, let's just start this one and we'll see how we're doing. I'm actually a lot more energized now. I was really tired. I got
I'm Pauline
no
Frederick
sleep
of NPR, moderator of this
because I stayed
second
up
of the
too late.
historic debates of the 1976 campaign.
NPR, baby.
Between Gerald R. Ford
Ooh.
of Michigan, Republican
got
candidate
new,
for president, and Jimmy Carter of Georgia, Democratic candidate.
Got a new type of saturation today.
Thank you, President Ford, and thank you, Governor Carter, for being
Let's
with
do
us
it.
tonight. This debate takes place
we have a
before
crowd.
an audience in the Palace of.
We have a crowd, I think, finally. That's the other thing. We haven't seen in the 1960s one, there was no crowd besides maybe like 4 or 5 people, and I think they were just like staff. Crowd of 30 people. We got a crowd, folks. Well, they said it's run by, if I look at this again, it was ran by, most of these debates were ran by the League of Women Voters, so I think they're just whoever's in that group or in that league. So that's probably them here. But they probably also have rules that they can't, like, boo or anything during the debates, which has definitely changed. And when you think about it, too, like, I kind of agree that they shouldn't, if they're going to have a crowd, they shouldn't have people booing and stuff. Because think about how that, I mean, I'm going back and forth. Maybe they should boo because then you can just boo Trump the entire time. But I think there's like the one issue we have with it is that could like do social conditioning of like when you think about like, you know what I mean, like if I see it, I'm like, wow, this person's saying a lot of good stuff, and then everyone's booing, I'm like, wait a minute, am I wrong for agreeing with them? You know what I mean? Yeah, sway opinions. Yeah. Has anyone looked at whether debates have actually materially impacted election outcomes? Well, that was the thing was when I was reading was like for JFK versus Nixon, a lot of people felt like Nixon did really bad in all the debates. So like that I think affected some people. Now I don't have no stats to like prove it, but my hunch is that presidential debates at the early onset up until probably like the 90s or so, debates were more for like the people who are kind of, you know, I'm an independent. I'm a, you know, I don't really, you know, I kind of just go based off the person and what they are and all that. And I think that has changed. I think honestly maybe it even goes until like Obama time, but like nowadays I think presidential debates at least, and I'm not talking about like primaries, like specifically presidential debates are to energize the base. To get people, let's say, like the average person who's like, I always vote Democrat no matter what. Maybe them watching these debates, they see how bad the other candidate is, and they're like, oh, I need to go knock on some doors, or I need to donate some money. So I see it more as that now than a like, hey, pick the one you think is best. Yeah, that's my kind of like general opinion that I have no like statistics or anything to back that up. But I think when it comes to like primary debates, then it's much more like, hey, because we have seen that. We've seen that how primary debates can help candidates. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like how well like Elizabeth Warren did for a couple months when she was like dunking on, you know, Biden and the like, right? Or how Bernie's stock kind of went down when, I think it actually went up if I remember correctly, but like Bernie and Warren kind of switched places because Warren attacked Bernie at the primaries the one time. So I think primary debates are still important, but I think generally presidential debates are more for yeah, just rallying the base already. I find it hard to believe that there was, like, let's say the Biden and Trump debates, that anyone was watching that going in being like, I don't know who I'm going to pick. You know what I mean? So, like, I'd find that hard to believe anymore. I could see that maybe with Obama and McCain, maybe, because McCain, like, kind of represented that last, I mean, Mitt Romney to a point, too, that kind of, like, before the Tea Party Republicans, which kind of led to Trump. So we'll see as we go through this. We'll see how it, that's one of the reasons I'm watching all these. I want to see if it has changed. But even the JFK and Nixon one, the, like, whoever was hosting it was saying, like, urging people to go vote, and, like, we hope you enjoyed these debates and hope you found it informative of finding who's on what side of things. Because a lot of the things they were already agreeing on, especially was like anti-communism, anti-USSR, which we got no questions of international questions last debate here. So I'm curious if we'll get any in this one.
Million Americans are watching on television as well. San Francisco was the site
I'm not a Warren
of
fan.
the United Nations Charter
I'm not a Warren
31
fan.
years ago.
I think she's
Thus,
even more fake.
It is an appropriate place to hold this debate.
She's one of the more fake
foreign
progressives, I think.
And defense issues. The questioners
She's more
tonight
lived
are
up
Max
than people
Frankel,
think.
associate editor of the New York Times, Henry L. Truitt, diplomatic
That's true.
correspondent
70s
of the
weren't as bad.
Baltimore Sun, and Richard
But it was pretty
Valeriani,
crazy. Like JFK
diplomatic
was talking about like what he would
correspondent
do
of
with
NBC
like Cuba and stuff.
The ground rules tonight
2
are
years before the
basically
Cuban Missile
same as
Crisis.
they were for the first debate 2 weeks ago. The questions will be alternated between candidates. By the toss of a coin, Governor Carter
I
will
mean,
take
let's
the
be real.
first
Bernie
question.
is still a capitalist too.
Each question sequence
Sorry
will
to.
be as follows.
I love my boy,
The
but
question will be asked,
it's true.
and the candidate will have up to 3 minutes to answer. His opponent will
He's
have
more
up
of
to 2
a
minutes
social
to
democrat, where
respond.
he believes that
Prior
if
to the
capitalism just had
response,
more
the
rules, it'd be
questioner
fine.
may
You know?
ask a follow-up question
When
to
Warren's
clarify
definitely
the
a little bit
candidate's
more right.
answer when necessary. with
But
up
she
to 2
falls
minutes
into the
to
identity
reply.
politics crowd
Each
more.
candidate will have 3 minutes.
And that's why I
for a
think she
closing
resonates
statement
with
at
a lot
the
of
end. President
progressive
Ford
voters.
And Governor Carter do not have
And that's what
notes or
Bernie
prepared
isn't as
remarks
much of
with
an
them
identity
this
politics
evening.
guy. I think that's
But
kind of
they
the
may
big
take
differences
notes
for me.
during the debate and refer to them. Mr. Frankel, you have the first.
You think Bernie's
question
low-key
for
of
Governor
communist
Carter.
this whole time? I mean, like,
Governor, since
he's been always
the
consistent.
Democrats last
So
ran
I don't
our
know.
foreign policy, including many of the
It's
men
big
who are
Philadelphia.
advising you. Country has been relieved of the Vietnam agony and the military.
But at this
draft.
point, I feel like
We've
Bernie could
started
admit it.
arms control negotiations
I think he's
with the
afraid because
Russians. We've opened
I think Bernie is
relations with
still
China. We've arranged the
an
disengagement
electoral,
in the
like
Middle
he
East.
does
We
believe in
gained
like
influence with the Arabs without
the system,
converting
though.
Israel.
You know what I mean?
Now maybe
So
we've
that's what
even
makes me think
begun
he's not a
process of
communist.
Peaceful change in Africa. Now you've objected in this campaign to the style with which much of this was done. And you've mentioned some other
If
things. that
maybe when
you
Bernie's
think ought
like
to have been
after
done.
he dies or
Do you
something.
really have a
Hopefully not
quarrel
anytime
with this
soon.
Republican
But like I would love it
Would
if
you
like
not
they
have
find
done
like
any
a
of those
journal
things?
somewhere. He's like,
Well, I think
I will do whatever it takes to create as many leftists, create as many communists in this country.
And not substance. We've got a chance tonight to talk about, first of all, leadership.
Just like a journal
character of our
that he
country,
wrote in
and a vision of the
2015.
future. In every one of these instances, the
He's
Ford
like, I'm going to run for
administration
president. I know I'm not
failed.
going to
And I
win,
hope tonight that
but
I and Mr. Ford will have a chance.
I'm going to make radicalize so many motherfuckers.
Our country is not strong anymore. We're not respected anymore.
We will burn this country
We
to
can
the
only
ground.
be strong overseas if we're strong at home. And when I become president, we'll not only be strong in those areas, but also in defense.
Do we think
A defense
is this
capability
suit
second to
blue,
none.
or is that just the coloring?
We've lost in our foreign
I
policy.
think it's blue. I kind of like
The
that.
character of the American
Baby
people.
blue.
We've ignored or excluded the American people in the Congress from participation in the
Turquoise?
shaping of our foreign policy. It's
I
been
don't think
one
it's
of
white
secrecy
because
and
he
exclusion.
has whites in his
In
hair,
addition to that, we've had
and it's not the same
a
color.
chance to become now, contrary to our long-standing beliefs and principles
Oh yeah, without Bernie, I
The
don't think I'm
merchant
where I'm at
of the whole
politically.
world
I know
We
it's
tried to
cheesy
buy
and whatever,
success
but it's the truth.
from our enemies.
Honestly, if they should have let him win,
excluded
I
from
probably
the
wouldn't have been as
process
radicalized.
the
They should have
normal
let him win.
Friendship of our allies.
I
In addition to
might
that,
have still liked
We've
America.
become fearful to compete with the Soviet Union on an equal basis. We talk about detente. The Soviet Union knows what they want in detente, and they've been getting it. We have not known what we've wanted, and we've been out-traded in almost every instance. The other point I want to make is about our defense. We've got to be a nation blessed with a defense capability that's efficient,
Oh, this is new.
tough, capable, well-organized.
See, this is where he's not based. No, we don't need. You just talked about we spent. Well, Ford was telling him that he's not gonna be able to afford anything and blah 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 blah. But like, and you're like, yeah, well, we need it because we can't afford these things. This is where we're gonna get the money. We're gonna tax the rich more and like we used to. No, we can't be spending on goddamn military.
The ability to fight if necessary is the best way to avoid the chance for.
Generally, I mean, like, yeah, Bernie's.
The last point I want to make is this.
Definitely a.
Mr. Ford,
I think a lot of people like in our age group, probably in like 20 years, are. Because I'm sure Bernie might be lost to time a little bit.
Even the Republican platform,
maybe like 30, 40 years from now. But us, we could be like, yeah, you had to be there. He was our Gore. Because there's some people who are like. There's some environmentalists who are kind of Al Gore fans.
I might say this in closing, and that is that as far as foreign policy goes, Mr. Kissinger has been the president of his country. Mr. Ford has shown an absence.
The Kissinger, like Henry Kissinger.
Of a grasp
Hold up.
of what this country
I missed that.
Way to avoid the chance for or the requirement to fight. And the last point I want to make is this: Mr. Ford, Mr. Kissinger have continued on with the policies and failures of Richard Nixon. Even the Republican platform has criticized the lack of leadership in Mr. Ford, and they've criticized the foreign policy of this administration. This is one instance where I agree with the Republican platform.
Dude, Kissinger's alive still.
And that is that as far as foreign policy goes, Mr. Kissinger has been the president of his country. Mr. Ford has shown an absence of leadership.
Who will die first, Carter or Kissinger?
And an absence of a grasp of what this country is.
Because Kissinger's, I think, a year older.
And what it ought to be. That's got to be changed. And that is one of the major issues in this campaign of 1976.
President Ford, would you like to respond?
Governor
Carter better
again
live longer, I
is
swear to
talking
God.
Broad generalities. Let me take just one question that he raises. The military strength and capability of the United States. Governor Carter in November of 1975 indicated that he wanted to cut the defense budget by $15 billion.
Yeah, it should be more,
actually. A few
months
later, he said he wanted to cut the defense budget by $8 or $9 billion. And more recently, he talks about cutting the defense budget by $5 to $7 billion.
Yeah.
There is no way you can be strong militarily and have those kind of reductions in our military appropriation. Now,
I don't know, just be built
story.
different then.
About late October of 1975.
We don't need more weapons, you just need to do more push-ups.
I asked the then Secretary of Defense, Mr. Schlesinger, to tell me what had to be done if we were going to reduce the defense budget by $3 to $5 billion. A few days later, Mr. Schlesinger came back and said, if we cut the defense budget by $3 to $5 billion, we will have to cut military personnel by 250,000, civilian personnel by 100,000, jobs in America by 100,000. We would have to stretch out our aircraft procurement. We would have to reduce our naval construction program.
He is talking about
we would
the
have
Kissinger.
To reduce the,
is Ford dead? Yeah, he died in
research and
2006 or
development
something.
For the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and Marines by 8%. We would have to close 20 military bases in the United States immediately.
Good.
That's the kind of a defense program that Mr. Carter wants. Let me tell you this straight from the shoulder. You don't negotiate with Mr. Brezhnev from weakness.
You don't negotiate with terrorists.
That Mr. Carter wants.
So Bush pulled from his book, see? We can see this now. We can see where everyone stole shit.
Mr. Truitt.
Ford was also the first one to say clean coal.
Mr. President,
not
my
Trump.
question really is the other side of the coin from Mr. Franklin.
Oh, Baltimore Sun.
For a generation, the United States has had a foreign policy based on containment
Be
of
more.
communism. Yet we have lost the first war in Vietnam. We lost a shoving match in Angola.
Oh, we lost him? Yeah.
Hell
yeah, you
threatened
did.
to come to power by peaceful means in Italy, and relations generally have cooled with the Soviet Union in the last few months. So let me ask you first, what do you do about such cases?
So did we? I thought we didn't admit that we lost Vietnam until like another until like 2000. So we admitted it here?
And secondly, does this general
Or will he
drift mean that we're
backtrack
moving
that?
back
Will he
towards
say it
something
wasn't
like an old Cold
we
War
didn't lose?
relationship with the Soviet Union?
I don't believe we should move to a Cold War relationship. I think it's in the
We should
best
go to a
interest
hot
of the
war,
United
a
States
real war.
and the world as a whole that the United States negotiate rather than go back to the Cold War relationship with the Soviet Union.
Cold War's over.
I don't look at the picture as bleakly as you have indicated in your question, Mr. Truitt. I believe that the United States has had many successes in recent years.
Here it is.
In recent months, as
Here it
far
is.
as the communist movement is concerned. We have been successful in Portugal, where a year ago it looked like there was a very great possibility that the communists would take over in Portugal. It didn't happen. We have a democracy in Portugal today. A few months ago, or I should say maybe 2 years ago,
I guess
the
so.
Soviet
Like,
Union
Trollmart.
looked like they had
We have been
continued
successful
strength
with
in
our
the Middle
coups.
East.
Oh, this is 70s
Today,
too.
according to Prime Minister Rabin, the Soviet
So this is like
Union
we were
is weaker
doing a
in the
lot of
Middle
coups,
East
especially in
than
South
they have
America in the
been in
70s.
many years. The facts are, the Soviet Union relationship with Egypt is at a low level. The Soviet Union relationship with Syria is at a very low point. The United States today, according to Prime Minister Rabin of Israel, is at a
Oh,
peak
don't worry.
in
We have a
its,
great relationship with
influence
Israel
and
now.
power in the
Don't
Middle
you
East.
worry.
But let's turn for a minute to the
Don't you worry.
Southern African operations that are now going on. The United States of America took the initiative in Southern Africa. We wanted to end the bloodshed in Southern Africa. We wanted to have the right of self-determination in Southern Africa.
This is radicalizing me
We
more,
wanted
though.
to have majority rule with the full protection of the rights of the minority. We wanted to preserve human dignity.
Like, I get
in
why
Southern
there's like the
Africa.
Third International
We
now.
have
Like,
taken the initiative,
and why like
and in
people
Southern Africa today,
kind of cheered for the
United
USSR, even if they
States
weren't
is trusted by
whatever
the
you want to
black
think they were.
frontline
But
nations
I
in
get it,
Black
man.
Africa.
Like,
The United States is trusted
listening
by
to
the
this?
other elements in Southern Africa. The United States foreign policy under this
like just I don't know. It makes
administration
me,
has been
I think it
one
makes me
of
more
progress and
radicalized.
success. And I believe that instead of talking about
But this is
Soviet
basically what the
progress,
JFK
we can
and
talk about
Nixon one
American
was.
successes.
They were both agreeing.
And
They're
may I
like, yep,
make
we need to
an
do this. We need to do
observation?
that.
Part of the question you asked, Mr. Truitt.
We need to do more education
I
and
don't believe that it's in
all the
the best interest
countries
of the United States and the NATO nations
to teach them
to
about
have
freedom.
a communist government in NATO. Mr. Carter has indicated he would look with sympathy to a communist government in NATO. I think that would destroy the integrity and the strength of NATO, and I am totally opposed to it.
kind of ended that there. Opposed to it, like you're about to add more to it. And then,
Unfortunately, I just made a statement that's not true. I have never advocated a communist government for Italy. That would obviously be a ridiculous thing for anyone to do who wanted to be president of this country. I think that this is an instance of deliberate distortion, and this has occurred also in the question about defense. As a matter of fact, I've never advocated any cut of $15 billion in our defense budget. As a matter of fact, Mr. Ford has made a political football out of the defense budget. About a year ago, he cut the Pentagon budget $6.8 billion. After he fired James Schlesinger,
here we go.
the political
Got more of
heat got so
that.
great that he added back
Who said what?
about $3 billion. When Ronald Reagan
Would never get
won
elected.
the Texas primary election, Mr. Ford added back another $1.5 billion. Immediately before the Kansas City Convention,
Oh,
he
I
added back
found
another
out that
$1.8 billion
Ford.
in the defense budget. And his own.
Oh, did he mention Ronald Reagan? Did I miss it?
A year ago, he cut the Pentagon budget $6.8 billion.
Let me listen more
After he
attentively.
fired James Schlesinger, the political heat got so great that he added back about $3 billion. When Ronald Reagan won the Texas primary election, Mr. Ford added back another $1.5
Shouldn't have
billion.
named him.
Immediately before the Kansas City
He will
Convention,
end your career.
he added back another $1.8 billion in the defense budget. And his own
So we have to we blame
Office of
Texas,
Management
right?
and Budget
Again.
testified that he had a $3 billion
Ronald
cut
Reagan?
insurance added to the defense budget under the pressure from the Pentagon. Obviously, this is
Was
another
Ronald Reagan
indication
even a good
of
actor?
trying to use the defense.
I can't even name one
for
movie he's
political
been in.
purposes, which he's trying to do tonight. Now, we went into South Africa late, after Great Britain, Rhodesia, the black nations had been trying to solve this problem for many, many years. We didn't go in until right before the election, similar to what was taking place in 1972, when Mr. Kissinger announced peace is at hand just before the election of that time. And we have weakened our position in NATO because the other countries in Europe supported the democratic forces in Portugal long before we did. We stuck to the Portugal dictatorships much longer than other democracies did in this world.
Huh, wonder why that is.
Mr. Valeriani, a question for Governor Carter.
Governor Carter, much of what the United States does abroad is done in the name of the national interest.
Valeriani.
What is your concept of the national interest? What should the role of the United States in the world
What is
be?
that tie?
And in that
Oh,
connection,
that is not good tie,
considering
dog.
your
Is that
limited
like
experience in
snakeskin? What
foreign
is that?
affairs and the fact that you take some pride in being a Washington outsider,
It looks like
don't you think it
snakeskin.
would be appropriate for you to tell the American voters before the election the people that you would like to have in key positions, such as Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, National Security Affairs Advisor at the White House?
Well, I'm not going to name my cabinet before I get elected.
It's not going to be Henry
There are a little
Kissinger.
ways to go before
That's
I
true.
start doing that. But I have an adequate background, I believe. I am a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, the first military graduate since Eisenhower. I've served as governor of Georgia and have traveled
Washington
extensively
outsider,
in foreign
yeah.
countries in South America,
He's
Central
from the
America,
farm. He doesn't
Europe, the Middle
understand.
East, and in Japan. I've traveled the last 21 months among the people of this country. I've talked to them and I've listened. And I've seen it firsthand in a very vivid way, the deep hurt that's come to this country in the aftermath of Vietnam and Cambodia and Chile and Pakistan and
Don't even get me
Angola
started on Chile, dude. Don't even
Watergate,
get me started.
CIA revelations. What we're
Revelations.
formerly so proud of, the strength of our country, its moral integrity, the representation in foreign affairs of what our people are, what our Constitution stands for, has been gone. And in the secrecy that has surrounded our foreign policy in the last few years, the American people, the Congress, have been excluded. I believe I know what this country ought to be. I've been one who's loved my nation, as many Americans do, and I believe that there's no limit placed on what we can be in the future if we can harness the tremendous resources, militarily, economically, and the stature of our people, the meaning of our Constitution, in the future. Every time we've made a serious mistake in foreign affairs, it's been because the American people have been excluded from the process. If we can just tap the intelligence,
We should vote on
ability,
everything.
the sound common sense, and the good judgment of the American people, we can once again have a foreign policy to make us proud instead of ashamed. And I'm not going to exclude the American people from that process in the future, as Mr. Ford and Kissinger have done. This is what it takes to have a sound foreign policy. Strong at home, strong defense, permanent commitments, not betray the principles of our country, and involve the American people in the Congress in the shaping of our foreign policy. Every time Mr. Ford speaks
What's the zoom in here?
from a position of secrecy,
Taking a slow
in
zoom in.
negotiations and secret
Oh, never
treaties
mind, we
that have been pursued and achieved, in supporting dictatorships, in ignoring human rights, we are weak, and the rest of the world knows it. So these are the ways that we can restore the strength of our country. And they don't require long experience in foreign policy. Nobody has that except a president who served a long time as Secretary of State. But my background, my experience, my knowledge of the people of this country, my commitment to our principles that don't change, those are the best bases to correct the horrible mistakes of this administration and restore our own country to a position of leadership in the world.
How specifically, Governor, are you going to bring the American people into the decision-making process in foreign policy? What does that mean?
First of all, I would quit conducting the decision-making process in secret, as has been a characteristic of Mr. Kissinger and Mr. Ford. In many instances, we've made agreements, like in Vietnam, that have been revealed later on to our embarrassment. Recently, Ian Smith, the president of Rhodesia, announced that he had unequivocal commitments from Mr. Kissinger that he could not reveal. The American people don't know what those commitments are. We've seen in the past the destruction of elected governments like in Chile and the strong support of military dictatorship there. These kinds of things have hurt us very much. I would restore the concept of the fireside chat, which was an integral part of the administration of Franklin Roosevelt.
Do some,
and I would also restore the involvement
do some radio shows.
Of the
do a
Congress.
podcast.
When Harry Truman was president, he was not afraid to have a strong Secretary of Defense. Dean Acheson, George Marshall were strong secretaries of state. But he also made sure that there was a bipartisan support. The members of Congress, Arthur Vandenberg, Walter George, were part of the process. And before our nation made a secret agreement, or before we made a bluffing statement, we were sure that we had the backing, not only of the President and the Secretary of State, but also of the Congress and the people. This is a responsibility of the President. And I think it's very damaging to our country for Mr. Ford to have turned over this responsibility to the Secretary of State.
President Ford, do you have a response?
Governor Carter again contradicts himself. He complains about secrecy, and yet he is quoted as saying that in the
what if you could do a debate strategy of just saying
that he would hold
that the other candidates contradicting themselves every time? I wonder how far you can get.
I presume for the purpose of imposing a settlement on Israel and the Arab nations. But let me talk just a minute about what we've done to avoid secrecy in the Ford administration. After the United States took the initiative in working with Israel and with Egypt and achieving the Sinai II agreement, and I'm proud to say that not a single Egyptian or Israeli soldier has lost his life since the signing of the Sinai agreement. But at the time that I submitted the Sinai agreement to the Congress of the United States, I submitted every single document that was applicable to the Sinai II agreement.
Ford's tie is pretty 70s.
Documentation
kind of dig it, though.
By any president of any agreement signed by a president on behalf of the United States. Now, as far as meeting with the Congress is concerned, during the 24 months that I've been the president of the United States,
it's definitely it's a little flashier,
than one meeting a month,
but not too
with
flashy either.
Responsible groups or committees of the Congress, both House and Senate.
But it's better than like the solid tie colors that we still use to this day.
In the several years that he's been the secretary, before 80 different committee hearings in the House and in the Senate. The Secretary of State has made better than 50 speeches all over the United States explaining American foreign policy. I have made myself at least 10 speeches in various parts of the country where I have discussed with the American people defense and foreign policy.
Mr. Frankel, a question for President Ford.
Mr. President, I'd like to explore a little more deeply our relationship with the Russians. They
New York
used to brag
Times.
back in Khrushchev's day that because of their greater patience and because of our greed for business deals, that
speeches
they would
don't equal
sooner or later get
transparency,
the better of us. Is it possible that despite some setbacks in the Middle East, they've proved their point? Our allies in France and Italy are now flirting with communism. We've recognized a permanent communist regime in East Germany. We've virtually signed in Helsinki an agreement that the Russians have dominance in Eastern Europe. We've bailed out Soviet agriculture with our huge grain sales. We've given them large loans, access to our best technology, and if the Senate hadn't interfered with the Jackson Amendment, maybe you would have given them even larger loans. Is that what you call a two-way street of traffic in Europe?
I believe that we have negotiated with the Soviet Union since I've been president from a position of strength. And let me cite several examples. Shortly after I became president, in December of 1974, I met with General Secretary Brezhnev in Vladivostok, and we agreed to a mutual cap on the ballistic missile launchers.
Here's the zoom in again.
A ceiling of 2,400, which means that the Soviet Union, if that becomes a permanent agreement, will have to make a reduction in their launchers that they now have or plan to have. I negotiated at Vladivostok with Mr. Brezhnev a limitation on the MIRVing of their ballistic missiles at a figure of 1320, which is the first time that any president has achieved a cap either on launchers or on MIRVs. It seems to me that we can go from there to the grain sales. The grain sales have been a benefit to American agriculture. We have achieved a 5 3/4 year sale of a minimum of 6 million metric tons, which means that they have already bought about 4 million metric tons this year and are bound to buy another 2 million metric tons to take the grain and corn and wheat that the American farmers have produced in order to have full production. And these grain sales to the Soviet Union have helped us tremendously in meeting the costs of the additional oil and the oil that we have bought from overseas. If we turn to Helsinki, I'm glad you raised it, Mr. Franco. In the case of Helsinki, 35 nations signed an agreement, including the Secretary of State for the Vatican. I can't under any circumstances believe that His Holiness the Pope would agree by signing that agreement that the 35 nations have turned over to the Warsaw Pact nations the domination of Eastern Europe. It just isn't.
Never thought I'd hear His Holiness the Pope in a debate.
His Holiness, by signing that, has done it. He is totally inaccurate.
Who gives a fuck about the Pope?
What has been accomplished by the Helsinki Agreement?
I mean,
Number one,
a lot of people do.
We have an agreement where they notify us and we notify them of any military maneuvers.
Separation of church and state. What happened to it?
They have done it in both cases where they've done so. There is no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, and there never will be under a Ford administration.
But they're
I'm
Soviets.
sorry, could I just follow? Did I understand you to say, sir, that the Russians are not using Eastern Europe as their own sphere of influence and occupying most
Oh my God, sphere of influence.
and making sure with their troops that it's a communist zone, whereas on our side,
I remember that in history class.
The Italians and the French are still flirting with
I
possibility
don't believe, Mr. Franco, that the Yugoslavians consider themselves dominated by the Soviet Union. I don't believe that the Romanians consider themselves dominated by the Soviet Union. I don't believe that the Poles consider themselves dominated by the Soviet Union.
I wonder if he lost some points here. You know what I mean?
It's independent, autonomous. It has its own territorial integrity. And the United States does not concede that those countries are under the domination of the Soviet Union. As a matter of fact, I visited Poland, Yugoslavia, and Romania to make certain that the people of those countries.
So you're saying then the USSR
the President of the United States and the people of the United States
doing imperialism,
are dedicated to their independence, their autonomy.
Because I bet you later on they'll be like, the USSR, is doing all this. They're everywhere.
Well, in the first place, I'm not.
Which one is it?
Mr. Pope. I was talking about Mr. Ford.
They're worrying about Italy like becoming communist and stuff, but then they're like, yeah, but none of them are communist. But they are at the same time.
In the case of the Helsinki Agreement, it may have been a good agreement at the beginning, but we have failed to enforce the so-called Basket 3 part, which ensures the right of people to migrate, to join their families, to be free, to speak out. The Soviet Union is still jamming Radio Free Europe. Radio Free Europe is being jammed. We've also seen a very serious problem with the so-called Sonnenfeld document, which apparently Mr. Ford has just endorsed, which said that there's an organic linkage between the Eastern European countries and the Soviet Union. And I would like to see Mr. Ford convince the Polish Americans and the Czech Americans and the Hungarian Americans in this country that those countries don't live under the domination and supervision.
True. Like that's not going to get you those voters.
Curtain. We also have seen...
Yeah, they literally called the Iron Curtain
Mr.
for a
Ford
reason, I thought.
cell phone access to the public. He hasn't had a tough cross-examination type press conference in over 30 days. One press conference he had without sound. He's also shown a weakness...
I should look up polling numbers of...
The Soviet Union, for instance, put pressure on Mr. Ford, and he refused to see a symbol of human freedom recognized around the world, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. The Arabs have put pressure on Mr. Ford, and he's yielded, and has permitted a boycott by the Arab countries of American businesses who trade with Israel, who have American Jews owning or taking part in the management of American companies. His own Secretary of Commerce had to be subpoenaed by the Congress to reveal the names of businesses who were subject to this boycott. They didn't volunteer the information. He had to be subpoenaed. And the last thing I'd like to say is this. This grain deal with the Soviet Union in '72 was terrible, and Mr. Ford made up for it with 3 embargoes, one against our own ally in Japan. That's not the way to run our foreign policy, including international trade.
Well,
Mr. Truitt,
so Ford barely beat out
I'd like to pick up on that point,
Reagan
actually,
in
and
the
on
primaries,
your appeal
barely.
for a greater measure of American idealism in foreign affairs.
But his pardon of
Foreign
Nixon was
affairs
also
come home
very
to the American
unpopular.
public pretty much in such issues as oil embargoes and grain sales, that sort of thing. Would you be willing to risk an oil embargo?
Says
in
here,
order to
Ford's
promote
polling rebounded
human
after a
rights
strong
in
performance
Iran
in
and
his
Saudi
first
Arabia,
presidential debate, and the
withhold
race was
arms from
close on
Saudi
election
Arabia
day.
for the same purpose?
But he trailed in a wide
I think you-
margin in
you
polls
perhaps answered this final
taken
part,
after
but would you
Carter's
withhold
formal
grain from the Soviet
nomination in
Union
July of
in order to promote
1976.
civil rights in the Soviet Union?
I would never single out food as a trade embargo item. If I ever decided to impose an embargo because of a crisis in international relationships, it would include all shipments of all equipment. For instance, if the Arab countries ever again declare an embargo against our nation on oil, I would consider that not a military but an economic declaration of war. And I would respond instantly and in kind. I would not ship that Arab country anything.
So Ford
No
got a bump
weapons,
because of
no parts for weapons,
the United States
no oil drilling rigs,
celebrated their
no oil pipe, no
bicentennial
nothing.
for
I wouldn't single out just
1976.
food. Another thing I'd like to say is this. In
And they
our
hosted
international
Queen
trade,
Elizabeth
as I said in my opening
and Prince
statement,
Philip.
we have become the arms merchant
Why?
of the world.
It's
When
so
this Republican
weird.
administration came into office, we were
Hey, we're
shipping about
celebrating
$1
our
billion worth of arms
200
overseas.
years
Now,
of
10 to
existence,
$12 billion
and
worth of arms overseas to countries that quite often
we're
use
bringing the
these
people we
weapons to
beat
fight each other. The shift in
to
emphasis
dinner.
has been very disturbing to me, speaking about the Middle East.
So weird.
Under the last Democratic administration, 60% of all weapons that went into the Middle East were for Israel. Nowadays, 75% were for Israel before. Now, 60%.
So one of the
goes to
reasons
Arab
Carter
countries.
did pretty well
And
too
this
is
does not
because he
include
wasn't
Iran.
involved
If
with
you
like
include Iran,
Washington, and
our
since Washington
president's
was
shipment
with
of weapons to the Middle
the
East, only 20%
Watergate and
goes
stuff,
to Israel. This is a
he could
deviation
really say that
from
he was
idealism.
untainted by
It's a
Washington.
deviation from a commitment to
Which
our
he did earlier in
ally
that first
the Middle East,
debate.
which is Israel. It's a yielding to economic pressure on the part of the Arabs on the oil issue. And it's also a tremendous indication that under the Ford administration, we have not addressed the energy policy adequately. We still have no comprehensive energy policy in this country. And it's an overall sign of weakness. When we are weak at home economically, high unemployment, high inflation, a confused
Dude, there's so
government,
much stuff
a
here I'm
wasteful
reading.
defense establishment, this encourages...
So
the
Carter had a
kind of pressure that's been put on
33-point
us
lead over
yesterday.
Ford in the
It would
polls
have been
after the
inconceivable
Democratic
10 or
National
15 years
Convention
ago
in July.
for us to be brought to our
Then he did a
knees
Playboy
with an
magazine
Arab oil
interview
embargo.
where he said
But it was
that
done
he admitted
3 years
that he
ago.
lusted for other
And they're still
women
putting pressure on us from the Arab countries to our discotredit around the world.
other women
These
other
are
than
the
his
weaknesses
wife,
that I
which
see.
cut his support
And I
among
believe it's
women
not just a matter of idealism.
evangelical
It's a
Christians.
matter of being tough. It's a matter of being
That's
strong.
kind of funny.
It's a matter of being consistent. Our priorities ought to be, first of all, to meet our own military needs. Secondly, to meet the needs of our allies and friends. And only then should we ship military equipment to foreign countries. As a
Oh, you're
matter of
right.
fact,
We're
Iran
right,
is gonna get
Troldemort.
80
I just read.
F-14s before we even meet our own
Ford also
F-14
committed a
orders for
costly
F-14.
blunder in the campaign that halted his momentum.
destroyers
During the
to
second
Iran
presidential debate on October
much more
6,
highly
Ford stumbled when he asserted that there's no
Truant-class
Soviet
destroyers
domination in
being
Eastern Europe.
delivered to our own Navy. This is ridiculous, and it ought to be changed.
Governor, let me
Ford
pursue that
refused to
comment.
retract
If
his
I
statement for
understand you
almost a
correctly,
week
you
after the
would, in
debate,
fact,
causing
use my
his surge in the
example,
polls to
withhold
stall
arms from
and allowing
Iran
Carter
and
to maintain a
Saudi
slight
Arabia,
lead in
even
the
if
polls.
the risk was an
So
oil
he was coming
embargo,
back
and
up
they
after
should
that
be
first
securing
debate.
those arms from somewhere else. And then if the
Don't talk to
embargo
Playboy
came, you
during an
responded
election year.
in kind.
Yeah.
I have it correctly.
Oh.
Iran is not an Arab country, as you know, but it is a Muslim country.
Oh, another technical
If Saudi
difficulty.
Arabia
We're getting censored again.
should declare an oil embargo against us, then I would consider that an economic declaration of war.
That was weird.
And I would make sure that they
We were right, though, so
understood this
we're
ahead of time.
identifying the blunders,
There
too.
would be no doubt in their mind. I think under those circumstances, they would refrain from pushing us to our knees as they did in 1973 with their previous oil embargo.
President Ford?
Governor Carter apparently doesn't realize
Jimmy, you have to have a
that
quick
since I've
memory,
been
dude.
president,
You can't be thinking about maybe I
have
just fucked up
sold
2 questions
to the
ago.
Israelis over $4 billion in military hardware. We have made available
Damn, it's only been a
to the
half hour?
Israelis
I feel like it's already been an
over
hour.
45% of the total economic
He
and
blundered in the
military aid
first half
since
hour.
the establishment of Israel 27 years ago. So the Ford administration has done a good job in helping our good ally Israel, and we're dedicated to the survival and security of Israel.
Still to this day.
that Governor Carter doesn't realize
you worry.
the need and necessity for arms sales to Iran.
Carter's
indicates
face
he
is like,
would
bro,
not
what are you
make those.
saying?
Iran is
He looks kind of
bordered
confused.
very extensively by the Soviet Union. Iran has Iraq as one of its neighbors. The Soviet Union and the communist-dominated government of Iraq are neighbors of Iran. and
have you been to Iraq?
Is an ally
Do
of
you
the
know
United
that
States.
the Soviets are
My
dominating it? Do you know that?
feeling that we ought to sell arms to Iran for its own national security and as an ally, a strong ally.
I'm surprised, Carter didn't go more on that.
history of our
He could easily have
relationship
done
with
that. I feel like
Iran
he kind of just
goes
let
back to
him
the
beat
days
himself
of
up.
President Truman, when he decided that it was vitally necessary for our own security as well as that of Iran, that we should help that country. And Iran has been a good ally. In 1973, when there was an oil embargo,
Oh boy,
Iran
Iran.
did not participate.
Good ally.
Iran continued to sell oil
Yeah, I
to
know.
the United
Yeah,
States.
Iran Revolution.
I
Yeah.
believe that it's in our interest and in
It's
the
just
interest of Israel
interesting to hear it.
and Iran and Saudi Arabia for the United States to sell arms to those countries. It's for their security as well as ours.
Mr. Valeriani, a question for President Ford.
Mr. President, the policy of your administration is to normalize relations with mainland China. That
My
means
good friends,
establishing
Iran
simple
and Saudi
diplomatic relations and obviously doing something about the mutual defense treaty with Taiwan. If you are elected, will you move to establish full diplomatic relations with Peking?
Uh-oh.
And
They're
will you
talking about
abrogate the
Taiwan?
mutual defense treaty with
Even to this
Taiwan?
day
And
still.
as a corollary, would you provide mainland China with military equipment if the Chinese were to ask for it?
Our relationship with the People's Republic of China is based upon the Shanghai Communique of 1972. And that communique calls for the normalization of relations between the United States and the People's Republic. It doesn't set a time schedule. It doesn't make a determination as to how that relationship should be achieved in relationship to our current diplomatic recognition and obligations to the Taiwanese government. The Shanghai Communique does say that the differences between the People's Republic on the one hand and Taiwan on the other shall be settled by peaceful means. The net result is this administration, and during my time as the president for the next 4 years, we will continue to move for normalization of relations in the traditional sense, and we will insist that the disputes between Taiwan and the People's Republic be settled peacefully as was agreed in the Shanghai Communique of 1972. The Ford administration will not let down, will not eliminate or forget our obligation to the people of Taiwan. We feel that there must be a continued obligation to the people, some 19 or 20 million people in Taiwan. And as we move during the next 4 years, those will be the policies of this administration.
And, sir, the military equipment for the mainland Chinese?
There is no policy of this government to give to the People's Republic or to sell to the People's Republic of China.
If it was now,
military
China.
equipment. I do not believe that we, the
Yeah,
United
Taiwan by
States,
name. Yeah, I mean,
should sell, give, or otherwise transfer.
I think we still kind of have the
hardware
same
to the People's Republic
policy
of
today,
China
though, I feel
or
like.
any other communist nation, such as the Soviet Union and the like.
Governor Carter?
I'd like to go back just one moment to the previous question where...
Because didn't Nancy Pelosi go to Taiwan or something
by
recently?
trying to say that we're shipping Israel 40% of our aid. As a matter of fact, during this current year, we're shipping Iran, have contracted to ship to Iran about $7.5 billion worth of arms, and also to Saudi Arabia about $7.5 billion worth of arms. Also in 1975,
$7.5 billion worth of arms in the 70s?
After the Yom Kippur War.
$7.5 billion? Is that what did you say billion?
Of our relationship to Israel. We in effect tried to make Israel the scapegoat for the problems in the Middle East. And this weakened our relationships with Israel a great deal and put a cloud on the total commitment that our people feel.
A billion's like a trillion then.
There ought to be a clear, unequivocal commitment without change to Israel. In the Far East, I think we need to continue to be strong. And I would certainly pursue the normalization of relationships with the People's Republic of China. We opened up a great opportunity in 1972, which has pretty well been frittered away under Mr. Ford. That ought to be a constant inclination toward friendship. But I would never let that friendship with the People's Republic of China stand in the way of the preservation of the independence and freedom of the people on Taiwan.
Mr. Frankel, a question for Governor Carter.
Governor, we always seem in our elections, and maybe in between too, to argue about who can be tougher in the world. Give or take a few $billion, give or take one weapon systems. Our leading politicians, and I think you two gentlemen, seem to settle roughly on the same strategy in the world at roughly the same Pentagon budget cost. How bad do things have to get in our own economy? Or how much backwardness and hunger would it take in the world to persuade you that our national security and our survival required very drastic cutbacks in arms spending and dramatic new efforts in other directions?
Where is this question now? Holy shit.
Well,
what a question.
We've had an ability to have a strong
We need that
defense
now.
And also to have a strong domestic economy.
Dude.
And also to be strong.
Now that
in
is
our
journalism,
reputation
baby.
and
Now that's
influence in the
journalism.
community of nations.
That's what you should be asking
These
Joseph Robinette Biden
characteristics of our
every
country
week.
have been
Every
endangered
press
under Mr.
conference.
Ford.
Ask his press secretary.
We are no longer respected.
How much hunger would it take?
In a showdown vote in the United Nations or in any other international council, we're lucky to get 20% of the other nations to vote with us. Our allies feel that we've neglected them. The so-called Nixon shock.
Who gives a fuck about our allies?
Have weakened our relationships there.
But that's the
Under
question.
this administration, we've also had an
He's talking about his, our allies abroad and like.
European countries, thinking
But the
that if
question
they
is,
accept us,
how much starving
we
are
can
you willing to
dominate them
take?
and proceed with our secret Lone Ranger type diplomatic efforts. I would also like to point out that we in this country have let our economy go down the drain. The worst inflation since the Great Depression, the highest unemployment of any developed nation of the world. We have a higher unemployment rate in this country than Great Britain, than West Germany. Our unemployment rate is twice as high as it is in Italy. It's 3 or 4 times as high as it is in Japan. And that terrible circumstance in this country is
The unemployment rate's around 8%, by the way.
about
We
30%
looked this up
of the
earlier.
world's economic, trade,
Pretty high.
power, influence. And when we're weak at home, weaker than all our allies, that weakness weakens the whole free world. So strong economy is very important. Another thing that we need to do is to reestablish the good relationships that we ought to have between the United States and our natural allies and friends. They have felt neglected. And using that base of strength, and using the idealism, the honesty, the predictability, the commitment, the integrity of our own country, that's where our strength lies. And that would permit us to deal with a developing nation in a position of strength. Under this administration, we've had a continuation of the so-called balance of power politics, where everything is looked on as a struggle between us on the one side, the Soviet Union on the other. Our allies, the smaller countries, get trampled in the rush. What we need is to try to seek individualized bilateral relationships with countries, regardless of their size, and to establish world order politics, which means that we want to preserve peace
World order?
through strength. We also want to revert
Illuminati?
back to
New
the
World Order?
stature and the respect that our country had in previous administrations. Now, I can't say when this can come, but I can guarantee it will not come if Gerald Ford is reelected and this present policy is continued. It will come if I'm elected.
If I hear you right, sir, you're saying guns
New
and butter
World Order.
both, but President Johnson also had trouble keeping up both Vietnam and his domestic programs. I was really asking, when do the needs of the cities and our own needs and those of other backward and even more needy countries and societies around the world take precedence over some of our military spending? Ever?
Well, let me say very quickly that under President Johnson, in spite of the massive investment in the Vietnam War, he turned over a balanced budget to Mr. Nixon. The unemployment rate was less than 4%. The inflation rate under Kennedy and Johnson was about 2%, one-third what it is under this administration. So we did have at that time, with good management, the ability to do both. I don't think anybody can say that Johnson and Kennedy neglected the poor and the destitute people in this country all around the world. But I can say this, the number one responsibility of any president, above all else, is to guarantee the security of our nation. An ability to
2% employment rate is pretty,
of the threat of attack,
or unemployment rate is pretty
or
crazy.
blackmail, and to carry out our obligations to our allies and friends, and to carry out a legitimate foreign policy. They must go hand in hand, but the security of this nation has got to come first.
President Ford?
What's up,
Let me
usernames?
say
Hello.
very categorically, you cannot maintain the security and the
The unemployment
strength
rate
of the
right now
United
is like
States
3%.
with the kind
almost
of defense
4%.
budget cuts that Governor Carter
That crazy
has
spike in
indicated.
2020 was
In
almost
1975,
16%.
he
It's
wanted to
wild.
cut the budget
20%.
$15 billion. He's now down to a figure of $5 to $7 billion. Reductions of that kind will not permit the United States to be strong enough to deter aggression.
1976 was going on in your country back then. High unemployment rate.
Apparently doesn't know the facts.
Cold War is a little
president,
settled, but there's still that.
Meetings with the NATO
There was
heads of
a
state and met with them
oil
in
shortage.
Brussels to discuss how
So they're
we
talking
could
about coal.
improve the defense relationship.
You had the
in
Watergate
Western
scandal a
Europe.
couple years prior
In,
to. That's why Ford is even here.
November of 1975, I met with the leaders of the five
Reagan lost the
industrial
primaries
nations
to Ford.
in France
Barely.
for the purpose of seeing what
Honestly,
we could do
thank
acting
God.
together to meet the problems of the coming recession.
And yeah,
In
not having
Puerto
Reagan at
Rico
all
this
would have been
year,
great,
I
but
met
I guess
with
maybe
6
delaying him
of the
would
leading
is nice. But
industrial nations, heads of state.
oh, America is
to meet
200
the
years old,
problem
yeah.
Of inflation, so we
Which
would
was
be
around
able
the
to
average
solve
for
it
most
before it got out of hand.
democracies,
I have
right?
met with the
Is that the joke?
heads of government bilaterally as well as multilaterally. Our relations with Japan have never been better. I was the first United States president to visit Japan.
After we nuked him.
Had the Emperor of Japan here this past year, and the net result is Japan and the United States are working more closely together now.
That's true, because in the 70s when we had a lot of the cheesy Godzilla movies, he's right.
You can go around the world, and let me take Israel for example. Just recently, President Rabin said that our relations were never better.
Mr. Truitt, a question for President Ford.
Mr. President, you referred earlier to your meeting with Mr. Brezhnev at Vladivostok in 1974. You agreed on that occasion to try to achieve another strategic.
And then, well, according to Nixon, there's no Iron Curtain.
Within a year.
That was the other thing.
Nothing happened in 1975, or not very much publicly at least. And those talks are still dragging, and things got quieter as the current season approached. Is there a bit of politics involved there, perhaps on both sides, or perhaps more important, are interim weapons developments? And I'm thinking of such things as the cruise missile and the Soviet SS-20 intermediate range rocket, making SALT irrelevant, bypassing the SALT negotiations?
First, we have to understand that SALT I expires October 3rd, 1977. Mr. Brezhnev and I met in Vladivostok in December of 1974 for the purpose of trying to take the initial steps so we could have a SALT II agreement that would go to 1985. As I indicated earlier, we did agree on a 2,400 limitation on launchers of ballistic missiles. That would mean a cutback in the Soviet program. It would not interfere with our own program. At the same time, we put a limitation of 1,320 on MIRVs. Our technicians have been working since that time in Geneva, trying to put into technical language an agreement that can be verified by both parties. In the meantime, there has developed the problem of the Soviet backfire, their high-performance aircraft, which they say is not a long-range aircraft, in which some of our people say is a intercontinental aircraft. In the interim, there has been the development on our part primarily, the cruise missiles that could be launched from land-based mobile installations, cruise missiles that could be launched from high-performance aircraft like the B-52s or the B-1s, which I hope we proceed with, cruise missiles which could be launched from either surface or submarine naval vessels. Those gray area weapon systems are creating some problems in the agreement for Assault 2 negotiation. But I can say that I am dedicated to proceeding, and I met just last week with the foreign minister of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, Carter always has a face of like, when he's listening, I think he's just listening, but he has the face of like
interested in narrowing
confusion.
the differences and making a realistic and a sound compromise. I hope and trust in the best interest of both countries and in the best interest of all people throughout this globe that the Soviet Union and the United States can make a mutually beneficial agreement. Because if we do not, and SALT 1 expires on October 3, 1977, you will unleash again an all-out nuclear arms race with the potential of a nuclear holocaust of unbelievable dimensions. So it's the
Did SALT
obligation
end?
of the president.
I remember hearing about it in school.
Mr. President, let me follow that up by, I'll submit that the cruise missile adds a whole new dimension to the arms competition. And then cite a statement by your office to the Arms Control Association.
They did sign SALT 2 in Vienna,
might eventually be
1979.
included in a comprehensive arms limitation agreement, but that in the meantime it was an essential part of the American strategic arsenal. Now, may I assume from that that you're tending to exclude the cruise missile from the next SALT agreement, or is it still negotiable in that context?
I believe that the cruise missiles which we are now developing in research and development across the spectrum, from air, from the sea, or from the land, can be included within a SALT II agreement. They are a new weapon system that has a great potential, both conventional and nuclear arms. At the same time,
Yes, he just had the SALT 1 and SALT 2.
That the Soviet Union's backfire, which they claim is not an intercontinental aircraft, and which some of our people contend is, must also be included if we are to get the kind of an agreement which is in the best interest of both countries. And I really believe that it's far better for us and for the Soviet Union, and more importantly for the people around the world, that these two superpowers find an answer for a SALT II agreement before October 3, 1977. I think goodwill on both parts.
And SALT 2 was signed in 79, so I guess it expired technically.
And a reasonable compromise will be in the best interest of all parties.
Governor Carter?
As soon as the clock hits midnight on October 4th there,
running for president.
like, quick, build as many as you
He's been in office 2
can.
years. And there has been absolutely no progress made toward a new SALT agreement.
Start the stockpile
He has
again.
learned the date of the expiration of SALT 1, apparently. We've seen in this world a development of a tremendous threat to us. As a nuclear engineer myself, I know the limitations and capabilities of atomic power.
So he's a peanut farmer
I also
and a
need to
nuclear
know that
engineer.
As far as the human beings on this earth are concerned,
How do
the
you
non-proliferation of
change
atomic
fields
weapons
like that?
is number one. Only the last few days, with the election approaching, has Mr. Ford taken any interest in a non-proliferation movement. I advocated last May in a speech at the United Nations that we move immediately as a nation to declare a complete moratorium on the testing of all nuclear devices, both weapons and peaceful devices, that we not ship any more atomic fuel to a country that refuses to comply with strict controls over the waste which can be reprocessed into explosives. I've also advocated that we stop the sale by Germany and France of reprocessing plants to Pakistan and Brazil. Mr. Ford hasn't moved on this. We also need to provide an adequate supply of enriched uranium. Mr. Ford, again, under pressure from the atomic energy lobby, has insisted that this reprocessing, or rather re-enrichment, be done by private industry and not by the existing government plants. This kind of confusion and absence of leadership has let us drift now for 2 years with a constantly increasing threat of atomic weapons throughout the world. We now have 5 nations that have atomic bombs that we know about. If we continue under Mr. Ford's policy,
I think there's 9 now in total, 9 or 10.
We'll have 20 nations that have the capability of exploding atomic weapons. This has got to be stopped. That is one of the major challenges and major undertakings that I will assume as the next president.
Mr. Valeriani, a question
Because
for Governor
JFK said
Carter.
the same thing. He's like, we
Governor
can't
Carter,
let
earlier tonight you
there be
said
more.
America is not strong anymore. America is not respected anymore. And I feel I must ask you, do you really believe that the United States is not the strongest country in the world?
You gotta make America
believe
great.
that the United States is not the most respected country in the world, or is that just campaign rhetoric?
No, it's not just campaign rhetoric. I think that militarily, we are as strong as any nation on earth. I think we've got to stay that way and continue to increase
don't worry,
our
we will.
capabilities to meet any potential
I
threat.
feel like I've been saying that
But as
the last
far
2
as
streams of
strength
this.
derived
Don't worry, we will.
From commitment to principle, as far as strength derived from the unity within our country, as far as strength derived from the people, the Congress, the Secretary of State, the President, sharing in the evolution and carrying out of a foreign policy, as far as strength derived from the respect of our own allies and friends, their assurance that we will be staunch in our commitment, that we will not deviate, and that we'll give them adequate attention. As far as strength derived from doing what's right, caring for the poor, providing food, becoming the breadbasket of the world instead of the arms merchant of the world, in those respects, we're not strong. Also, we'll never be strong again overseas unless we're strong at home. And with our economy in such terrible disarray and getting worse by the month, we've got 500,000 more Americans unemployed today than we had 3 months ago. We've got 2.5 million more Americans out of work now than we have when Mr. Ford took office. This kind of deterioration in our economic strength is bound to weaken us around the world. And we not only have problems at home, but we export those problems overseas. So as far as the respect of our own people toward our own government, as far as participation in the shaping of concepts and commitments, as far as the trust of our country among the nations of the world, as far as dependence of our country in meeting the needs and obligations that we've expressed to our allies, as far as the respect of our country, even among our potential adversaries, we are weak. Potentially, we're strong. Under this administration, that strength has not been realized.
President Ford.
Governor Carter brags about the unemployment during Democratic administrations and condemns the unemployment at the present time. I must remind him that we're at peace, and during the period that he brags about unemployment being low, the United States was at war. Now, let me correct one other comment that Governor Carter has made. I have recommended to the Congress that we develop the uranium enrichment plant at Portsmouth, Ohio, which is a publicly owned U.S. government facility.
Did they ever make
that?
that?
Indicated that the private program, which would follow on in Alabama, is one that may or may not be constructed.
Fort
but
Smith?
I am committed to the one at Portsmouth, Ohio.
Portsmouth.
The governor also talks about morality in foreign policy. The foreign policy of the United States meets the highest standards of morality. What is more moral than peace? And the United States
It's a gaseous diffusion plant. No, is there a nuclear plant?
What is more moral in foreign policy than for the administration to take
There is
the
an Oak
lead in
Harbor.
the World Food Conference in Rome in 1974.
Well, that looks like that's it.
When the United States committed
There was
6
a
million
gaseous diffusion
metric
plant from
tons of
1954 to
food.
2001.
Over 60% of the food committed for the disadvantaged and underdeveloped nations of the world. The Ford administration wants to eradicate hunger and disease in our underdeveloped countries throughout the world. What is more moral than for the United States under the Ford administration to take the lead in Southern Africa, in the Middle East? Those are initiatives in foreign policy which are of the highest moral standard, and that is indicative of the foreign policy of this country.
Mr. Frankel, a question for President Ford.
Mr. President, can we stick with morality? For a lot of people, seems to cover a bunch of sins.
This guy,
Mr.
dude.
Nixon and Mr. Kissinger used to tell us that instead of morality, we had to worry in the world about living with and letting live all kinds of governments that we really didn't like. North and South Korean dictators, Chilean fascists, Chinese communists, Iranian emperors, and so on. They said the only way to get by in a wicked world was to treat others on the basis of how they treated us, and not how they treated their own people. But more recently, we seem to have taken a different tack. We seem to have decided that it is part of our business to tell the Rhodesians, for instance, that the way they're treating their own black people is wrong and they've got to change their government. We put pressure on them. We were rather liberal in our advice to the Italians as to how to vote. Is this a new foreign policy in the making? Can we expect that you are now going to turn to South Africa and force them to change their government, to intervene in similar ways to end the bloodshed, as you called it, say in Chile or Chilean prisons, and to throw our weight around for the values that we hold dear in the world?
I believe that our foreign policy must express the highest standards of morality. And the initiatives that we took
This guy
in
asks good
Southern
questions.
Africa are the best
For sure.
examples of what this administration is doing and will continue to do in the next 4 years. If the United States
Need more of
had
these kind of
not
guys.
moved when we did in Southern Africa, there's no doubt
I hope we get more of
would have
these
been
kind of questions in
an
the other debates, because
acceleration of
at least from
bloodshed
recent
in
memory,
that
we never really
tragic
have
part of
like
the world.
those kind of questions.
If we had not taken our initiative,
We'll get like gotcha
it's
questions
very, very
sometimes, but not
possible
like
that the
questions that
government
apply to both of
Rhodesia
them,
would
or
have been
just like the
overrun,
U.S. government in general.
and that the Soviet Union and the Cubans would have dominated Southern Africa. So the United States, seeking to preserve the principle of self-determination, to eliminate the possibility of bloodshed, to protect the rights of the minority as we insisted upon the rights of the majority, I believe followed the good conscience of the American people in foreign policy. And I believe that we have used our skill. Secretary of State Kissinger has done a superb. There would have been an acceleration of bloodshed.
So I don't know
in
if that was
tragic
just from
part
like
of the world.
the
If we had not taken our
the one
initiative,
tape recording they have of
it's
this,
very, very
or if that happened on
possible
air
that
or not.
the government of Rhodesia would have been overrun, and that the Soviet Union and the Cubans would have dominated Southern Africa. So the United States, seeking to preserve the principle of self-determination, to eliminate the possibility of bloodshed, to protect the rights of the minority as we insisted upon the rights of the majority, I believe followed the good conscience of the American people in foreign policy. And I believe that we have used our skill. Secretary of State Kissinger has done a superb job in working with the black African nations, the so-called frontline nations. He has done a superb job in getting the
God, I don't want to hear Kissinger's name anymore.
Mr. Forrester, to agree that the time had come for a solution to the problem of Rhodesia. Secretary Kissinger, in his meeting with Prime Minister Smith of Rhodesia, was able to convince him that it was in the best interests of whites as well as blacks in Rhodesia to find an answer for a transitional government and then a majority government. This is a perfect example of the kind of leadership that the United States under this
I know
administration
usernames,
has
yeah.
taken. And I can assure you
In
that this
the
administration
because we
will
watched the
follow
1960
that
JFK
high
versus
moral
Nixon
principle in
debates
our future
yesterday
efforts in foreign policy,
or on Friday,
including
and
our efforts in the Middle East, where it is
there are arguments of
vitally
like because that was at the time when
because
right
the
before
Middle
the
East is the
I mean there already was
crossroads
the
of
Civil Rights
world.
movement, but the Civil
There's
Rights Act
been
was in
more disputes
1965
and it's an area where
for
there's more
reference.
volatility than any other
And
place in the world.
the way that
But
they were
because
saying like
Arab nations
their
and the
argument to like
Israelis
ending like
trust the
you know
United
the
States,
the segregation
we
stuff
were able
wasn't
to
from a
take the
like
lead in the
hey we need to end
Sinai II
racism.
agreement.
It
And I
came
can
at least
assure
to
you
me like
that the United
the way they were
States
saying it made it seem like we
will
have to
have
do
the
this
leadership
because
role
it makes us look
in
worse than like the
moving
USSR
toward a comprehensive
in our
settlement
enemies.
of
Like
the Middle
it wasn't from
Eastern
like a
problems.
place of
I hope and trust as
you know
soon as
like
possible.
this is morally
We
correct to
will do it
do
with the highest
in the
moral
sense that like
Mr.
hey we need to
President,
fight to end
just clarify one
racism.
point. There
It was
are
more of a
lots of
like
majorities in the
we need
world
to do
that
this
feel they're
to
being pushed around by minority governments.
we need to do this
Are
so
you
we look
saying
better
they
than
can
the
now
USSR.
expect to look to us for not just good cheer, but throwing
At least that's
our
how I
weight
interpreted
on their
it,
side
but,
in South
yeah.
Africa or on Taiwan or in Chile to help change their governments as in Rhodesia?
I would hope that as we move to one area of the world from another, and the United States must not spread itself too thinly.
That's always my
That
thing
was
with
one
U.S.
of the problems
interventionism. You know, is
helped
that
to
like
create the circumstances in Vietnam.
is that all our reasons
But
for
as
intervention,
we, as a nation,
at least on the surface, that
find
they
that
say,
we are
is to promote
asked by
democracy and
the
freedom
various
and blah blah
parties,
blah, and it's
either
like
one nation against another, or
look at our
individuals
country.
within a nation.
Why do we have the
that
right to
United
say
States will
how to
take
run
the
other
leadership
countries?
and try to resolve the differences. Let me take South Korea as an example. I have personally told President Park that the United States does not condone the kind of repressive measures that he has taken in that country. But I think in all fairness and equity, we have to recognize the problem that South Korea has. On the north, they have North Korea with 500,000 well-trained, well-equipped troops. They are supported by the People's Republic of China. They are supported by the Soviet Union. South Korea faces a very delicate situation. Now, the United States, in this case, this administration, has recommended a year ago, and we have reiterated it again this year, that the United States, South Korea, North Korea, and the People's Republic of China sit down at a conference table to resolve the problems of the Korean Peninsula. This is a leadership role that the United States under this administration is carrying out. And if we do it, and
Isn't that like the meme nowadays that North
opportunities
Korea
and the
has like all the
possibilities are
jacked
getting
dudes
better,
on their
we will
army?
have solved many of the internal domestic problems that
Isn't
exist
that like
in South Korea at the present time.
Governor Carter?
kind of funny?
I noticed that
If,
Mr. Ford
if,
didn't comment on
it even
the,
applied back then, they were just ripped. They were built
President of
different.
Chile. This is a typical example, maybe of many others, where this administration overthrew an elected government and helped to establish a military dictatorship. This has not been an ancient history story. Last year, under Mr. Ford, of all the food for peace that went to South America, 85% went to the military dictatorship in Chile. Another point I want to make is this.
True.
He says we have to move from
Preach.
one area of the world to another. That's one of the problems with this administration's so-called shuttle diplomacy. While the Secretary of State's in one country, there are almost 150 others that are wondering what we're going to do next. What will be the next secret agreement? We don't have a comprehensive, understandable foreign policy that deals with world problems or even regional problems. Another thing that concerned me was what Mr. Ford said about unemployment, that insinuating that under Johnson and Kennedy, that unemployment could only be held down when this country is at war. Karl Marx said, the free enterprise system in a democracy can only continue to exist when they are at war or preparing for war. Karl Marx was a grandfather of communism.
You just quote
I
Karl
don't agree with
Marx?
that statement. I hope Mr. Ford doesn't either.
What?
He has.
I was not
put
expecting
pressure
that.
on the Congress, and I don't believe Mr. Ford would even deny this. Hold up on non-proliferation legislation until the
Did
Congress agreed
Carter read Marx?
for an $8 billion program for private industry to start producing enriched uranium.
I can't believe
The
it.
last thing I want to make is this. He talks about peace, and I'm thankful for peace.
Yeah, these debates have been
peaceful
funny.
when Mr. Ford went into office. But he and Mr. Kissinger and others tried to start a new Vietnam in Angola. And it was only the outcry of the American people and the Congress when this secret deal was discovered that prevented our renewed involvement in that conflagration which was taking place there.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry to say we do not have time enough for 2 complete sequences of questions. We now have only 12 minutes left. Therefore, I would like to ask for shorter questions and shorter answers. And we also
12 minutes
adopt
left,
the
there's still another
follow-up
20.
question. Each candidate may still respond, of course, to the other's answer. Mr. Truitt, question for Governor Carter.
Governor Carter, before this event, the most communications I received concerned Panama. Would you, as president, be prepared to sign a treaty which, at a fixed date, yielded administrative and economic control of the canal zone and shared defense, which, as I understand it, is the position the United States took in 1974?
Well, here again, the Panamanian question is one that's been confused by Mr. Ford. He had directed his diplomatic representative to yield to the Panamanians full sovereignty over the Panama Canal Zone at the end of a certain period of time. When Mr. Reagan raised this question in Florida, Mr. Ford not only disavowed his instructions, but he also even dropped, parenthetically...
Don't give Reagan any credit, Carter. No, don't do it.
I would never give up complete control or practical control of the Panama Canal Zone. But I would continue to negotiate with the Panamanians. When the original treaty was signed back in the early 1900s, when Theodore Roosevelt was president, Panama retained sovereignty over the Panama Canal Zone. We retained control as though we had sovereignty. Now, I would be willing to go ahead with negotiations. I believe that we could share more fully responsibilities for the Panama Canal Zone with Panama. I would be willing to continue to raise the payment for shipment of goods through the Panama Canal Zone. I might even be willing to reduce to some degree our military emplacements in the Panama Canal Zone. But I would not relinquish practical control of the Panama Canal Zone anytime in the foreseeable future.
President Ford.
The United States must and will maintain complete access to the Panama Canal. The United States must maintain
Didn't know that was
defense
Panama Canal was such a
capability
hot.
of the Panama Canal.
Spoiler: Panama kept the Panama Canal. I was gonna say. I'm like reading about it right now, trying to find.
Panama Canal. The negotiations for the Panama Canal started under President Johnson and have continued up to the present time.
It's pretty crazy that we freaking made a canal so big that cuts through,
that must be followed, and I've
you
just
know,
defined
2 hemispheres.
Let me take just a minute to comment on something that Governor Carter said. On non-proliferation, in May of 1975, I called for a conference of nuclear suppliers. That conference has met 6 times. In May of this year, Governor Carter took the first initiative approximately 12 months after I had taken my initiative a year ago.
1979 is when the
Mr. Valeriani, a question for President
last
Ford.
last year United States controlled the canal. And I was reading, you technically could be since 1904 until I think then. You'd be declared a U.S. citizen if you're aboard in the Panama Canal Zone.
Did the White House try to prevent the release of that report?
The White House did not prevent the release of that report. On July 12th of this year, we gave full permission for the release of that report. I was very disappointed in the fact that the GAO released that report because I think it interjected partisan politics at the present time. But let me comment on the report. somebody who sits in Washington, D.C. 18 months after the Mayaguez incident can be a very good grandstand quarterback. And let me make another observation. This morning, I got a call from the skipper of the Mayaguez. He was furious because he told me that it was the action of me, President Ford, that saved the lives of the crew of the Mayaguez. And I can assure you that if we had not taken the strong and forceful action that we did, we would have been criticized very, very severely for sitting back and not moving. Captain Miller is thankful. The crew is thankful. We did the right thing. It seems to me that those who sit in Washington 18 months after the incident are not the best judges of the decision-making process that had to be made by the National Security Council and by myself at the time the incident was developing in the Pacific. Let me assure you that we made every possible overture to the People's Republic of China and through them to the Cambodian government. We made diplomatic protests to the Cambodian government through the United Nations. Every possible diplomatic means was utilized. But at the same time, I had a responsibility, and so did the National Security Council, to meet the problem at hand. And we handled it responsibly, and I think Captain Miller's testimony to that effect is the best evidence.
Governor Carter?
Well, I'm reluctant to comment on the recent report. I haven't read it. I think the American people have only one requirement, that the facts about Mayaguez be given to them accurately and completely. Mr. Ford has been there for 18 months. He had the facts that were released today, immediately after the Mayaguez incident. I understand that the report today is accurate. Mr. Ford has said, I believe that it was accurate, and that the White House made no attempt to block the issuing of that report. I don't know if that's exactly accurate or not. I understand that both the Department of State and the Defense Department have approved the accuracy of today's report, or yesterday's report, and also the National Security Agency. I don't know what was right or what was wrong or what was done. The only thing I believe is that whatever the knowledge was that Mr. Ford had should have been given to the American people 18 months ago, immediately after the Mayaguez incident occurred. This is what the American people want. When something happens that endangers our security, or when something happens that threatens our stature in the world, or when American people are endangered by the actions of a foreign country, just 40 sailors on the Mayaguez, we obviously have to move aggressively and quickly to rescue them. But then, after the immediate action is taken, I believe the President has an obligation to tell the American people the truth and not wait 18 months later for the report to be issued.
Gentlemen, at this time, we have time for only two very short questions. Mr. Frankel, a question for
I thought you said that
Governor
earlier.
Carter.
Governor Carter, if the price of gaining influence among the Arabs is closing our eyes a little bit to their boycott against Israel, how would you handle that?
I believe that the boycott of American businesses by the Arab countries, because those businesses trade with Israel, or because they have American Jews who are owners or directors in the company, is an absolute disgrace. This is the first time.
Oh God, Margaret Thatcher. Oh boy.
When we've got a foreign country.
Hey, after I finish all these and
Or change,
depending on how
our Bill of Rights,
how they go and all that,
I'll do everything I can as president.
Maybe one day we'll go into other countries' debates. The only thing is, like, obviously,
it's
as
not a matter of diplomacy or trade with me.
Oh, you
It's a
didn't
matter
have
of
them
morality.
back then?
And I don't believe that the Arab countries will pursue it when we have a strong president.
So there is no.
Who will protect
Oh, this
the
is no
integrity
Margaret
of our country,
Thatcher
the commitment to our
debates.
Constitution and Bill of Rights, and protect people in this country who happen to be Jews. It may later be Catholics. It may later be Baptists who are threatened by some foreign country. But we ought to stand staunch, and I think it's a disgrace.
Only 2010, that's crazy.
Mr. Ford's administration has blocked the passage of legislation that would have revealed by law.
Yeah, from this one onward, there was always a debate.
It would have prevented,
if I remember correctly.
President Ford?
Again, Governor
There was a
Carter
gap from 1960 to here, 1976.
The Arab boycott action was first taken in 1952. And in November of 1975, I was the first president to order the executive branch to take action, affirmative action, through the Department of Commerce and other cabinet departments to make certain that no American businessman or business organization should discriminate against Jews because of an Arab boycott. And I might add that my administration, and I'm very proud of it, is the first administration that has taken an antitrust action against companies in this country that have allegedly cooperated with the Arab boycott. Just on Monday of this week, I signed a tax bill that included an amendment that would prevent companies in the United States from taking a tax deduction if they have in any way whatsoever cooperated with the Arab boycott. And last week, when we were trying to get the Export Administration Act through the Congress, necessary legislation, my administration went to Capitol Hill and tried to convince the House and the Senate that we should have an amendment on that legislation which would take strong and effective action against those who participate or cooperate with the Arab boycott. One other point. Because the Congress failed to act, I am going to announce tomorrow that the Department of Commerce
Ford
will disclose those companies that have participated in the Arab boycott. This is something that we can do. The Congress failed to do it, and we intend to do it.
Mr. Truitt, a very brief question for President Ford.
Mr. President, if you get the accounting of missing in action you want from North Vietnam, or from Vietnam, I'm sorry, now, would you then be prepared to reopen negotiations for restoration of relations with that country?
Let me restate our policy. As long as Vietnam, North Vietnam, does not give us a full and complete accounting of our missing in action, I will never go along with the admission of Vietnam to the United Nations. If they do give us a bona fide, complete accounting of the 800 MIAs, then I believe that the United States should begin negotiations for the admission of Vietnam to the United Nations, but not until they have given us the full accounting of our MIA.
Governor Carter.
One of the most embarrassing failures of the Ford administration, and one that touches specifically on human rights, is his refusal to appoint a presidential commission to go to Vietnam, to go to Laos, to go to Cambodia, and try to trade for the release of information about those who are missing in action in those wars. This is what the families of MIAs want. So far, Mr. Ford has not done it. We've had several fragmentary efforts by members of the Congress and by private citizens. Several months ago, the Vietnam government said, we are ready to sit down and negotiate for release of information on MIAs. So far, Mr. Ford has not responded. I also would never normalize relationships with
Vietnam. So U.S. just wants Vietnam to release it for free.
The United Nations until they've taken this action.
At least that's Ford's position.
But that's not enough. We need to have an active and aggressive action on part of the president, the leader of this country, to seek out every possible way to get that information, which has kept the MIA families in despair and doubt, and Mr. Ford has just not done it.
Thank you, Governor Carter. That completes the questioning for this evening. Each candidate now has up to 3 minutes for a closing statement. It was determined
3
by the
minutes.
toss of a coin that Governor Carter would take the first question, and he now goes first with his closing remarks. Governor Carter?
I'm going to time him again. 'Cause last time Carter was under by 30 seconds.
The purpose of this debate
Ford was over by
and
like
the outcome of the
15,
election
17 seconds.
will determine three basic things: leadership, upholding the principles of our country, and proper priorities and commitments for the future. This election will also determine what kind of world we leave our children. Will it be a nightmare world threatened with the proliferation of atomic bombs, not just in 5 major countries, but dozens of smaller countries that have been permitted to develop atomic weapons because of a failure of our top leadership to stop proliferation? Will we have a world of hunger and hatred? And will we be living in an armed camp, stripped of our friendship and allies, hiding behind a tight defense that's been drawn in around us because we are fearful of the outside world? Will we have a government of secrecy that excludes the American people from participation in making basic decisions and therefore covers up mistakes and makes it possible for our government, to depart from the principles of our Constitution and Bill of Rights?
I keep hearing people
Or
like
will we
laughing and
have
stuff outside. But
a world of
see
peace
anybody.
with the threat of atomic weapons eliminated, with full trade, with our people at work, inflation control, openness in government, our people proud once again, Congress, citizens, President, Secretary of State, working in harmony and unity toward a common future, a world where people have enough to eat, and a world where we care about those who don't? Can we become a breadbasket of the world instead of the arms merchant of the world? I believe we can, and we ought to. Now, we've been hurt in recent years in this country. In the aftermath of Vietnam, Cambodia,
You have like 50 seconds.
Chile, Pakistan, Angola, Watergate, CIA, we've been hurt. Our people feel that we've lost something precious. That's not necessary. I want to see our nation return to a posture and an image and a standard to make us proud once again. I remember the world of NATO and the world of Point 4 and the world of the Marshall Plan and the world of the Peace Corps. Why can't we have that once again? We ought to be a beacon for nations who search for peace and who search for freedom, who search for individual liberty, who search for basic human rights. We haven't been lately. We can be once again. We'll never have that world leadership until we are strong at home, and we can have that strength if we return to the basic principles. It ought not to be a strength of bombast and threats. It ought to be a quiet strength based on the integrity of our people, the vision of the Constitution, and the innate, strong will and purpose that God's given us in the greatest nation on earth, the
President
United States.
Ford.
As we have seen tonight, foreign policy and defense policy are difficult and complex issues. We can debate methods. We can debate one decision or another. But there are two things which cannot be debated: experience and results. In the last 2 years, I have made policy decisions involving long-range difficulties and policies, and made day-to-day judgments, not only as President of the United States, but as the leader of the free world. What is the result of that leadership? America is strong. America is free. America is respected. Not a single young American today is fighting or dying on any foreign battlefield. America is at peace with freedom. Thank you and good night.
Damn,
Thank you, President Ford.
He did a minute 13.
Thank you, Governor Carter.
That was short.
I also want to thank our questioners and the audience here this evening.
Wow.
The third and final debate between President Ford and Governor Carter will take place on October the 22nd at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the campus of the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. The subject matter will cover all issues. These debates are sponsored by the League of Women Voters Education Fund to help voters become better informed on the issues and to generate greater voter turnout in the November election. Now from the Palace of Fine Arts Theater in San Francisco.
So they're saying like what the purpose of these are right there. You know what I mean? Like they're not, I don't know if they really say that too much in the other, I mean, in modern debates. I mean, I guess people just assume. But like I said, I still think modern debates, at least presidential debates, are more about energizing the current voter base rather than having the people who are iffy on either make a decision. But here it sounds like that was the goal here. They're like, hey, so you're more informed. Okay, so next one's another hour and a half. But this is the last one. October 22nd, 1976 in Williamsburg, Virginia. I think it said what, William, or was it? Williams Mary or whatever. Sounds familiar. I might have visited there. I don't remember. But yeah, I'm going to take a break and then I'm going to come back. I'm just going to get some food. We'll get this one rolling. Let me just do this. All right, y'all, I'll be right back. Hello. We're back. Got the other half of my sandwich from Friday. And some veggie straws. And my go-go squeeze. Gotta have it. All right. Let's get into it. Let's just go. Third debate. I'll give them credit. For the most part, they haven't repeated any questions, unlike the other 1960 debates there, where I feel like there's a lot of repetitive questions. So I'll give them credit for that, keeping it at least new. So this is the last one before November, for when they vote. Where the heck is my web browser? There we go.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Walters, moderator of the last of the debates of 1976.
Oh, Walter, I think I've heard.
Between Gerald R. Ford,
Wasn't
Republican
she
candidate for president, and Jimmy Carter, Democratic candidate for president. Welcome, President Ford. Welcome, Governor Carter. And thank you for joining us this evening. This debate takes place before an audience in Phi Beta Kappa Memorial Hall on the campus of the College of William and Mary in historic Williamsburg, Virginia. It is particularly appropriate in this bicentennial year that we meet on these grounds to hear this debate. 200 years ago, 5 William and Mary students met at nearby Raleigh Tavern to form Phi Beta Kappa, a fraternity designed, they wrote, to search out and dispel the clouds of falsehood by debating without reserve the issues of the day. In that spirit of debate without reserve to dispel the clouds of falsehood, gentlemen, let us proceed. The subject matter of this debate is open, covering all issues
I feel like
and
the set's
topics.
like the exact same from the first one.
Our questioners tonight are Joseph Kraft, syndicated columnist, Robert Maynard, editorial writer for the Washington Post, and Jack Nelson, Washington bureau chief of the Los Angeles Times. The ground rules tonight are as follows. Questioners will alternate questions between the candidates. The candidate has up to 2.5 minutes to answer the question. The other candidate then has up to 2 minutes to respond. If necessary, a questioner may ask a follow-up question for further clarification, and in that case, the candidate has up to 2 minutes to respond. As was initially agreed to by both candidates, the answers should be responsive to the particular questions. Finally, each candidate has up to 3 minutes for a closing statement. President Ford and Governor Carter do not have prepared notes or comments with them this evening, but they may make notes and refer to them during the debate. It has been determined that President Ford would take the first question in this last debate. And Mr. Kraft, you have that first question for President Ford.
Mr. President, I assume that the Americans all know that these are difficult times and that there's no pie in the sky and that they don't expect something for nothing. So I'd like to ask you as a first question, as you look ahead in the next 4 years, what sacrifices are you going to call on the American people to make? What price are you going to ask them to pay to realize your objectives? Let me add, Governor Carter, that if you felt that it was appropriate to answer that question in your comments as to what price it would be appropriate for the American people to pay for a Carter administration, I think that would be proper too, Mr. President.
Good question.
Mr. Kraft, I believe that the American people in the next 4 years under a Ford administration will be called upon to make those necessary sacrifices to preserve the peace which we have, which means, of course, that
sacrifices of peace, baby.
Have to maintain
which is
an adequate military capability, which means, of course, that we will have to add, I think, a few $1 billion to our defense appropriations to make certain that we have adequate strategic forces, adequate conventional forces. I think the American people will be called upon to be in the forefront in giving leadership to the solution of those problems that must be solved in the Middle East, in Southern Africa, and any problems that might arise in the Pacific. The American people will be called upon to tighten their belts a bit in meeting some of the problems that we face domestically. I don't think that America can go on a big spending spree with a whole lot of new programs that would add significantly to the federal budget. I believe that the American people, if given the leadership that I would expect to give, would be willing to give this thrust to preserve the peace and the necessary restraint at home to hold the lid on spending so that we could, I think, have a long overdue and totally justified tax decrease for the middle income people. And then
so don't spend our money?
The economy that would be generated from
isn't spending money the whole point of
spending,
helping the economy? Like they want you to spend money?
Tax reduction primarily for the middle income people, then I think the American people would be willing to make those sacrifices for peace and prosperity in the next 4 years.
Could I be a little bit more specific, Mr. President?
Surely.
Doesn't your policy really imply that we're going to have a pretty high rate of unemployment over a fairly long time, that growth is going to be fairly slow, and that we're not going to be able to do very much in the next 4 or 5 years to meet the basic agenda of our national needs in the cities, in health, in transit, and a whole lot of other things like that?
Not at all.
Aren't those the real costs?
No, Mr. Kraft, we're spending very significant amounts of money now, some $200 billion a year, almost 50% of our total federal expenditure by the federal government
Mickey's
at the
trying
present
to take
time
some
for
of the
human
veggie
needs.
straws.
Now, we will probably have to increase that to some extent, but we don't have to have growth in spending that will blow the lid off and add to the problems of inflation. I believe we can meet the problems within the cities of this country and still give a tax reduction. I've proposed, as you know, a reduction to increase the personal exemption from $750 to $1,000. With the fiscal program that I have, and if you look at the projections, it shows that we will reduce unemployment, that we will continue to win the battle against inflation, and at the same time give the kind of quality of life that I believe is possible in America. A job, a home for all those that will work and save for it, safety in the streets, health care that is affordable.
So weird, our
These
cat and
things
dog
can be done
The cat will drink from the dog's water dish, and the dog will drink from the cat's water dish.
Thank you. Governor Carter, your response.
He just, I think, emptied the whole bowl.
Well, I might say, first of all, that I think in the case as a Carter administration, the sacrifices would be much less. Mr. Ford's own environmental agency has projected a 10% unemployment rate by 1978 if he's president. The American people are ready to make sacrifices if they're part of the process, if they know that they will be helping to make decisions and won't be excluded from being an involved party to the national purpose. The major effort that we must put forward is to put our people back to work. And I think that this is one example where a lot of people have selfish, grasping ideas now. I remember 1973 and the depth of the energy crisis when President Nixon called on the American people to make a sacrifice, to cut down on the waste of gasoline, to cut down on the speed of automobiles. There was a tremendous surge of patriotism. I want to make a sacrifice for my country. I think we could call together with strong leadership in the White House, business, industry, and labor, and say, let's have voluntary price restraints. Let's lay down some guidelines so we don't have continuing inflation. We can also have an end to the extremes. We now have one extreme, for instance, of some welfare recipients who, by taking advantage of the welfare laws, the housing laws, the Medicaid laws, and the food stamp laws, make over $10,000 a year, and they don't have to pay any taxes on it. At the other extreme, just 1% of the richest people in our country derive 25% of all the tax benefits. So both those extremes grasp for advantage, and the person who has to pay that expense is a middle-income family who's still working for a living, and they have to pay for the rich who have privilege and for the poor who are not working. But I think that a balanced approach,
he's like half progressive there, but then also not at the same time with like
could help
saying it's a little too much with like the welfare.
I know I'm ready for it. I
But
think American people are too.
Thank you.
I still feel like
Governor Carter.
once again he's still more progressive
By
than
all indications,
people like Joe Biden.
the voters are so turned off by this election campaign so far that only half intend to vote. One major reason for this apathetic electorate appears to be the low level at which this campaign has been conducted. It has digressed frequently from important issues into allegations of blunder and brainwashing and fixations on lust and Playboy. What responsibility do you accept for the low level of this campaign for the nation's highest office?
I think the major reason for a decrease in participation that we've experienced ever since 1960 has been the deep discouragement of the American people about the performance of public officials. When you've got 7.5, 8 million people out of work, and you've got 3 times as much inflation as you had during the last 8-year Democratic administration.
Pretend that this is happening in 2022 or 23.
You have it becoming increasingly difficult for a family
This response.
to put a child through college or to own a home. There's a natural inclination to be turned off. Also, in the aftermath of Vietnam and Cambodia, and, Watergate, and
well, I guess besides
the
this
CIA
part, but
revelations, people that feel
same shit.
felt that they've been betrayed by public officials. I have to admit that in the heat of a campaign, I've been in 30 primaries during the springtime. I've been campaigning for 22 months. I've made some mistakes, and I think this is part of just being a human being. I have to say that my campaign's been an open one, and the Playboy thing has been of very great concern to me. I don't know how to deal with it exactly. I agreed to give the interview to Playboy.
This is the Playboy
Other people have done it who are notable.
interview.
Governor Jerry
We were
Brown,
talking about
Walter Cronkite, Albert Schweitzer, Mr. Ford's own Secretary of Treasury, Mr. Simon, William Buckley, many other people. But they weren't running for president. And in retrospect, from hindsight, I would not have given that interview had I to do it over again. If I should ever decide in the future to discuss my deep Christian beliefs and condemnation and sinfulness, I'll use another forum besides Playboy. But I can say this. I'm doing the best I can to get away from that. And during the next 10 days, the American people will not see the Carter campaign running television advertisements and newspaper advertisements based on a personal attack on President Ford's character. I believe that the opposite is true with President Ford's campaign. And I hope that we can leave those issues in this next 10 days about personalities and mistakes of the past. We've both made some mistakes. And talk about unemployment, inflation, housing, education, taxation, government organization, stripping away of secrecy, and the things that are crucial to the American people. I regret the things in my own long campaign that have been mistaken, but I'm trying to do away with those the last 10 days.
Thank you, Governor Carter. President Ford, your response.
I believe that the American people have been turned off in this election, Mr. Maynard, for a variety of reasons. We have seen on Capitol Hill, in the Congress, a great many allegations of wrongdoing, of alleged immorality. Those are very disturbing to the American people. They wonder how an elected representative can serve them and participate in such activities, serving in the Congress of the United States. Yes, and I'm certain many, many Americans were turned off by the revelations of Watergate, a very, very bad period of time in American political history. Yes, and thousands, maybe millions of Americans were turned off because of the problems that came out of our involvement in Vietnam. But on the other hand, I found on July 4th of this year a new spirit born in America. We were celebrating our bicentennial, and I find that there is a movement as I travel around the country of greater interest in this campaign. Now, like any hardworking person seeking public office, in the campaign, inevitably, sometimes you will use rather graphic language, and I'm guilty of that, just like I think most others in the political arena. But I do make a pledge that in the next 10 days, when we're asking the American people to make one of the most important decisions in their lifetime, because I think this election is one of the most vital in the history of America, that
it always is. Every election is the most important it's ever been.
What we can to stimulate voter participation.
Thank you, President Ford. Mr. Nelson, your question to President Ford.
Mr. President, you mentioned Watergate, and you became president because of Watergate.
I read that as Jack
Don't
Nicholson
you owe the
for a second.
American people
I'm like,
a
Jack
special
Nicholson.
obligation to explain in detail your role of limiting one of the original investigations of Watergate, that was the one by the House Banking Committee. And I know you've answered questions on this before, but there are questions that still remain, and I think people want to know what your role was. Will you name the persons you talked to in connection with that investigation? And since you say you have no recollection of talking to anyone from the White House, would you be willing to open for examination the White House tapes of conversations during that period?
Well, Mr. Nelson, I testified before two committees, House and Senate, on precisely the questions that you have asked. And the testimony under oath was to the effect that I did not talk to Mr. Nixon, to Mr. Haldeman, to Mr. Ehrlichman, or to any of the people at the White House. I said I had no recollection whatsoever of talking with any of the White House legislative liaison people. I indicated under oath that the initiative that I took was at the request of the ranking members of the House Banking and Currency Committee on the Republican side, which was a legitimate request and a proper response by me. Now, that was gone into by two congressional committees, and following that investigation, both committees overwhelmingly approved me, and both the House and the Senate did likewise. Now, in the meantime, the special prosecutor, within the last few days, after an investigation himself, said there was no reason for him to get involved because he found nothing that would justify it. And then just a day or two ago, the Attorney General of the United States made a further investigation and came to precisely the same conclusion. Now, after all of those investigations by objective, responsible people, I think the matter is closed once and for all. But to add one other feature, I don't control any of the tapes. Those tapes are in the jurisdiction of the courts, and I have no right to say yes or no. But all the committees, the Attorney General, the Special Prosecutor, all of them have given me a clean bill of health. I think the matter is settled once and for all.
Well, Mr. President, if I do say so, though, the question is that I think you still have not gone into details about what your role in it was. And I don't think there was any question about whether or not there was a criminal prosecution, but whether you have told the American people your entire involvement in it, and whether you would be willing, even though you don't control the tapes, whether you would be willing to ask that the tapes be released for examination.
That's for the proper authorities who have control over those tapes to make that decision. I have given
Do we believe
every
him?
bit of evidence.
Was he not involved at all?
Every question that's been asked me by any senator or any member of the House.
Is he being truthful?
Plus the fact that the special prosecutor, on his own initiation, and the Attorney General, on his initiation, the highest law enforcement official in this country, all of them have given me a clean bill of health. And I've told everything I know about it. I think the matter is settled once and for all.
Governor Carter, your response.
I don't hear you respond.
Thank you. Then we will have the next question from Mr. Kraft to Governor Carter.
Governor Carter, the next big crisis spot in the world may be Yugoslavia. President Tito is old and sick, and there are divisions in his country. It's pretty certain that the Russians are going to do everything they possibly can after Tito dies to force Yugoslavia back into the Soviet camp. But last Saturday you said, and this is a quote, "I would not go to war in Yugoslavia even if the Soviet Union sent in troops." Doesn't that statement practically invite the Russians to intervene in Yugoslavia? Doesn't it discourage Yugoslavs who might be tempted to resist? And wouldn't it have been wiser on your part to say nothing and to keep the Russians in the dark, as President Ford did, and as I think every president has done since President Truman?
In the last 2 weeks, I've had a chance to talk to two men who have visited the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and China. One is Governor Abel Harriman, who visited the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. And the other one is James Schlesinger, whom I think you accompanied to China. I got a complete report back from those countries, from these two distinguished gentlemen. Mr. Harriman talked to the leaders in Yugoslavia, and I think it's accurate to say that there is no prospect, in their opinion, of the Soviet Union invading Yugoslavia.
When did the Soviets invade Afghanistan? I forget.
Away. The present leadership there
Is it the 80s?
Is fairly uniform in their purpose. I think it's a close-knit group.
Oh, 79
and,
to 89.
I think it would be unwise for us to say that we will go to war in Yugoslavia if the Soviets should invade, which I think would be an extremely unlikely thing. I have maintained from the very beginning of my campaign, and this was a standard answer that I made in response to the Yugoslavian question, that I would never go to war or become militarily involved in the internal affairs of another country unless our own security was directly threatened. And I don't believe that our security would be directly threatened if the Soviet Union went into Yugoslavia. I don't believe it will happen. I certainly hope it won't. I would take the strongest possible measures, short of actual military action there by our own troops. But I doubt that that would be an eventuality.
One quick follow-up. Did
Please.
you clear the response you made with Secretary Schlesinger and Governor Harriman?
No, I did not.
President Ford, your response.
Well, I firmly believe, Mr. Kraft, that it's unwise for a president to signal in advance what
It's crazy
he
that,
might
like,
exercise
the history of
if any,
Yugoslavia and, like,
international problem arose. I think we all recall with some sadness that at
Yeah, 'cause it's
the period
broken
of
up
the
into-
late 1940s, early 1950s, there were some indications that
Was it
the
Croatia?
United States would not include
No.
South Korea in an area of defense. There are some who allege, I can't prove it true or untrue.
Oh, yeah,
that,
Croatia, right? Slovenia,
such a
Macedonia.
statement, in effect, invited the North Koreans
Bosnia.
to invade South Korea. It's a fact they did. But no president of the United States, in my opinion, should signal in advance to a prospective enemy what his decision might be or what option he might exercise. It's far better for a person sitting in the White House who has a number of options to make certain that the other side, so to speak, doesn't know precisely what you're going to do. And therefore, that was the reason that I would not identify any particular course of action when I responded to a question a week or so ago.
Thank you. Mr. Maynard, your question to President Ford, please.
Sir, this question concerns your administrative performance as president. The other day, General George Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, delivered his views on several sensitive subjects, among them Great Britain, one of this country's oldest allies. He said, and I quote him now, "Great Britain, it's a pathetic thing. It just makes you cry. They are no longer a world power. All they have are generals, admirals, and bands," end quote. Since General Brown's comments have caused this country embarrassment in the past,
That's
why
funny.
is he still this nation's leading military officer?
I have indicated to General Brown that the words that he used in that interview, in that particular case,
That's so funny. It's a great quote.
were very ill-advised. And
That's
General
great.
Brown has indicated his apology, his regrets, and I
You don't want to offend
think
the
that
UK,
will,
man.
in this
Right?
situation, settle the matter. It is tragic that the full transcript of that interview was not released and that there were excerpts, some of the excerpts, taken out of context. Not this one, however, that you bring up. General Brown has an exemplary record of military performance. He served this nation with great skill and courage and bravery for 35 years. And I think it's the consensus of the people who are knowledgeable in the military field that he is probably the outstanding military leader and strategist that we have in America today. Now, he did use ill-advised words, but I think in the fact that he apologized, that he was reprimanded, does permit him to stay on and continue that kind of leadership that we so badly need. As
Some of these questions have been like oddly specific.
Negotiations
Like
under the SALT
I said, at least they're asking new questions,
or
but
if we have
like this one
operations
specific
that
quote
might
said
be
by someone under your
developing
staff.
in the Middle East or in Southern Africa or in the Pacific.
Why didn't you fire him?
We need a man with that experience, that knowledge.
Ford says
that
no to
know-how,
cancel culture.
And I think, in light of the fact that he has apologized, would not have justified my asking for his resignation.
Thank you. Governor Carter, your response.
Well, just briefly, I think this is the second time that General Brown has made a statement for which he did have to apologize, and I know that everybody makes mistakes. I think the first one was related to the unwarranted influence of American Jews on the media and in the Congress.
Whoa,
this
what?
This concerned Great Britain. I think he said that Israel was a military burden on us, and that Iran.
Oh, okay.
was the Persian Empire. I'm not sure that I remembered earlier that President Ford had expressed.
Seems to be critical of Israel,
his
but
concern about the statement or apologized for it.
which
This
is a no-no.
Something though that I think is indicative of a need among the American people to know how the Commander-in-Chief, the President, feels, and I think the only criticism that I would have of Mr. Ford is that immediately when the statement was revealed, perhaps a statement from the President would have been clarifying and a very beneficial thing.
Mr. Nelson, your question now to Governor Carter.
Governor, despite the fact that you've been running for president a long time now, many Americans still seem to be uneasy about you. They don't feel that they know you or the people around you. And one problem seems to be that you haven't reached out to bring people of broad background or national experience into your campaign or your presidential plans. Most of the people around you on a day-to-day basis are people you've known in Georgia. Many of them are young and relatively inexperienced in national affairs. And doesn't this raise a serious question as to whether you would bring into a Carter administration people with the necessary background to run the federal government?
I don't believe it does. I began campaigning 22 months ago. At that time, nobody thought I had a chance to win. Very few people knew who I was. I came from a tiny town, as you know, Plains, and didn't hold public office, didn't have very much money. And my first organization was just 4 or 5 people, plus my wife and my children, my 3 sons and their wives. And we won the nomination by going out into the streets, barbershops, beauty parlors.
He did that grassroots.
Stores, in factory shift lines, also in farmers markets and livestock sale barns. And we talked a lot and we listened a lot, and we learned from the American people. And we built up an awareness among the voters of this country, particularly those in whose primaries I entered, 30 of them, nobody's ever done that before, about who I was and what I stood for. Now we have a very, very wide-ranging group of advisors who help me prepare for these debates and who teach me about international economics and foreign affairs, defense matters, health, education, welfare, government reorganization. I'd say several hundred of them. And they are very fine and very highly qualified. The one major decision that I have made since acquiring the nomination, and I share this with President Ford, is the choice of the vice president. I think this would be indicative of the kind of leaders that I would choose to help me if I am elected. I chose Senator Walter Mondale. And the only criterion that I ever put forward in my own
I think
mind
Mondale's going to be one of our
is
debates,
who among
too.
the several million people in this country would be the best person qualified to be president.
Forget which decade, but
Happen to me, and to join me in being vice president if I should serve out my term. And I'm convinced now, more than I was when I got the nomination, that Walter Mondale
I think it might have been
was the right choice.
Reagan's second term, which should,
and I believe this is a good indication of the kind of people.
considering like Reagan got stomped,
Mr. Ford has had
or Reagan stomped
that same choice to make.
Carter. It'd be weird to have the vice president be.
I don't want to say anything critical of Senator Dole, but I've never heard Mr. Ford say that was his primary consideration.
But it's interesting that they would put out Mondale again.
I feel completely at ease, knowing that someday Senator Mondale might very well be president. In the last 5 vice presidential nominees, incumbents, 3 of them have become president. But I think this is indicative of what I would do.
President Ford, your response, please.
The governor may not have heard my established criteria for the selection of a vice president, but it was a well-established criteria.
Yeah, 1984 was Reagan versus Mondale, so they trotted out Carter's vice president. You know, Carter didn't do shit against Reagan, and it's interesting.
House of Representatives and in the Senate.
Well, that's right. Our next chunk, 1980, we have 2 debates only, but the first one's actually Anderson versus Reagan, who was a third-party guy.
Mondale, but I was very, very surprised when.
Because if I remember correctly, Carter didn't want to do a 3-person debate, so he didn't do it.
Very personal comment.
The first one.
About General Brown after the news story that broke about General Brown. My recollection is correct. He indicated that General Brown was not qualified to be a sewer commissioner. I don't think that's a proper way to describe a chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
In 92, we'll have a three people debate with H.W. Bush, Clinton, and
Perot.
Perot.
The governor would agree with me on that. I think Senator Dole would show more good judgment and discretion than to so describe a heroic and brave and very outstanding leader of the military. So I think our selection...
Wait, is that Dole who's going to run against Clinton? I'm just looking at my list here. It's crazy how all these people are like, I'll do vice president, then I'll run for president in 20 years.
President of the United States with his vast experience as a member of the House and a member of the Senate.
Like they're all connected,
As a vice
you know.
president, I think he would do an outstanding job as president of the United States.
Mr. Kraft, your question to President Ford.
Mr. President, let me assure you, and maybe some of the viewing audience, that being on this panel hasn't been, as it may seem, all torture and agony. One of the heartening things is that I and my colleagues have received literally hundreds and maybe even thousands of suggested questions from ordinary citizens all across the country who want answers.
That's a tribute to their interest in this election.
I'll give you that. But let me go on, because one main subject on the minds of all of them has been the environment.
Yeah.
Particularly curious about your record. People really want to know why you vetoed the strip mining bill. They want to know why you worked against strong controls on auto emissions. They want to know why you aren't doing anything about pollution of the Atlantic Ocean. They want to know why a bipartisan organization such as the National League of Conservation Voters says that when it comes to environmental issues, you are...
Because America, baby, we say fuck them. Fuck the environment.
Let me set the record straight. I vetoed the strip mining bill, Mr. Kraft, because it was the overwhelming consensus of knowledgeable people that that strip mining bill would have meant the loss of literally thousands of jobs, something around 140,000 jobs.
It's jobs over the environment, baby.
That strip mining bill would have severely set back
jobs over the environment.
More coal.
Like I said earlier in the stream, it's always about jobs and making sure we have jobs and so people can get jobs.
The effort to become independent of the Arab oil supply. So I vetoed it because of a loss of jobs and because it would have interfered with our energy independence program. The auto emissions, it was agreed by Leonard Woodcock, the head of the UAW, and by the heads of all of the automobile industry. We had labor and management together saying that those auto emission standards had to be modified. But let's talk about what the Ford...
God, they have no idea about climate change, do they? Or no, they do. Some of them do. The oil companies do at this point.
By over 60%, the funding for water treatment plants in the United States, the federal contribution. I have fully funded the Land and Water Conservation Program. In fact, have recommended and the Congress approved a substantially increased Land and Water Conservation Program. I have added...
Well, I'm glad that program worked out really well.
Because the National Park Service. For example, we proposed about $12 million to add between 400 and 500 more employees for the National Park Service. And a month or so ago, I did likewise say over the next 10 years, we should expand double the national parks, the wild wilderness areas.
I don't think we did though.
And then, of course, the final thing.
If anything, I think they've reduced in size, haven't they?
Signed and approved of more...
I know Trump wanted to drill on some national parks.
Since I've been president than any other president in the history of the United States.
Governor Carter.
Well, I might say that I think the League of Conservation Voters is absolutely right. This administration's record on environment is very bad. I think it's accurate to say that the strip mining law, which was passed twice by the Congress, and was only like 2 votes, I believe, of being overridden, would have been good for the country. The claim that it would have put 140,000 miners out of work is hard to believe when at the time Mr. Ford vetoed it, the United Mine Workers was supporting the bill, and I don't think they would have supported the bill had they known that they would lose 140,000 jobs. There's been a consistent policy on the part of this administration to lower or to delay enforcement of air pollution standards and water pollution standards. And under both President Nixon and Ford, monies have been impounded that would have gone to cities and others to control water pollution. We have no energy policy. We, I think, are the only developed nation in the world that has no comprehensive energy policy. To permit us to plan in an orderly way had to shift from increasingly scarce energy forms, oil, and have research and development concentrated on the increased use of coal, which I strongly favor. The research and development
No coal.
is primarily to make the coal burning
It's not environmentally friendly.
be clean. We need a heritage trust.
I just don't get how, like, they didn't think about that. They're like, okay, if oil and gas causes pollution, potentially, not even like, you know, people weren't talking about climate change yet, but just like pollution straight. They're like, yeah, but coal is just different.
In size, but as far as the accessibility of them by the American people is very far in the future. We've taken
it's like, look at all that smoke that just goes in the sky.
Control the pollution of our oceans, and I would say the worst threat to the environment of all is nuclear proliferation. And this administration, having been in office now,
Or all the miners that get sick from it
still not taking strong and bold action to stop
over time.
proliferation of
Maybe we shouldn't be putting that in the air. I don't know.
plutonium. Those are some brief remarks about the failures of this administration. I would do the opposite in every respect.
Mr. Maynard to Governor Carter.
Governor, federal policy in this country since World War II has tended to favor the development of suburbs at the great expense of central cities. Does not the federal government now have an affirmative obligation to revitalize the American city? We have heard little in this campaign suggesting that you have an urban reconstruction program. Could you please outline your urban intentions for us tonight?
Yes, I'd be glad to. In the first place, as is the case with the environmental policy and energy policy that I just described, and the policy for non-proliferation of nuclear waste, this administration has no urban policy. It's impossible for mayors or governors to cooperate with the president because they can't anticipate what's going to happen next. A mayor of a city like New York, for instance, needs to know 18 months or 2 years ahead of time what responsibility the city will have in administration and in financing, in things like housing, pollution control, crime control, education, welfare, and health. This has not been done, unfortunately. I remember the headline in the Daily News that said, Ford to New York, dropped dead. I think it's very important that our cities know that they have a partner in the federal government. Quite often, Congress has passed laws in the past designed to help people with the ownership of homes and with the control of crime and with adequate health care and better education programs and so forth. Those programs were designed to help those who need it most. And quite often this has been in the very poor people and neighborhoods in the downtown urban centers. Because of the greatly advantaged persons who live in the suburbs, better education, better organization, more articulate, more aware of what the laws are, quite often this money has been channeled out of the downtown centers where it's needed. Also, I favor all revenue sharing money being used for local governments, and also to remove the prohibitions in the use of revenue sharing money so that it can be used to improve education and health care. We have now, for instance, only 7% of the total education cost being financed by the federal government. When the Nixon-Ford administration started, this was 10%. That's a 30% reduction in the portion that the federal government contributes to education in just 8 years. And as you know, the education costs have gone up tremendously. The last point is that the major thrust has got to be to put people back to work. We've got an extraordinarily high unemployment rate among downtown, urban, ghetto areas, particularly among the very poor, and particularly among minority groups, sometimes 50 or 60%. And the concentration of employment opportunities in those areas would help greatly not only to reestablish the tax base, but also to help reduce the extraordinary welfare costs. One of the major responsibilities on the shoulders of New York City is to finance welfare. And I favor the shifting of the welfare cost away from the local governments altogether. And over a longer period of time, let the federal government begin to absorb part of it that's now paying.
I think it got quieter.
Those things would help a great deal with the cities, but we still have a very serious problem now.
Or maybe just Carter's a more quiet talker. I don't know.
Let me speak out very strongly.
It's a little quiet.
The Ford administration does have a very comprehensive program to help our major metropolitan areas. I fought for, and the Congress finally went along with, a general revenue sharing program whereby cities and states, the cities 2/3 and the states 1/3, get over $6 billion a year in cash for which they can provide many, many services, whatever they really want. In addition, we, in the federal government, make available to cities about $3.3 billion in what we call community development. In addition, as a result of my pressure on the Congress, we got a major mass transit program over a 4-year period, $11.8 billion. We have a good housing program that will result in cutting the down payments by 50% and having mortgage payments lower at the beginning of any mortgage period. We're expanding our homestead housing program. The net result is we think under Carla Hills, who's the chairman of my urban development and neighborhood revitalization program, we will really do a first-class job in helping the communities throughout the country. As a matter of fact, that committee under Secretary Hills released about a 75-page report with specific recommendations so we can do a better job the weeks ahead.
Carter wants
In
to say
addition,
something.
The tax program of the Ford administration, which provides
Yeah, this is like the same set from the first one, I swear. It's a new spot, though.
Major metropolitan areas into the inner cities will bring jobs where people are and help to revitalize those cities as they can be.
Mr. Nelson, your question next to President Ford.
Mr. President, your campaign has run ads in black newspapers saying that, quote, for black Americans, President Ford is quietly getting the job done. Yet study after study has shown little progress in desegregation and, in fact, actual increases in segregated schools and housing in the Northeast. Now, civil rights groups have complained repeatedly that there's been a lack of progress and commitment to an integrated society during your administration. So how are you getting the job done for blacks and other minorities, and what programs do you have in mind for the next 4 years?
Let me say at the outset, I'm very proud of the record of this administration. In the cabinet, I have one of the outstanding, I think, administrators as the Secretary of Transportation, Bill Coleman. You're familiar, I'm sure, with the recognition given in the Air Force to General James. And there was just approved a 3-star admiral, the first in the history of the United States Navy. So we are giving full recognition to individuals of quality in the Ford administration in positions of great responsibility. In addition, the Department of Justice is fully enforcing effectively the Voting Rights Act, the legislation that involves jobs, housing for minorities, not only blacks, but all others. The Department of HUD is enforcing the new legislation that that takes care of redlining. What we're doing is saying that there are opportunities, business opportunities, educational opportunities, responsibilities, where people with talent, black or any other minority, can fully qualify. The Office of Minority Business in the Department of Commerce has made available more money in trying to help black businessmen or other minority businessmen than any other administration since the office was established. The Office of Small Business under Mr. Kowalinsky has a very massive program trying to help the black community, the individual who wants to start a business or expand his business as a black businessman is able to borrow either directly or with guaranteed loans. I believe on the record that this administration has been responsive and we have carried out the law to the letter, and I'm proud of the record.
Governor Carter, your response, please.
The description just made of this administration's record is hard to recognize. I think it's accurate to say that Mr. Ford voted against the Voting Rights Acts and against the Civil Rights Acts in the debative stage. I think once it was sure they were going to pass, he finally voted for it. This country changed
called him
rapidly
out.
in 1969 when the terms of John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson were over and Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford became the presidents. There was a time when there was hope for those who were poor and downtrodden and who elderly or who were ill or who were in minority groups. Well, that time has been gone. I think the greatest thing that ever happened to the South was the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the opening up of opportunities to black people of a chance to vote, to hold a job, to buy a house, to go to school, and to participate in public affairs. It not only liberated black people, but it also liberated the whites. We've seen, in many instances in recent years, a minority affairs section of small loan administration, small business administration, lend a black entrepreneur just enough money to get started and then to go bankrupt. The bankruptcies have gone up in an extraordinary degree. FHA, which used to be a very responsible agency that everyone looked to help own a home, lost $600 million last year. There have been over 1,300 indictments in HUD, over 800 convictions relating just to home loans. And now the federal government has become the world's greatest slum landlord. We've got a 30% or 40% unemployment rate among minority young people. And there's been no concerted effort given to the needs of those who are both poor and black, or poor and who speak a foreign language. And that's where there's been a great generation of despair and ill health and lack of education, lack of purposefulness, and the lack of hope for the future. But it doesn't take just a quiet, dormant, minimum enforcement of the law. It requires an aggressive searching out and reaching out to help people who especially need it. And that's been lacking in the last 8 years.
Mr. Kraft, to Governor Carter.
Governor Carter, in the nearly 200-year history of the Constitution, there have been only, I think it's 25 amendments, most of them on issues of the very broadest principle. Now we have proposed amendments in many highly specialized causes, like gun control, school busing, balanced budget, school prayer, abortion.
Yeah, there really isn't a,
Do you think it's appropriate to the dignity
mass shootings,
of the
I don't think, in the,
to tack on
at least maybe not
in a wholesale fashion?
at the scale that we're
Which of
at
the
now
ones that I
in the
listed,
70s. But yeah, gun control,
balanced budget,
we'll see when that point comes up.
Which of those
Because I think growing up, I feel like I heard in every debate.
if you were president?
I would not work hard to support any of those. We've always had, I think, a lot of constitutional amendments proposed, but the passage of them has been fairly slow and few and far between. In the 200-year history, there's been a very cautious approach to this. But quite often we have a transient problem. I'm strongly against abortion. I think abortion's wrong.
What?
I don't think
Damn.
the government ought to do anything to encourage abortion.
Carter is no longer
I don't think
base.
there's a constitutional amendment on the subject. But short of the constitutional amendment, and within the confines of the Supreme Court rulings, I'll do everything I can to minimize the need for abortions with better sex education, family planning, with better adoptive procedures. I personally don't believe that the federal government ought to finance abortions. But I draw the line and don't support the constitutional amendment. However, I honor the right of people who seek the constitutional amendments on school busing, on prayer in the schools, and on abortion. But among those you named, I won't actively work for the passage of any of them.
Now Roe v. Wade's overturned. Yeah, because when was Roe v. Wade? Was that 19?
The Republican platform, which calls for a constitutional amendment that would outlaw abortions. I favor the particular constitutional amendment that would turn over to the states the individual right of the voters in those states, the chance to make a decision by public referendum. I call that
1973. Okay, so it was literally a year after before this.
I believe that the people of a state ought to make a decision on a matter of this kind, that we ought to have a federal constitutional amendment that would permit each one of the 50 states to make the choice. I think this is a responsible and a proper way to proceed. I believe also that there is some merit to an amendment that Senator Everett Dirksen proposed very frequently, an amendment that would change the court decision as far as voluntary prayer in public schools. It seems to me that there should be an opportunity, as long as it's voluntary as long as there is no compulsion whatsoever, that an individual ought to have that right. So in those two cases, I think...
I misinterpreted. I thought it was like requiring prayer.
And I really don't think in either case they're trivial matters. I think they're matters of very deep conviction.
So as part of the culture war back then, not being able to pray in school?
Country believe, and therefore they shouldn't be treated lightly. But they're matters that are important, and in those two cases, I would favor them.
Mr. Maynard to President Ford.
Mr. President, twice you have been the intended victim of would-be assassins using handguns. Yet, you remain a steadfast opponent of substantive handgun control.
Oh my God, there's more handgun control.
40 million handguns in this country, going up at the rate of 2.5 million a year. And tragically, those handguns are frequently purchased for self-protection and wind up being used against a relative or a friend. In light of that, why do you remain so adamant in your opposition to substantive gun control in this country?
Mr. Maynard, the record of
okay, well, I guess we are getting a gun control conversation. I didn't think we were going to get it yet.
Does not show.
Thought we would get it in the 90s.
The registration of a gun, handgun, or the registration of the gun owner has in any way whatsoever decreased the crime rate or the use of that gun in the committing of a crime. The record just doesn't prove that such legislation or action by a local city council is effective. What we have to do, and this is the crux of the matter, is to make it very, very difficult for a person who uses a gun in the commission of a crime to stay out of jail. If we make the use of a gun in the commission of a crime a serious criminal offense, and that person is prosecuted, then, in my opinion, we are going after the person who uses the gun for the wrong reason. I don't believe in the registration of handguns or the registration of the handgun owner. That has
crazy.
not proven to be effective.
Imagine hearing that now.
Therefore, I think the better way is to go after the criminal, the individual who commits a crime.
Yeah, because that's what helps stop crime is increasing the punishment of it.
Uses that gun for a part of his criminal activity. Those are the people who ought to be in jail. And the only way to do it is to pass strong legislation so that once apprehended, indicted, convicted, they'll be in jail and off the streets and not using guns in the commission of a crime.
But, Mr. President, don't you think that the proliferation of the availability of handguns contributes to the possibility of those crimes being committed? And there's a second part to my follow-up very quickly. There are, as you know and as you've said, jurisdictions around the country with strong gun control laws. The police officials in those cities contend that if there were a national law to prevent other jurisdictions from providing the weapons that then come into places like New York, that they might have a better handle on the problem. Have you considered that in your analysis of the handgun proliferation problem?
Yes, I have, and the individuals that with whom I've consulted have not convinced me that a national registration of handguns or handgun owners will solve the problem you're talking about. The person who wants to use a gun for an illegal purpose can get it whether it's registered or outlawed. They will be obtained, and they are the people who ought to go behind bars.
How many people are going to lock up before, like, it goes back to that thing, like, this is still the argument, right? And then I'm not saying, I kind of agree that, like, yeah, just making registration, it's more like the access, but I think there's already, he's kind of both right in the, he's kind of right in the sense that, like, at least in a
I think it's accurate.
He doesn't have the foresight of it, but
gun control has changed. Earlier,
is that
Mr. Levy,
there's so many guns now that
Attorney
are out
General,
there
put
that it's
forward
like
gun control proposal.
even if you banned weapons, you couldn't sell them anywhere. Like it still would be so many guns out there.
Sale of the so-called Saturday night.
It's just interesting to hear it from just like they're talking about handguns specifically.
Control
The access
over
to
handgun.
assault rifles
All my life and happen to own both shotguns, rifles, and a handgun.
isn't a
The
thing
only
yet.
purpose that I would see in registering handguns and not long guns of any kind would be to prohibit the ownership of those guns by those who've used them.
I think not having any registration or whatever is kind of bad.
Have been proven to be
I wouldn't even say kind of, just like
I believe that limited approach to the question.
because I feel like that would help them. They
advisable
you know,
and I think adequate.
is there somebody who's just maybe like losing their guns all the time?
Governor, you've said the Supreme Court of today.
But it's interesting. Yeah, the gun debate was even, I guess, back then. I didn't think about that. I thought it'd be, like I said, 90s.
Criminal defendants, and you've compared the present Supreme Court under Chief Justice Berger very favorably with the more liberal court that we had under Chief Justice Warren. So exactly what are you getting at? And can you elaborate on the kind of court you think this country should have? And can you tell us the kind of qualifications and philosophy you would look for as president in making Supreme Court appointments?
While I was governor of Georgia, although I'm not a lawyer, we had complete reform of the Georgia court system. We streamlined the structure of the court, put in administrative officers, put a unified court system in, required that all severe sentences be reviewed for uniformity, and in addition to that, put forward a proposal that was adopted and used throughout my own term of office.
All right, about 30 minutes left. Final push.
District attorneys or prosecuting attorneys on the basis of merit. Every time I had a vacancy on the Georgia Supreme Court, and I filled 5 of those vacancies out of 7 total, and about half the Court of Appeals judges, about 35% of the trial judges, I was given from an objective panel the 5 most highly qualified persons in Georgia. And from those 5, I always chose the first or second one. So merit selection of judges is the most important single criterion. And I would institute the same kind of procedure as president, not only in judicial appointments, but also in diplomatic appointments. Secondly, I think that the Berger Court has fairly well confirmed the major and most far-reaching and most controversial decisions of the Warren Court. Civil rights has been confirmed from an objective panel. 5 most highly qualified persons in Georgia. And from those 5, I always chose the first or second one. So merit selection of judges.
I think there was a skip there. I don't know.
Criterion. And I would
It was like only a quick couple seconds.
Not only in judicial appointments, but also in diplomatic appointments. Secondly, I think that the Berger Court has fairly well confirmed the major and most far-reaching and most controversial decisions of the Warren Court.
That's weird.
Civil rights has been confirmed by the Berger Court, hasn't been reversed, and I don't think there's any inclination to reverse those basic decisions. The one-man, one-vote rule, which is a very important one that struck down the unwarranted influence in the legislature of partially populated areas of the states. The right of indigent or very poor accused persons to legal counsel. I think the Berger Court has confirmed that basic and very controversial decision of the Warren Court. Also, the protection of an arrested person against unwarranted persecution in trying to get a false confession. But now I think there have been a couple of instances where the Berger Court has made technical rulings where an obviously guilty person
Berger
was
Court
found to be guilty. And I think that in that case, some of the more liberal members of the so-called Warren Court agreed with those decisions. But the only thing that I have pointed out was what I've just said, and that there was a need to clarify the technicalities so that you couldn't be forced to release a person who was obviously guilty just because of a small technicality in the law.
Okay, the Berger Court was a period in the history of the Supreme Court of the United States from 1969 to 1986 when Warren Berger served as Chief
I don't believe you answered my question.
Justice of the United States.
Kinds of people you would be looking for the court, the type of philosophy you would be looking for if you were making.
The Berger Court is generally considered to be the last liberal court to
I
date.
thought I answered it by saying that it would be on the basis of merit.
It's been described as a traditional court due to its transition. Okay.
Search
So this is the last liberal court was
and once I'm given
till
the list of
86.
the 5 or 7 or 10 best qualified persons in the country. I would make a selection from among those persons. If the list was, in my opinion, fairly uniform, if there was no outstanding person, then I would undoubtedly choose someone who would most accurately reflect my own basic political philosophy as best I could determine it, which would be to continue the progress that has been made under the last two courts, the Warren Court and the Burger Court. I would also like to completely revise our criminal justice system to do some of the things at the federal level in court reform that I've just described, as has been done in Georgia and other states. And I would like to appoint people who would be interested in helping with that. I know that Chief Justice Berger is. He hasn't had help yet from the administration, from the Congress, to carry this out. The emphasis, I think, of the court system should be to interpret the Constitution and the laws equally between property protection and personal protection. But when there's a very narrow decision, which quite often is one that reaches the Supreme Court, I think the choice should be with human rights. And that would be another factor that I would follow.
I swear it's getting quieter.
Well, I think the answer...
I turned it up already.
The kind of person that I would select is obvious.
Maybe it's every time the film gets screwy.
An individual to the Supreme Court, and I selected the Circuit Court of Appeals judge from Illinois.
Just realized they don't have mics on their
selected him because of his outstanding record as a Circuit Court of Appeals judge.
what's it called? Their little desk thingies, podiums.
An overwhelmingly
Must be boom mics, maybe.
United States Senate, after going into his background, came to the conclusion that he was fit and should serve, and the vote in his behalf was overwhelming. So I would say somebody in the format of Justice Stevens would be the kind of an individual that I would select in the future, as I did him in the past. I believe, however, a comment ought to be made about the direction of the Burger Court vis-a-vis the court that preceded it. It seems to me that the Miranda case was a case that really made it very, very difficult for the police, the law enforcement people in this country to do what they could to make certain that the victim of a crime was protected and that those that commit crimes were properly handled and sent to jail. The Miranda case...
yeah, when was the Miranda rights around this time too?
Gradually changing, and I'm pleased to see that there are some steps being made by the Burger Court to modify the so-called Miranda decision. I might make a correction of what Governor Carter said, speaking of gun control. Yes, it is true. I believe that the sale of Saturday Night Special should be cut out.
It was 1966.
Of handguns.
So I mean, like, been 10 years.
The country is now in something that your advisors call an economic pause. I think to most Americans that sounds like an antiseptic term for low growth, unemployment stands still at a high level, decline in take-home pay, lower factory earnings, more layoffs. Isn't that really a rotten record? And doesn't your administration bear most of the blame for it?
Well, Mr. Kraft, I violently disagree with your assessment, and I don't think the record justifies the conclusion that you come to. Let me talk about the economic announcements that were made just this past week. Yes, it was announced that the GNP, real growth, in the third quarter was at 4%. But do you realize that over the last 10 years, that's a higher figure than the average growth during that 10-year period? Now, it's lower than the 9.2% growth in the first
Too much
quarter.
math for me, man.
Lower than the,
Too much math.
5% growth in the second quarter. But every economist
The 3% of the 10 years is actually lower than the 5% of the previous 10 years because the 9% of the
first quarter of next year that we'll have an increase in real GNP. But now let's talk about the pluses that came out this week. We had an 18% increase in housing starts. We had a substantial increase in new permits for housing. As a matter of fact, based on the announcement this week, there will be, at an annual rate, 1,800,000 and some thousand new houses built, which is a tremendous increase over last year and a substantial increase over the earlier part of this year. Now, in addition, we had some very good news in the reduction in the rate of inflation. And inflation hits everybody, those who are working and those who are on welfare. The rate of inflation, as announced just the other day, is under 5%, and the 4.4% that was indicated at the time of the 4% GNP was less than the 5.4%. It means that the American buyer is getting a better bargain today because inflation is less.
President, let me ask you this. There has been an increase in layoffs, and that's something that bothers everybody because even people that have a job are afraid they're going to be fired. Did you predict that that increase in layoffs? Didn't that take you by surprise? Hasn't your administration been surprised by this pause? In fact, haven't you been so obsessed with saving money that you didn't even push the government to spend funds that were allocated?
Mr. Kraft, I think the record can be put in this way, which is the way that I think satisfies most Americans. Since the depths of the recession, we have added 4 million jobs. Most importantly, consumer confidence, as surveyed by the reputable organization at the University of Michigan, is at the highest since 1972. In other words, there is a growing public confidence in the strength of this economy. And that means that there will be more industrial activity. It means that there will be a reduction in the unemployment. It means that there will be increased hires. It means that there will be increased employment. Now, we've had this pause, but most economists, regardless of their political philosophy, indicate that this pause for a month or two was healthy because we could not have honestly sustained a 9.2% rate of growth which we had in the first quarter of this year. Now, I'd like to point out as well that the United States economic recovery from the recession of a year ago is well ahead of the economic recovery.
So they were in the recession. I mean, everything they've said sounds like a recession to me.
Industrial nation.
It also sounds a little bit like now, like I mentioned.
All of the Western European countries. We're ahead of Japan. The United States is leading the free world out of the recession that was serious a year and a half ago. We're going to see unemployment going down, more jobs available, and the rate of inflation going down. And I think this is a record that the American people understand and will appreciate.
Governor Carter.
Well, with all due respect to President Ford, I think you ought to be ashamed of making that statement. Because we have the highest unemployment rate now than we had at any time between the Great Depression caused by Herbert Hoover and the time President Ford took office. We've got 7.5 million people out of jobs since he's been in office. 2.5 million more American people have lost their jobs. In the last 4 months alone, 500,000 Americans have gone into
I know sitting presidents typically do well for re-elections, generally speaking, but to be fair, Ford was only in because he, two people resigned before him, so, and then you're in the middle of a recession.
One of the overwhelming results that I've seen in polls,
even if Carter isn't blowing the doors off, I feel like it's easy to just be like, well,
my family might be able
The whole Nixon thing was a disaster.
Savings accounts.
And,
they're gaining money.
you know, we're in the middle of a recession.
Under the present administration, Nixon's and Ford's, we've had...
You know, I feel like I could see why people maybe just would... Why Carter, I feel like, can win. You know, even if he's not, like, the most amazing, like I said, candidate.
What it was at the beginning of this year. And housing starts. He compares the housing starts with last year. I don't blame him. Because in 1975, we had fewer housing starts in this country, fewer homes built, than any year since 1940. That's 35 years. And we've got a 35% unemployment rate in many areas of this country among construction workers. Now, Mr. Ford hasn't done anything about it. And I think this shows a callous indifference to the families that have suffered so much. He has vetoed bills passed by Congress within the congressional budget guidelines, job opportunities for 2 million Americans. We'll never have a balanced budget. We'll never meet the needs of our people. We'll never control the inflationary spiral as long as we have 7.5 or 8 million people out of work who are looking for jobs. And we've probably got 2.5 more million people who are not looking for jobs anymore because they've given up hope. That is a very serious indictment of this administration. It's probably the worst one of all.
Mr. Maynard.
Governor Carter, you entered this race against President Ford with a 20-point lead or better in the polls. And now it appears that this campaign is headed for a photo finish. You've said how difficult it is to run against a sitting president.
Like I said.
Mr. Ford was just as much an incumbent in July when you were 20 points ahead as he is now. Can you tell us what caused the evaporation of that lead in your opinion?
Well, that's not exactly an accurate description of what happened. When I was that far ahead, it was immediately following the Democratic Convention and before the Republican Convention. At that time, 25 or 30% of the Reagan supporters said that they would not support President Ford. But as occurred at the end of the Democratic Convention, the Republican Party unified itself. And I think immediately following the Republican Convention, there was about a 10-point spread. I believe that, to be accurate, I had 49%. President Ford had 39%. The polls are good indications of fluctuations, but they vary widely one from another. And the only poll I've ever followed is the one that is taken on Election Day. I was in 30 primaries in the spring, and at first it was obvious that I didn't have any standing in the poll. As a matter of fact, I think when Gallup ran their first poll in December of 1975, they didn't put my name on the list. They had 35 people on the list. My name wasn't even there. And at the beginning of the year, I had about 2%. So the polls, to me...
He really was a dark horse. Damn.
They don't determine, my hopes.
That's like if Andrew Yang won the primary.
I campaign among people.
You know? Like the Democratic primary? I think that's like the closest equivalence.
I have a relationship with hundreds of thousands of people around the country who are actively campaigning for me. In Georgia alone, for instance, I got 84% of the vote, and I think there were 14 people, in addition to myself, on the ballot. And Governor Wallace had been very strong in Georgia. That's an overwhelming support from my own people who know me best. And today, we have about 500 Georgians at their own expense, just working people who believe in me, spread around the country, involved in the political campaign. So the polls are interesting, but I don't know how to explain the fluctuations. I think a lot of it depends on current events, sometimes foreign affairs, sometimes domestic affairs. But I think our hold of support among those who are crucial to the election has been fairly steady. And my success in the primary season was, I think, notable for a newcomer from someone who's outside Washington.
Yeah, and then with polls too, like...
Establishment. And I think...
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like, that depends on current events and stuff. And how many people are paying attention in July. Some people aren't paying attention until right now of who to vote for.
Prospects, as far as I'm concerned,
and back then, like I said, I feel like there might have been more independent voters, but but even if, like, I feel like a lot of people weren't paying attention to, like, even to this day, people don't pay as much attention to Democratic primaries and stuff. Maybe in they did more in this past round, but I don't know. I feel like more people paid attention to politics in 2020 because of the pandemic and, like,
he fails to point out that in the 1950s.
It's easier to,
engaged in
I don't say
war
easier
in
to pay attention, but just
Vietnam.
like people weren't paying more attention to like
Korea.
leadership
We
and
had,
politics because it,
3,500,000
you know, a lot of people were either working from home or,
Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines.
you know, working
That's not the way to end
during the pandemic and you know, dangerous
the present
work
time,
environments,
we're at
really.
peace.
So
We have
more people are
reduced
paying
the
attention, I
number
feel
of
like.
people in the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines from 3,500,000 to 2,100,000. We are not at war. We have reduced the military manpower by 1,400,000. If we had that many more people in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and Marines, our unemployment figure would be considerably less. But this administration doesn't believe the way to reduce unemployment is to go to war or to increase the number of people in the military. So you cannot compare unemployment, as you sought to, with the present time with the 1950s, because the then administration had people in the military, they were at war, they were fighting overseas, and this administration has reduced the size of the military by 1,400,000. They're in the civilian labor market, and they're not fighting anywhere around the world today.
Thank you, gentlemen. This will complete our questioning for this debate. We don't have time for more
Closing?
questions and full answers. So now each candidate will be allowed up to 4 minutes for a closing statement. And at the original coin toss in Philadelphia a month ago, it was determined that President Ford would make the first closing statement tonight. President Ford.
For 25 years, I served in the Congress under 5 presidents. I saw them work. I saw them make very hard decisions. I didn't always agree with their decisions, whether they were Democratic or Republican presidents. For the last 2 years, I've been the president, and I have found from experience that it's much more difficult to make those decisions than it is to second-guess them. I became president at the time that the United States was in a very troubled time. We had inflation of over 12%. We were on the brink of the worst recession in the last 40 years. We were still deeply involved in the problems of Vietnam. The American people had lost faith and trust and confidence in the presidency itself. That situation called for me to first put the United States on a steady course and to keep our keel well balanced, because we had to face the difficult problems that had all of a sudden hit America. I think most people know that I did not seek the presidency, but I am asking for your help and assistance to be president for the next 4 years. During this campaign, we've seen a lot of television shows, a lot of bumper stickers, and a great many slogans of one kind or another. But those are not the things that count. What counts is that the United States celebrated its 200th birthday on July 4th. As a result of that wonderful experience all over the United States, there is a new spirit in America. The American people are healed, are working together. The American people are moving again and moving in the right direction. We have cut inflation by better than half. We have come out of the recession and we're well on the road to real prosperity in this country again. There has been a restoration of faith and confidence and trust in the presidency because I've been open, candid, and forthright. I have never promised more than I could produce, and I have produced everything that I promised. We are at peace. Not a single young American is fighting or dying on any foreign soil tonight. We have peace with freedom. I've been proud to be President of the United States during these very troubled times. I love America just as all of you love America. It would be the highest honor for me to have your support on November 2nd, and for you to say, Jerry Ford, you've done a good job. Keep on doing it. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, President Ford, Governor.
Damn, with that statement at the end there, when you lose, I guess they don't think you did a good job, right?
The major purpose of an election for president is to choose a leader. Someone who can analyze the depths of feeling in our country, to set a standard for our people to follow, to inspire our people to reach for greatness, to correct our defects, to answer difficult questions, to bind ourselves together in the spirit of unity. I don't believe the present administration has done that. We have been discouraged, and we've been alienated. Sometimes we've been embarrassed, and sometimes we've been ashamed. Our people are out of work, and there's a sense of withdrawal. But our country is innately very strong. Mr. Ford is a good and decent man. But he's been in office now more than 800 days, approaching almost as long as John Kennedy was in office. I'd like to ask the American people what's been accomplished. A lot remains to be done. My own background is different from his. I was a school board member and a library board member. I served on a hospital authority, and I was in the state senate. I was governor. I'm an engineer, a naval officer, a farmer, a businessman. And I believe we require someone who can work harmoniously with the Congress, who can work closely with the people of this country, and who can bring a new image and a new spirit to Washington. Our tax structure is a disgrace. It needs to be reformed. I was governor of Georgia for 4 years. We never increased sales taxes or income tax or property tax. As a matter of fact, the year before I went out of office, we gave a $50 million refund to the property taxpayers of Georgia. We spend $600 per person in this country, every man, woman, and child, for health care. We still rank 15th among all the nations of the world in infant mortality. And our cancer rate is higher than any country in the world. We don't have good health care. We could have it. Employment ought to be restored to our people. We've become almost a welfare state. We spend now 700% more on unemployment compensation than we did 8 years ago when the Republicans took over the White House. Our people want to go back to work. Our education system can be improved. Secrecy ought to be stripped away from government, and a maximum of personal privacy ought to be maintained. Our housing programs have gone bad. It used to be that the average family could own a house, but now less than a third of our people can afford to buy their own homes.
Preach.
The budget was more grossly out of balance last year than ever before in the history of our country. $65 billion, primarily because our people are not at work. Inflation is robbing us, as we've already discussed, and the government bureaucracy is just a horrible mess. This doesn't have to be. Now, I don't know all the answers. Nobody could. But I do know that if the President of the United States and the Congress of the United States and the people of the United States said, I believe our nation is greater than what we are now.
He keeps zooming in every
I believe that if we are
30
inspired,
seconds.
if we can achieve a degree of unity, if we can set our goals high enough and work toward recognized goals with industry and labor and agriculture, along with government at all levels, that we can achieve great things. We might have to do it slowly. There are no magic answers to it. But I believe together we can make great progress. We can correct our difficult mistakes and answer those very tough questions. I believe in the greatness of our country. And I believe the American people are ready for a change in Washington. We've been drifting too long. We've been dormant too long. We've been discouraged too long. And we have not set an example for our own people. But I believe that we can now establish in the White House a good relationship with Congress, a good relationship with our people, set very high goals for our country, and with inspiration and hard work, we can achieve great things. And let the world know, that's very important, But more importantly, let the people in our own country realize that we still live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Carter, and thank you, President Ford. I also would like to thank the audience and my three colleagues, Mr. Kraft, Mr. Maynard, and Mr. Nelson, who have been our questioners. This debate has, of course, been seen by millions of Americans, and in addition, tonight it is being broadcast to 113 nations throughout the world. This concludes the 1976 presidential debates, a truly remarkable exercise in democracy. For this is the first time in 16 years that the presidential candidates have debated. It is the first time ever that an incumbent president has debated his challenger, and the debate included the first between the two vice presidential candidates. And President Ford and Governor Carter, we not only want to thank you, but we commend you for agreeing to come together to discuss the issues before the American people. And our special thanks to the League of Women Voters for making these events possible. In sponsoring these events, the League of Women Voters Education Fund has tried to provide you with the information that you will need to choose wisely. The election is now only 11 days off. The candidates have participated in presenting their views in 3 90-minute debates. And now it's up to the voters. Now it is up to you to participate. The League urges all registered voters to vote on November 2nd for the candidate of your choice. And now from Phi Beta Kappa Memorial Hall on the campus of the College of William and Mary, this is Barbara Walters wishing you all a good evening.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara. All right, well, that was it. And what would happen? Carter would win. It was actually pretty close. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Carter got 297. He only had 1.7 million more of a popular vote. So 50.1% turned the tide. Looks like someone voted for Reagan still. Washington State. Yeah, Pink is an electoral vote for Ronald Reagan by a Washington faithless elector. Interesting. But yeah, Carter would win. And, well, we'll get into it once we get to the next debates, but Ronald Reagan would come and crush Carter. So any similarities we saw between these ones and the 1961, I think the biggest ones were, once again, they did not as much, but there were still questions about like budgeting and affording things, how much things would cost. I think that's the biggest similar I can think of. There was a little bit less of the anti-communism, Cold War, intervention in the global theater being talked about. So yeah, I would say I think these debates were a little bit better. And I feel like the questions for the most part weren't repetitive. So these were definitely a better chunk. Yeah, I think there wasn't too many gaps besides the one there that Ford said there, it being that the USSR is not dominating some Eastern European countries. And props to all the media folks asking the questions too. I think they did a really good job in these debates. But yeah, so far I think these are my favorites. I mean, we've only done 2 chunks, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do like a loose rankings in my head as we go through these. But yeah, I think that'll be it for this. The next one is, I have it on my phone. Hold up. Next one will be so next one will be 2 debates, 1980, Anderson versus Reagan, and then Carter versus Reagan. As I mentioned earlier, Anderson was one of the third-party members, I believe. And Carter didn't want to participate in a 3-person debate for whatever reason. I'll look into that more maybe. Then after 1980, we have 1984, which has the 2 debates as well. So from here, well, actually, yeah, from 1980 to 1988, we'll only have 2 debates. We'll have 3 debates in 1992, which will have Bush, Clinton, and Ross Perot there, which I didn't even realize. I mean, I've heard of Ross Perot before, but I didn't realize he was at 3 debates. That's pretty interesting. And then, yeah, 2020 was the first since, what was it, 2000 that only had 2 debates instead of the 3. So, yeah, we'll do the next chunk. I think we're off to a decent start into June. What is it, June 4th, and we already have what was this, 7 down. So